Basketball scientist, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Freelance Coaching Market. In fact, if we analyze the lineups of the two teams carefully, the Hawks have some control over the Lakers. The Lakers' two absolute offensive strengths, Kobe and Gasol, are facing the Hawks' strongest defensive configuration. As long as Kobe is on the court, he has to face the care of Battier and Cephalosha at all times, and Gasol's nemesis in the league seems to be only Garnett, who happens to be on the Hawks. On the other hand, in this matchup, Paul is the type that can restrain Fisher very much, and he can play a big advantage against Fisher. If the players in other positions of the Lakers cannot fill this gap, it will be very difficult for the Lakers to play against the Hawks. After the Christmas game, the well-known Chinese sports blogger Salary Increase put forward some of his own views on the platform. Once this article was published, it formed a very popular effect among Kobe fans, and fans still hope to pass the buck for their favorite stars. It's not that the boss is not strong enough, but that Kellyan knows the Lakers too well. Some of the views in the article were indeed confirmed in the game, but it is biased to say that the Hawks built a lineup for the Lakers and perfectly restrained the Lakers. Garnett's characteristics are indeed a natural enemy for power forwards such as Stoudemire, Jameson, Josh Smith, and Marion, who have no back to the basket ability. But inside players like Gasol and Bosh, who have comprehensive offensive means, are suppressed by Garnett because they are not strong enough, and it has nothing to do with their playing style. The current strength of the Hawks is more due to the technical characteristics of Paul and Garnett. Both of them are relatively versatile in their respective positions and can lead their teammates. After the double swords combined, other teammates can focus on their own jobs. Any problems behind them will be left to Paul and Garnett to fill. Each role player does what he is good at, naturally plays well, and the team's combat effectiveness is also relatively strong. Relatively speaking, it will be more difficult for the Hawks to deal with the hard battle under the stalemate. Joe Johnson is the team's most reliable singles point. However, his quality is relatively average, especially his physical fitness is not as good as other superstars, and it is difficult for him to get rid of defenders, so he completes his offense more through shooting, which is a test of his touch. Seriously speaking, if Gasol is more motivated and can form a mutual explosion with Garnett, it is hard to say who will win between the two teams. Or, if Kellyan is allowed to coach this Lakers, he will resolutely take Fisher and add a forward. Odom and Kobe will be responsible for the task of holding the ball across half court. After completing the Christmas game, the Hawks got 3 days off and did not continue the battle until the 28th. Once the game resumed, it was 4 days and 3 games. The Hawks first defeated the Nets and Magic in back-to-back home games, and then were defeated by the Bulls led by Rose on December 31st, ending the entire 2008 journey. 26-5. Nearly 40% of the regular season has been played, and the Hawks have played a good record despite the fact that the schedule is not difficult. Both the team itself and the fans are quite satisfied with the current situation of the team. The only regret is that in the past 2 seasons, the team has been resting frequently and rarely has a winning streak of more than 10 plus. Stable but insufficient explosiveness. It was after the game on New Year's Eve that Kellyan took the initiative to mention his contract renewal issue for the first time when he was interviewed by the media. As of now, we have not reached a contract renewal agreement with the team, but the team and I are not worried that we will reach an agreement in the near future. I'm still very satisfied with the cooperation with the Hawks. Kellyan revealed 2 pieces of information by saying these words at this time point. First, as long as the conditions are in place, he is willing to stay with the team. Second, if no agreement can be reached in the near future, Kellyan will terminate the negotiations at a certain time point and test the free coach market to see what contracts other teams offer him. This is also the last time Kellyan puts pressure on the team in his mind. If there is still no positive reversal this time, he will entrust Zhu Yi to release some news to the outside world at the latest by the All-Star game to consider the contracts and permissions given by other teams. In 2009, on January 2nd, the Hawks lost again, losing to the Spurs 103-108 on the road. Ginobili hit a key mid-range shot with 16 seconds left in the game, forcing the Hawks to bet on a three-pointer in the last attack. Killian designed a strategy for Paul to take advantage of the Spurs' unstable position to shoot a three-pointer, trying to catch the opponent off guard. However, after the opportunity came, Paul failed to seize the opportunity and missed the shot, and the Hawks lost regretfully. 26-6. The Spurs won the matchup with the Hawks, but the double 21 matchup can only be said to be a tie. Duncan scored 24 points and 11 rebounds, and Garnett's data of 21 points and 12 rebounds was not much worse. Although Duncan has a more obvious advantage in terms of personal ability and historical status. In fact, after 2007, Garnett's condition is slightly better than Duncan's. Affected by plantar fasciitis, Duncan missed a period of time last season, and his condition was not good after his return. During the off-season, Duncan took the initiative to lose weight, and his personal lethality in the low post was weakened, which is very fatal to ordinary inside players. Garnett's decline is more reflected in his physical strength and athletic ability, but the Hawks did not need Garnett's defensive replacement for most of the regular season, which to a certain extent concealed this point. In important games against most power forwards, Garnett was able to control most opponents, which also made his reputation very stable. On January 3rd, the Hawks returned to their home court and faced the Heat led by Wade back-to-back, suffering 2 consecutive losses. 26-7. Basically, this is a game that is destined to lose when the schedule comes out. The day before, the Hawks had just fought the Spurs to the last minute of the game. The Hawks players had not yet recovered their physical strength, but they rushed back to Atlanta to meet the challenge of the Heat. Their physical disadvantage was too obvious. Facing the Hawks, who were in the last stage of blood, Wade played an excellent performance. The Flash's breakthrough was like a blade that constantly crossed the Hawks' restricted area and broke into the inside to create killing opportunities. In the whole game, Wade made 14 of 20 shots, 3 of 5 three-pointers, and 5 of 6 free throws. He efficiently scored 36 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists, piercing through the Hawks' defense. In addition to Wade, 4 other players of the Heat scored in double digits. The team quickly recovered its combat power after experiencing the pain of last season. Eddie Curry also found the feeling of little shark under the training of Pat Riley's Devil training method and cut down 18+10 double-double data, becoming a qualified helper beside Wade. The Heat's training is really good. They can even save Eddie Curry. After the game, Killian contacted Snyder, who was studying, and talked about this game. Pat Riley has always been a supporter of Devil training. His training method is like the most powerful medicine for some low-level players. The effect is immediate, but the negative effects go deep into the bone marrow. Snyder said, too high intensity can easily cause players to get injured. Especially Eddie Curry has heart problems. It's really easy to get into trouble. But there are also many low-level players who are squeezed out by Devil training, find their own direction of growth, and realize their own value. Killian said, don't just see the bad side. Although I advocate a reasonable amount of training plus correct and efficient training direction, Pat Riley's management is also worth learning from. At least, he can make Eddie Curry, who was lying flat in the Knicks, play well after he came to the team. After truly becoming a head coach, Killian's once strong old Nelson mark is slowly fading. He is also fighting with other coaches, absorbing more nutrients, and enriching himself in the process of cooperation. Quinn, if there is no suitable place to go next season, come back and help me. Killian invited Snyder again. After half a minute of silence, Snyder asked, have you decided where to go? Killian's contract renewal issue is not only concerned by the Hawks fans, but also by the management of other teams. After being fired by the Bobcats, Snyder took the salary from Joe to watch games and study, but he was also looking for an opportunity to return to the NBA. However, Killian is a hot commodity in the market. As long as he does not finalize his future, competitive teams will not consider others, including Snyder. No matter where I go, I need you to help me, Killian said. After 4 seasons, Killian's assistant coaches have come and gone. The only one who can really be described as executive deputy coach is Snyder. There is a high probability that he will go to the next team next season, and he will be more confident with Snyder's assistance. Compared to being your partner, I would rather be your opponent. Snyder expressed his true inner thoughts. Kellyanne smiled and said nothing. Frankly speaking, Snyder's experience in the Bobcats is still very deductible. He is not qualified to be the head coach of other teams. On the contrary, being with Kellyanne is a good opportunity to brush up his resume. Hornacek has also been invited by other teams in the past 2 years. I'll try again. If I can't wait for the opportunity, I'll find you. Okay. On January 5th, the Hawks, who had lost 2 games in a row, welcomed a soft persimmon. The Bobcats, who started to play badly again, came to the door at the right time to help the Hawks end their losing streak. Compared with the previous few times of playing badly, this time the Bobcats played badly more thoroughly. They sent Iverson away and only exchanged Andre Miller and Kreezer. The Bobcats asked for 3 first-round draft picks as compensation. Especially in 2009, the team had 3 draft picks. Facing such an opponent, the Hawks chose to rest Joe Johnson and Garnett, letting Paul lead the team alone. The 2 resting means that Paul has more ball rights. In fact, the ball can indeed flow very smoothly in Paul's hands. Batum and Shannon Brown can handle the ball in a comfortable state. This is the progress Paul has made over the years. In the whole game, Paul made 11 of 18 shots, scored 27 points, 10 assists and 3 steals, a double-double performance, helping the team end the losing streak. 27-7. It's clear, this is the last season with the Hawks, and the map will be changed again next season. Chapter 327 Various unfavorable factors. The Hawks have had difficulty in achieving a long winning streak in the past 2 seasons. In addition to their own rotation from time to time, the fact that other teams in the league have been more aggressive when they encounter the Hawks is also an important reason. The opponents are more active, the Hawks players are more exhausted, and are more likely to be attacked by injuries. On January 7th, the Hawks were in an away game against the 76ers, and the team was troubled by injuries. In the game, Joe Johnson used a fake shot outside the 3-point line to trick the 76ers switch defense Braden Wright, but Wright fell heavily on his shoulder when he fell. After the game, he was diagnosed with a right shoulder muscle strain and needed to rest for a month. According to Kellyanne's usual style of minor injuries and major recuperation, fans will basically have to wait until after the All-Star game to see Joe Johnson at the Phillips Center again. The 76ers under Cheeks have a complete switching defense system, and the players are tough, especially the forward line represented by Iguodala, Gerald Wallace, and Thaddeus Young, who are good at attacking and defending, flying, and dunking, which has caused considerable trouble for the Hawks. Fortunately, the Hawks still have Garnett. The Wolf King is good at dealing with such a swingman. The Hawks also have Paul. At the point guard position, Paul can basically surround the 76 starting point guard Raymond Felton. Cephalosha, who replaced Joe Johnson, is also disgusting for the 76ers. Iguodala likes to run and play, and doesn't like to play against the wing who is focused on the defensive end. The Hawks worked together and defeated the Philadelphia 76ers 102-88 away, raising the team's winning rate to 80%. 28-7. After the game, Kellyanne was interviewed and mentioned Joe Johnson's injury. Any team that loses an efficient scorer like Joe Johnson will get half the result with twice the effort, and we are no exception. 76ers head coach Cheeks also apologized to Joe Johnson on behalf of Wright at the press conference. In itself, this action was indeed clumsy on the part of Braden Wright, and the Hawks had no intention of pursuing it. Injuries are part of the game, especially for the Hawks, who have consumed more energy than other teams in the past few seasons. However, Kellyanne was more surprised that the injured player was Joe Johnson, who plays on the floor. In the eyes of outsiders, even if Joe Johnson is injured, the Hawks still have defensive stalwarts Cephalosha and Shannon Brown, who have performed well this season. Batum can play the second position, and Paul and Chalmers can even play double point guards when necessary. The team's lineup is still very strong. But the reason why Joe Johnson is listed among the big three is naturally that he is irreplaceable. Not to mention that he is the most reliable scorer of the Hawks at critical moments. Even in regular time, he can take care of both ball holding and off-ball offenses. When he is adapted to Paul, he can also help him shoot some pot shots. When Shannon Brown is not in good shape, he has to lead the substitute lineup and organize the offense. His absence has a great impact on the Hawks. In the first game after Joe Johnson's injury, the Hawks returned to their home court to face the Detroit Pistons, who were troubled by internal and external troubles. With the adjustment of league rules and the decline of Detroit's economic environment, the competitiveness and market of the Pistons are declining day by day. In order to reverse the current situation of the team, Joe Dumars forcibly changed the team's blue-collar culture and tried to trade superstars to stimulate the lineup. After trying to trade McGrady in the summer without success, the Pistons brought in Iverson in the middle of the season, but also pushed the team into a bottomless abyss. Thinking that he was here to be a leader, Iverson was slapped in the face as soon as he arrived at the Pistons. The Pistons' Prince Stuckey refused to give up the number 3 jersey and immediately gave Iverson a warning. Even a little character is so disrespectful, let alone the meritorious players in the Motor City. Hamilton, Prince, and Rasheed Wallace will not let Iverson play the roles of Bell, Snow, and Mutombo. When has Iverson, who has always been God is the boss and I'm the second, ever been so humiliated? There is an unspoken rule in the NBA that rookies have to carry bags for veterans in their first year in the league. James and Paul, the prodigies of heaven, cannot avoid this, but no one dares to mention this since Iverson joined the 76ers. At the same time, at a certain stage of the season, in order to push the Prince Stuckey to the top, the Pistons coach once arranged Hamilton to be the 6th man, which further intensified the internal conflicts of the team. The current Pistons do not need pressure from opponents, they will explode on the court. The Pistons players were busy fighting internally and could not play any game content, so the Hawks won a victory for nothing. 29-7. A day later, the Hawks suffered their 8th loss of the season. The players traveled to Cleveland, to the Devils' home court Quicken Loans Center, to challenge the Cleveland Cavaliers. Facing the Hawks, who lost one of the big 3, the Cavaliers saw hope of winning. Joe Johnson's absence made it difficult for the Hawks to open many tactics on the offensive end, and the sense of hierarchy was also lacking, which also relieved a lot of pressure on James on the defensive end. Sefolosha and Battier are both thin wings, and they are obviously not able to withstand the steel-like and powerful James. Garnett has a stronger ability to assist defense, but it is obvious that heavy inside players such as Yao Ming and Dunn can have more advantages in resisting James' charge, while Garnett's tonnage is not suitable. James was fully fired on the offensive end, scoring a luxurious data of 45 points, 7 rebounds and 6 assists, leading the Cavaliers to beat the Hawks 109-96, and also narrowed the gap between the two sides to 1 game. 29-8, the biggest beneficiary of Joe Johnson's injury is James. This season, James continues to strive for his first MVP in his career. There is no need to elaborate on his personal data. The key lies in the improvement of the team's record. In addition to the Cavaliers winning as many games as possible, they also need to try not to be left behind by the Hawks. Otherwise, the Lakers will be ranked first in the West, and the Cavaliers will be left behind by the Hawks by several games in the East, which is not very good after all. At present, the Hawks will lose at least a few more games due to injuries. If the Cavaliers can surpass the Hawks in one go, James will have more confidence in getting the MVP. On January 12th, the NBA officially announced the head coaches for the East and West of this season's All-Star Game. Phil Jackson of the Los Angeles Lakers and Mike Brown of the Cleveland Cavaliers were elected respectively. There is no big problem for Phil Jackson to lead the Western All-Star team. The Lakers currently have the best record in the West. Last season, Popovich led the Western All-Star team, and he did not violate the principle of no re-election. The appointment of Mike Brown to coach the Eastern Conference All-Star team has a flavor of the organization has already decided, so you are the one to coach. Kellyanne was elected as the head coach of the All-Star team in 2007, and it is not against the rules to serve again this year. Moreover, the Hawks are now 1 game ahead of the Cavaliers. The only explanation is that the league has taken great pains to create the 23 vs 24 confrontation, and must highlight the equal strength of the two in any occasion, just like the black and white duo back then. Frankly speaking, Kylian really doesn't care about the title of head coach of the all-star team. He has never liked this kind of win or lose doesn't matter game, and prefers the close quarter, thrilling duel in the playoffs. With this week, he would rather go out with his wife or go back to visit her. But being abruptly taken away from this right still makes him uncomfortable. How does the saying go? Of all things in the world, what I give you is yours. If I don't give it to you, you can't take it away. If Kylian had been informed, he would not have forced himself to do this thankless job. Perhaps because he knew he was in the wrong. In the next away game against the Trail Blazers, the Hawks rarely enjoyed the away game as like home whistle benefit, standing on the free throw line 23 times in a single game, winning an unexpected victory. Nearly halfway through the season, Odin not only did not show his talent, but instead moved towards the direction of a ceramic center. On the offensive end, his lower limbs were not strong enough to resist people. On the defensive end, he was a foul king, committing 5 or 6 fouls at any time, and had no demeanor of a big year #1 pick. Although the Trail Blazers general manager Albus insisted that, if we choose again, we will still choose Odin, this is completely fooling children. Durant is now averaging 26+ points per game. He is the future leading scorer in the league. It is unknown when he will complete the handover of scoring champion with Kobe. In comparison, what is Odin? On the contrary, Aldridge, who was somewhat ignored, faced Garnett's defense and scored 19+11, which impressed Kylian deeply. In my opinion, Aldridge can carry the banner of the future inside line of the league. Among the young inside players, he is the player I admire most. Kylian's praise also brought Aldridge considerable attention and traffic. 104:113. The Hawks defeated the Trail Blazers away and once again became the first team in the league to win 30 games. 32-8. After a day of rest, the Hawks visited the Pepsi Center and lost to the Denver Nuggets 104:129, suffering the most painful defeat of the season. If you insist on saying that there is a team in the league that is more restrained by the Hawks, the Nuggets after the transaction is definitely one of them. Billups, who naturally suppresses Paul Anthony, who is strong and has explosive scoring ability, and Junior Smith, a nervous knife on the bench, are all ruthless characters that the Hawks are quite afraid of. Back to his hometown team, Billups showed his top point guard style and immediately formed this team with many scorers. Under his leadership, Anthony Ernein's mental outlook on the court has changed significantly. After Dan Jones, who has a dirty style of play, started, he also became an important chess piece on the defensive end of the Nuggets and undertook a lot of dirty work. The Nuggets have thus changed from a random bombing team to a team with brains and defense. Joe Johnson's injury, consecutive away games, the lineup structure being restrained by the opponent, and the high altitude of the Pepsi Center. For the Hawks, this game has too many unfavorable factors, and the game lost suspense in the first 3 quarters. In the 4th quarter, when the Nuggets were about to make a fatal move and create a tragedy, Kylian replaced the main players in time and showed the team's attitude through several tough defenses, which made the Nuggets' ruthless players restrained. Otherwise, even if there was not enough time to play a 58 tragedy, the score difference would probably be scary. Even so, after the game, Kylian was still reminded by reporters, this is the game with the biggest score difference the Eagles have lost in 3 seasons. Fuck. Chapter 328. No one can control the future of the Bulls except me. January 22nd, the Orlando Magic, Kylian's second strongest opponent this season, completed the team's reinforcement again. The Magic reached a 3-way deal with the Rockets and the Grizzlies, sending a first-round pick and Brian Cook to get the Rockets Alston. The Rockets, who kept shouting about competing for the championship, went on the old road of releasing combat power to avoid taxes. The team sent Alston away and exchanged for second-year rookie Laurie and Brian Cook. The former is the Grizzlies' third point guard, not tall enough, not fast, and has not had many highlights in his career so far. The latter is not an NBA-level player at all in terms of strength. He relies on his three-point shot and the role of a surprise soldier under Kylian in the 2004-2005 season to mix in the league. The Rockets' deal is to scratch Laurie's lottery ticket, which already has the words thank you, and the more important purpose is to save money. Of course, in the Chinese media, the title of the article must be potential guard joins the Rockets to help Yeo and McGrady. One trace shows that the Rockets are on the verge of a championship. Laurie and Conley are of similar age and both are small guards, so it is difficult for them to play as a double point guard together. The Rockets can scratch the lottery, but the Grizzlies don't have the space. They can trade the team's third point guard for a future first round pick from the Magic, and the Grizzlies will not lose anyway. This small deal also kicked off the negotiation of trades among NBA teams. Among them, the most active teams in the trading market are the Knicks and the Timberwolves. The former has a lot of junk contracts and wants to convert these long contracts that expire in 10 years into short contracts that expired 10 years ago by sacrificing the team's combat power, including but not limited to Randolph and Marbury. The Timberwolves have an oversupply of potential players in the inside and wing positions, so that conflicts have arisen in the locker room. And they can only seek trades to adjust the lineup structure, including David Lee, Randy Foye, McCants, Rudy Gay and the team's second pick Beasley this year, who may all be sent away by the Timberwolves. The Timberwolves team building ideas are really far worse than the Thunder's, with the same mindless accumulation of talents. As a team with a relatively complete lineup, the Hawks do not have too many plans for trades. Killian is deeply involved in the contract renewal storm, and it is good for everyone to take the initiative to avoid suspicion. What if the transaction is promoted now and goes to the transaction object in the future? Wouldn't it be interest transfer and asset transfer? From the lineup, when all the players are healthy, the Hawks only lack a meat shield who can carry people. It is expected that reporters will seek a trade, but it is better to wait for a suitable veteran in the buyout market. On January 23rd, the Hawks will play against the Spurs at home again. Every year, at this time of year, the Spurs home court is rented to local farmers for agricultural product exhibitions and sales conferences, starting a journey of n consecutive away games, and this year is no exception. It was not easy to stay outside for 2 weeks, and the days of eating and sleeping in the wind and rain were not easy. This period was also a period when the Spurs' performance fluctuated greatly. In the past few years, the Hawks have usually been the vanguard of the first few Eastern conferences to face the Spurs. This season, the team has good luck and is a penultimate opponent of the Spurs in the 9 consecutive away games. The team was in a tired situation. Popovich ignored the national live broadcast specification, forced Duncan and Bowen to rest, and snowed the injured Ginobili. Parker led the team alone. Although the Hawks also had injuries, the team's recent schedule is relatively easy, and the players' state adjustment is still good. Against the Spurs' rotation lineup, the advantage is obvious. Without Duncan, Garnett made waves in the Spurs' interior, and Alberto and Delson were simply unable to stop him. In the whole game, the Wolf King scored 31 points, 12 rebounds and 5 blocks, the first 30+10+5 this season. Paul also contributed a double-double performance of 24 points and 10 assists, and effectively contained Parker's output on the defensive end. The most popular, the Hawks defeated the Spurs 119-103, 31-8. After the game, Stern showed some mercy to the Spurs. After all, 9 consecutive away games are not something that an average team can sustain. For example, the Hawks only had 5 consecutive away games in the entire season. On January 24th, the Hawks came to Miami to challenge the Miami Heat, whose form has been declining recently. Pat Riley's devilish training method helps players develop a good form as soon as possible, but the negative effects are also obvious. People's energy is limited, not to mention that professional basketball itself is a very consuming sport. When a player is in an overloaded state for a long time and is difficult to extricate himself, his body will respond, and fatigue from the inside out is very obvious. The Heat is now in such a state. Including Wade, the performance of the players on the court is visibly poor. Some goals that can be scored at ordinary times cannot be put into the basket in the game. On the contrary, the Hawks, who are playing back-to-back, are in better physical condition than the Heat players. Shannon Brown, who was invited to participate in the dunk contest, even dunked over Wade in the game. This shot has a good chance of being ranked among the top 5 shots of the day. Pat Riley, who witnessed the team's tragic defeat on the sidelines, did not have much emotional fluctuation. The Heat gambled on O'Neal in 2004 and successfully reached the top in 2006, completing Pat Riley's strategic goal. It is normal for the team to have a short trough. At present, the team is still competitive after being pitted by the Timberwolves, which is already a surprise for Riley. From a macro perspective, Pat Riley has set his sights on the summer of 2010. The Heat will become the most active buyer in the free agent market with the most big name players in history. 89:118. The Hawks beat the Heat away from home, pulling the team's winning rate back to 80%, 32-8. The impact of Joe Johnson's injury seems to have been absorbed by the team, and the team's current situation has stabilized a little. In the next 5 games in January, the Hawks continued their stable state. After Joe Johnson was injured, Garnett, who had been healthy for a long time, threw away his thermos cup and started to work hard. He scored 20 plus 10 plus 5 in all 5 games, helping the Hawks to kill all the way to the end of the month. The team completed a wave of 7 consecutive victories, tying the team's winning streak this season, 37-8. At the same time, it also widened the gap with the Cavaliers to 3 games. On February 1st, the NBA officially announced the best players in January, and Anthony and Paul were elected respectively. The former was in full swing after Billups joined. In January, he averaged 31.4 points and 6.7 rebounds per game, leading the Nuggets to a wave of 12 wins and 3 losses, and the ranking also caught up from 7th in the West to 4th in the West. This is the best period since Anthony entered the league. Paul's award was more or less thanked for his teammates' injuries. With the Hawks' strength damaged, Paul took on more responsibilities, digested more ball rights, and delivered better data. The Hawks were able to exert their strength in the second half of the month and maintain their first place in the league, and Paul was definitely the first contributor. Rose and Dodge Mayo were respectively elected as the best rookies of the month in the East and West. Among them, Rose's prospects are widely optimistic. Although his data, especially his scoring data, is not as good as Mayo's, his role on the court is more obvious. The most critical point is that he can help the team win. Compared with the Grizzlies, who have already competed for the number 1 pick in advance, the Bulls led by Rose have always had the hope of advancing to the playoffs. That is, on February 1st, the Bulls completed 2 big trades in succession. The team first sent out Larry Hughes, who was highly paid and had no playing time, and exchanged him for Anthony Robertson, Tim Thomas, and Quentin Richardson from the Knicks. The Bulls have 3 starting level players in the backcourt: Rose, Hinrich, and Ben Gordon, and they really don't need Larry Hughes. Richardson and Tim Thomas are both still useful striker substitutes. For the Bulls, it saves money and increases the depth of the bench. The Knicks value the salary space freed up by the expiration of Larry Hughes' 10-year contract. Isaiah Thomas now has 2 jobs. One is to try every means to win over Kellyanne to take over the Knicks, and the other is to free up enough salary space before the summer of 2010 to pursue superstars, not just James. Thomas's target is 2 of James, Wade, Bosh, and Stoudemire. In a sense, one serves the other. Subsequently, the Bulls used Drew Gooden, Andres Noshani, Michael Ruffin and Cedric Simmons to trade Brad Miller and Sammons from the Kings. In this way, the Bulls formed a starting lineup of Ross, Ben Gordon, Luol Deng, Terrence Thomas, Brad Miller, which is quite powerful. On the bench, the team also has Hinrich, Sammons, Richardson, Tim Thomas, and Noah. If Kellyanne uses this lineup, he can play a lot. The Knicks also have big moves. After swallowing up Larry Hughes' big contract, the team reached a buyout agreement with Marbury. Marbury gave up a small part of the remaining amount of his contract in exchange for a free agent. Rumor has it that the Lone Wolf will join the Dallas Mavericks, hoping to win a championship ring. The trade deadline has not yet arrived, and the teams in the league have suddenly become lively, which shows that more teams have new ideas for this season. But in Kellyanne's view, the Hawks and the Lakers are the teams that have the strength to win the championship. When talking to Zuyi, Kellyanne also mentioned this: "I'm not sure what kind of refereeing treatment the league will give to the Cavaliers in the playoffs. I don't take the Cavaliers seriously in normal play. The only team in the East that can impact us is the Magic. Just in case we lose to the Magic, then the Lakers can open champagne in advance to celebrate winning the championship. After working in the media circle for so many years, Zuyi has seen all kinds of sports people, some arrogant, some wise, some cautious, and some knowledgeable. Only Kellyanne, who not only brags for himself, but also has a rough idea of the situation of various opponents, and arranges everything properly, is really rare. What do you think of the prospects of the Bulls? Zuyi asked. From her perspective, she also thinks that this Bulls team has a bright future. If the young people in the team realize their potential, they will at least be a team at the Eastern Conference Finals level. If everyone builds the team with normal ideas, they can grow into a championship level team in 2 or 3 years. Kellyanne said. Kellyanne's words leave room for maneuver if everyone is normal. Of course, he himself is not normal. Any team with Kellyanne is basically like a cheat. James can also suppress the Bulls by joining the Heat, but this is not something a normal person would do. How can a normal person do this? Rose and Durant are the 2 most talented players of this generation. Kellyanne added. By the way, what about your own affairs? Zuyi asked with concern. She was ready to help Kellyanne build momentum. Maybe I'm too greedy? Kellyanne said self-deprecatingly. If I can't stay here, I will find another place. If it doesn't work, I will change the environment. During this period, Kellyanne also negotiated with the management twice, one after another. The management expressed that it was difficult to accept Kellyanne's asking price of $16 million. Basically, the negotiations between the 2 sides have collapsed. However, the management and Kellyanne have different perceptions of future development. The Hawks management understands that after the season, Kellyanne will take the Hawks offer to discuss with other teams. If there is an offer, team prospects, living environment and other comprehensive factors that are better than the conditions offered by the Hawks, Kellyanne will leave. Otherwise he will stay with the Hawks. The team has already offered Kellyanne the highest salary in history for a coach. The Hawks lineup was built by Kellyanne. No one knows the potential of this lineup better than Kellyanne. At the same time, Atlanta is one of the most comfortable cities in the United States, and Wang Lefan's family still lives here. It is not easy to offer more generous treatment than this. But Kellyanne's idea is not like this. Putting aside the issue of salary, whether it is letting go of capable substitutes due to luxury in recent years, or having disagreements with Garnett and Kellyanne on the renewal amount, it shows that the boss's investment intensity has not increased because of winning the championship and making money. On the contrary, reducing investment is a very important part of the work. For such a team, ups and downs are the norm, and it is entirely due to Kellyanne's abnormal operation ability that they won 2 championships. Can the team continue to shine? Kellyanne has no confidence and no intention to provide long-term support for the team. His long-term goal has always been to buy a team of his own. As for the living environment, the gap of millions of dollars can be made up. Chapter 329. No matter who falls, I will still be strong. February 2nd, the Hawks, who had won 7 games in a row, faced the challenge of the Orlando Magic at home. They had played against each other twice before this season, with each team winning 1 game. As Kellyanne insisted, the Hawks' strongest opponent in the East this season is the Magic, and only the Magic has the possibility of suppressing the Hawks head-on. Howard is of course the most threatening player for the Magic. Not to mention a defensive threat that can be called a bug, even though he is criticized by experts for his lack of skills and reliance on his body on the offensive end. Howard can still deliver an average of 22 points per game on the offensive end, including 32 plus 12 beating Duncan, and 31 plus 14 crushing Aldridge. Plus Odin. In addition to Yao Ming, who is the natural enemy of Howard, and has a relatively obvious restraining effect on Howard, the other 2 players in the league who can contribute to Howard are Bynum and Perkins. From the perspective of player types, Howard is relatively afraid of height plus strength players, who can withstand his impact in the starting stage, or block Howard's position when he gets the ball with his back to the basket, so that he can't turn around easily, which can limit him. However, the Hawks don't have such a meat shield. When Kellyanne is a little stubborn to ensure the quality of the offense, and insists on putting Dio on the court, Garnett can only greet Howard. There is a saying in the martial arts world, fists are afraid of young people, which is also applicable to the sports circle. Howard is a big inside player with insufficient lower limb strength. Garnett could really handle him a little when he was young, but now he is nearly 33 years old. Garnett has no better way to withstand his opponent, and he chooses to defend around the front to limit the difficulty of Howard's receiving the ball. Howard, who is agile and has amazing jumping ability, is usually not afraid of his opponent's front defense. Turkoglu has an advantage in height over the defender, and his vision will not be easily disturbed. He is very good at feeding Howard the ball. But compared with ordinary defenders, Garnett is obviously more advanced, with height, wingspan, jumping ability and better positioning. It is more difficult for Turkoglu to feed the ball. Several times he forced the ball to be fed, because the position was too deep. He was directly attacked by a tight clamp, and the offensive effect was also average. To deal with Howard, and to bear heavy offensive tasks on the offensive end, Garnett has a heavy burden on his shoulders. Fortunately, the Wolf King, who has performed well recently, has performed well on both offense and defense. Howard can't open the situation in this regard. At the same time, the Hawks' perimeter defense is also quite good. The Magic mainly focuses on the cooperation between the ball holder and Josh Smith. The former Hawks player has become the most active person on the court, seizing the opportunity to frequently eat DO alone, and the output is quite rapid. Alston, who was traded from the Rockets, also contributed his own strength in the limited playing time. Although his scoring ability is not as good as Nelson, it is obvious that Alston is more willing to share the ball than Nelson, and he is more experienced on the defensive end. At least he will not be pressed down by Paul. At the critical moment, Kellyan Strick determined the outcome of the game. In the fourth quarter, he kept Shannon Brown on the court, using Brown's impact and empty cutting ability to break into the restricted area, causing Josh Smith and Howard's fifth foul successively, reducing the deterrence of the Magic's restricted area defense. The Magic actually has Gortat, a good inside substitute on the bench, but Stan Van Gundy is still conservative against opponents like the Hawks. The Magic's lineup is okay, and there are many people playing, but one thing that must be said is that the flexibility of the team's lineup is also a little problem. When Howard was young, he could play as a power forward, but now it is not easy to swing to the fourth position. Alston and Nelson are the same. Due to their body size, they can hardly play at the same time. With such a personnel structure, it would be tiring for the coach to dispatch. Howard, who had 5 fouls, was a little bit more reserved on the defensive end, and the loopholes on the outside could not be filled. He was forced to be active again, but Paul took the opportunity to make the 6th foul, and he had no choice but to leave the court. In the end, the Hawks defeated the Magic 109-102 at home, extending their winning streak to 8 games, which is also the longest winning streak of the Hawks this season. 38-8, Garnett scored 27 points and 9 rebounds, and was elected the best player of the game. In this game KG's consumption was indeed large. After the final whistle, he panted and rested for a long time on the bench, before getting up to accept the interview, and then returning to the locker room. Kevin. In the locker room, Kellyan also asked Garnett for his own opinion. Do you want to consider taking a rest in the next game against the Warriors? In the offseason, the Warriors lost their commander Baron Davis, and the run and gun system lacked the most suitable engine. Although the team immediately retaliated against the Clippers, signed the Clippers' second highest scorer Maget to supplement the wing strength, and pushed Monterellis to the number 1 position, giving Steven Jackson more organizational tasks, the impact still exists. The team's record also plummeted. There are still 2 weeks before the All-Star game. During the All-Star weekend, I can have a good rest, Garnett said. The implication is that he does not plan to rest. In the past 2 seasons, the team has not experienced 10+ consecutive wins. Standing in Garnett's position, if he still needs to persist in 2 games to achieve the fans' long-cherished wish, he must be willing to persist. At the same time, Garnett's recent excellent state is also one of the reasons. The players must hope to play more games when they are in good shape. Generally speaking, when Kellyan proposes a rest suggestion, most of the players will not object, not to mention that their minds have long been diverted to the success or failure of the playoffs. So when Garnett rejected Kellyanne's kindness, Kellyanne was a little stunned. Kellyanne stared at Garnett for a while and gradually understood what Garnett meant. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of contract renewal. Garnett, who will be 33 years old in May, needs to perform well to get an ideal contract for retirement. After all, the Hawks are not only stingy with Kellyanne, but also want to control Garnett. Remember, your health is the most important. Only if you are in good health can you get a big contract. Kellyanne's words hit Garnett's soft spot. After that, Kellyanne got up and left the locker room to attend the press conference. On February 4th, the Hawks, who almost played with all their players, defeated the Warriors 125-109, extending their winning streak to 9 games. 39-8, even with old Nelson personally leading the team. The chaotic situation of the Warriors is not so easy to improve. Ellis is a player with a very selfish style of play, who prefers scoring to passing. Steven Jackson has no organizational ability at all, and forcing him to play as an organizational forward is obviously drawing a tiger, but drawing a dog. Facing his favorite student, Nelson surrendered early and replaced him with a substitute. Watching the Hawks win a victory, Nelson's heart has now completely drifted to Curry, who has returned to the Knicks. In him, Nelson sees unlimited room for improvement. Kellyanne also likes Curry very much, but at the moment, he thinks that leading the Hawks through this disaster is more important than anything else. On February 5th, the Hawks played against the mediocre Washington Wizards at home. In the 06-07 season, when the Hawks were competing for their first championship, the team took the initiative to let the Nets enter the playoffs when they could choose their opponents, and the Wizards were squeezed out of the ranks of playoff teams at the last moment. That season, the Wizards, led by Arenas plus Butler plus Jamison, more or less made the Hawks a little bit afraid. As for the past 2 seasons, Arenas has been plagued by injuries, and the threat that the Wizards can pose to the Hawks is quite limited. In this game, the Hawks are also determined to win. Including from the fighting enthusiasm shown by the players, it can be seen that the whole team is looking forward to the 10-game winning streak that is so close. In the first quarter, the Hawks blossomed in many places. Garnett not only continued to block Jamison on the defensive end, but also staged a good show of alley-oop dunk on the offensive end, showing the old man's youthful madness. Poole and Batum also played well in the first quarter, helping the Hawks to successfully establish a 7-point lead. In the second quarter, the Wizards still couldn't organize a decent counterattack, and the Hawks expanded the score like boiling a frog in warm water. Fans have even opened champagne in advance in the audience to celebrate the team's 10-game winning streak. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know whether the next one will be bitter or sweet. Forrest Gump, just when Kellyanne may have relaxed his vigilance and was not too alert for this game, an accident occurred on the court. Butler used a pick and roll to single out Poole, and after continuous back-to-back suppression, he turned around and ran over Poole and cut into the basket very quickly. Suddenly, the whole person lost his balance and hit Garnett's knee heavily. The Wolf King fell to the ground with his knees covered. Butler looked at Garnett first and then turned to look at Poole. He suddenly lost his center of gravity just now because someone pushed his waist during the breakthrough. Who it was, no need to say more. The Wolf King covered his right knee with both hands and couldn't stand up directly. The moment the incident happened, Kellyanne only felt a click in his mind, and then it was like the sound of pearls falling to the ground after the string of the necklace was cut. There were many fans at the scene who felt the same as Kellyanne. They only felt that the sky was dark the moment the incident happened. The replay at the Phillips Center recorded the entire process of the collision. The Wolf King's knee was bent at an opposite angle under the collision. The picture was really not suitable for viewing. After a simple on-site treatment, Garnett refused to enter the stretcher and was helped out of the arena by 2 staff members. He went to the hospital for examination as soon as possible. Butler kept explaining to the Hawks players who came to question him, explaining the specific situation. This was simply an accident, and the initiator was still Poole. In fact, the players could see that Butler's action just now was definitely unintentional. His teammates had fought side by side with Poole for a long time and knew his ball character very well. The questioning at this moment was just a formality as usual. However, the fans did not agree. Whenever Butler held the ball, he would encounter overwhelming boos, which to a certain extent also affected Butler's performance. In the second half of the game, the Wizards did not catch up with the score difference, and the game soon lost suspense. However, none of the Hawks fans around the world were happy. Everyone was waiting for the latest examination results. This change was also a huge blow to Kellyanne. But as the de facto leader of the Hawks, anyone can be weak, but he must be strong. After calming the players in the locker room, Kellyanne faced reporters' questions at the press conference and answered questions about the lineup flaws caused by Garnett's absence. I'm very pleased that after Kilograms left the court, we held on to this victory and completed a 10-game winning streak. It was not easy to accomplish this feat in the absence of Joe Johnson, and I'm proud of my players. Losing Kilograms is a huge loss, but we will keep moving forward, and I will find the right way to win for the team. This is very difficult in this league. I still have confidence in everyone on the team. After a pause, Kellyanne concluded his speech. No matter who falls, I'm still strong. Chapter 330 Don't cooperate with bad people. Garnett suffers left knee medial collateral ligament strain. Expected to miss 10 to 12 weeks. This was the headline of the Yahoo Sports section the next day. Almost immediately, reporters got first-hand information about Garnett's injury. At present, the Hawks' record ranks first in the Eastern Conference. The good foundation laid in the early stages enough to ensure that they will enter the playoffs as the top 6 or even the top 4 in the Eastern Conference. This is not a big problem. In the best case, the team will maintain the home advantage in the regular season and choose a relatively easy opponent. In this way, Paul and Joe Johnson, the backcourt duo, will still have a chance to lead the team into the second round. By then, maybe they can wait for Garnett to return. Hawks fans are optimistic. Any fan will have such irrationality when facing 3 consecutive championships. They look forward to Duran. Garnett is working hard on the front line, turning the tide, and fighting for the 3 consecutive championships with his last breath. The team's official message is the same. Garnett will actively rehabilitate after the surgery. If the team can break through the first round in the playoffs, there will be a chance for Garnett to return. It is not even ruled out that Garnett will return in the first round and slowly adapt to the atmosphere of the game as a substitute. The team needs fans to have hope for the 3 consecutive championships. The hope in their hearts is the motivation to buy high-priced tickets at the Phillips Center. This is also the reason why the team still insists that Garnett will return, even though Kellyanne has made it clear that he will not leave a place for Garnett in the playoff lineup. If Kilograms is really difficult to recover by then, we can talk about the playoff roster, but before that, during the regular season, there is no need to say bluntly that he cannot return. It is not a good thing to affect the bull market. The team also issued a gag order to Kellyanne, ordering him not to talk nonsense and affect ticket sales. Kellyanne hesitated to speak, and after several rounds of back and forth, he finally spoke. I can hide KG's situation, but I also have a request. The team should not put pressure on Kilograms to make him return early. Players who have just recovered from serious injuries play in the playoffs. Football fans can easily think of Diego Costa, who was forced to play in the 2014 Champions League final and was replaced after more than 10 minutes, and Harry Kane, who was mediocre throughout the 2019 Champions League final. Basketball fans can easily think of Nelson, who returned to the 2009 finals inputted the entire team, and Durant, who was forced to play in the 2019 finals and had his Achilles tendon ruptured. Even if Garnett may not have the opportunity to play for himself in the future, Kellyanne does not want him to face this risk. He hopes that Garnett can recover from his injury and fight for a suitable retirement contract for himself during the offseason. Since the team management does not intend to admit that Garnett is out for the season, the Hawks cannot apply for the injury clause exception, and it is relatively difficult to make some transactions or signings. The team has not even mentioned signing players in the free agent market to supplement the inside line. Kellyanne, who has not yet reached a contract extension agreement with the team, has no position to ask the team for additional investment, and the team can only attack with a remnant lineup. In the 5 games before the All-Star game, the team, led by Paul, defeated the Hornets Thunder, and Grizzlies, and lost to the Celtics and Clippers, fixing its record before the All-Star game at 43 wins and 10 losses. Paul showed a good level of supporting the team as the only core, but the Hawks' record was still caught up by the Cavaliers, and due to the ranking rules, the Cavaliers, who had a better record against teams in the same district, surpassed the Hawks, and sat at the top of the Eastern Conference. February 13th, the day before International Valentine's Day, the faint moonlight quietly poured on the ground of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, and travelers from the south and north stepped on the silver light, hurried in and out. Kellyanne also saw Zhu Yi, whom he had not seen for a long time. The two looked at each other for a few times, and Zhu Yi suddenly said, "Old friend, it's been a long time since we last met. Thank you for coming to the United States for my business." Kellyanne said, and gently hugged Zhu Yi, a purely polite hug. "Don't say these strange words between you and me." Zhu Yi smiled. "It's just that a famous scientist hugged a beautiful reporter late at night. If it was photographed, it might be a big news. I still believe in ESPN's public relations ability." Kellyanne waved his hand and said. When they arrived at the parking lot, Kellyanne helped her open the co-pilot of the Cadillac and asked, "Are you hungry?" Zhu Yi asked back, "I want to eat something hot, but it's not easy at this time, right?" The time on the dashboard showed 2:40 in the morning. Apart from bars and nightclubs, not many stores were open. If you want to eat some cooked food, the only place to go is Kellyanne's house. What Zhu Yi didn't expect was that Kellyanne's home really had a lot of cooked food prepared at the door. Duck blood vermicelli soup, shrimp dumplings, mung bean cakes, fried rice cakes, etc. Not only warmed the stomach, but also warmed the heart. Kellyanne put on an apron and personally went to the kitchen to heat up Zhu Yi one by one, which made Zhu Yi stunned. "Tell me about your plan," Zhu Yi asked, after taking a sip of the duck blood vermicelli soup. "Where do you recommend me to go?" Kellyanne asked back. "I can't say it's a recommendation, but I have also made some analysis," Zhu Yi said vaguely while slurping noodles. "Probably some guesses. First of all, with your style, you wouldn't want to replace some coaches with stable positions. This can at least eliminate more than half of the teams. Secondly, you probably don't like cities without Chinese gatherings. Even if you are willing to go, you have to consider Never's ideas. You can eliminate some of them. Finally, you have to consider the team's financial resources. I don't think you will serve a boss like Sterling. Not necessarily. He gave me shares, and I'm happy to work for him," Kellyanne said with a smile. Zhu Yi knew Kellyanne quite well. After a thorough analysis, the teams Kellyanne could choose from were clearly written on paper. New York Knicks, New Jersey Nets. In fact, in the special year of 2010, both the Nets and the Warriors changed owners. Russian tycoon Prokhorov and American businessman Lakab became the owners of the two teams respectively. Unfortunately, Kellyanne's current financial resources are not enough to buy a team. Most of his assets are stocks or cash flow. He has no stable industry. This strength is not in the eyes of NBA players for the time being. At least he has to multiply it several times before he is eligible to enter the market. In the past 2 seasons, I know a little bit that the Knicks have been targeting me. To be honest, New York is very attractive to me, Kellyanne said very bluntly. Zhu Yi raised his eyebrows. The but at the end is what Kellyanne really wanted to express. If it was really as simple the man has feelings, the concubine has intentions, why would Kellyanne call him over specifically? But I don't want to work with Isaiah Thomas. This guy has such a bad character. Regarding the smiling assassin, many people's first reaction is that he led the bad boys to snipe Jordan many times in the early days of Jordan's career. The two of them had a bad relationship, and Jordan even resolutely resisted his entry into the Dream Team. In fact, Jordan was just taking the blame for refusing Isaiah Thomas to join the Dream Team. The real situation is that the 3 big guys of the Dream Team, Jordan, Bert, and Johnson, all resisted Thomas's entry into the team. It was not Jordan who did it alone. He isolated Jordan in Jordan's first All-Star game and instigated other stars to mess with Jordan and not pass the ball to Jordan. Jordan only scored 7 points in his first All-Star game. He publicly said in front of the media that Bird's performance was due to his skin color. After all, Bird is a white man. If he was black, he would just be an ordinary star. After Magic Johnson was diagnosed with AIDS, Thomas was one of the first people to receive a call. As a result, he teased Magic Johnson in front of the media and made fun of the reason for Magic Johnson's illness. As a manager, he directly ruined Marbury's life. Marbury's father had a heart attack while watching a game and was sent to the hospital. The assassin, who was the head coach and general manager, chose to conceal it temporarily for fear of affecting Marbury's condition. Marbury was not informed until the end of the game. When Marbury rushed to the hospital, his father had already passed away, and he didn't even see him for the last time. For such a person, you want Kellyanne to cooperate with him and leave your back to him? Don't dream. It's possible that he just got Kellyanne's team building plan and kicked Kellyanne away and took the credit himself. So, you want to bypass Thomas and connect directly with Dolan? Zhu Yi finally knew why Kellyanne invited him to the United States. He wanted to find an opportunity to talk directly with Dolan through his own channels. It is difficult to find other agents without leaking the news. My experience in the Hawks has proved that, as long as I'm given enough authority, I can bring the championship to the team. On the other hand, Thomas, besides the gimmick of bringing mud, what else does he have? Some things are not just about results. Zhu Yi kindly reminded. It has to be said that Kellyanne's appetite is really big. Not only does he ask for the highest salary as a coach, but he also wants to directly get rid of the general manager of the team. Even though Zhu Yi supports Kellyanne very much, he is still wondering if he is really a little bit arrogant. I don't have this confidence at other times. But don't forget that the summer of 2010 is the free agent market with the most big names in history. The Knicks have eaten the garbage contracts of O'Neal and Larry Hughes that expired in the summer of 2010 in the past 2 years and bought out Marbury just to have enough salary space to compete for James, Wade, Stoudemire, Bosh and others at that time. Kellyanne reminded. For these stars, is the champion coach Kellyanne more attractive, or is the notorious Thomas more convincing? The answer is self-evident. It's not enough just to have your advantage over Thomas. More importantly, you have to come up with a plan, package the Knicks plan, and show it. Only in this way can it be convincing. It's obviously them who came to me. Why do I have to prepare a resume like applying for a job? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Kellyanne or Isaiah. In order to cover up, Kellyanne specially invited Zhu Yi from China to help him arrange a private meeting with Dolan. It was thought that this billionaire with a net worth of 10 figures was not easy to meet, but in fact, it was Dolan who came to the hotel where Kellyanne was staying and accompanied him to drink coffee after learning the news. To be honest, Kimmy, as early as when you left the Lakers, I wanted to ask you to come and coach. I still remember the series between the Lakers and the Spurs. Dolan said, pouring some milk into Kellyanne's cup. Personally, this may not be all flattery. In that series, the Lakers almost overturned the Spurs who eventually won the championship. It was really just a little bit short. Maybe at that time, Dolan really thought about asking Kellyanne to take charge of the team, but Larry Brown was a champion coach after all, and this gimmick was too valuable for the Knicks in New York. In New York, strength alone is not necessarily useful, there must be a gimmick. Do you know why the Lakers lost 2 games in a row when they were leading 3:2? Kellyanne smiled and asked a question. Dolan then showed an attitude of I want to hear more about it. In fact, long before the start of the playoffs, the Lakers had already reached a consensus that Phil Jackson would be the team's head coach next season. As a firefighting coach, I had no choice but to leave after completing my historical mission. After all, how could I be compared with a championship coach? Kellyanne laughed at the term championship coach and slowly said helplessly, I'm not sad about this, because I know that the playoffs are my stage. If I lead the Lakers to play well in the playoffs, I won't have to worry about job opportunities. In fact, the playoffs that year did make me famous. I broke through the AT&T Center 3 times in the Western Conference semifinals and set many NBA historical records. But perhaps the better my results, the greater the coaching pressure on Phil Jackson next season. Before Game 6, he publicly visited the Staples Center and declared his sovereignty in advance, which directly disrupted my mentality. Jerry Buss, Jeannie Buss and others all acquiesced to Phil Jackson's behavior. I felt very disrespected. If the Lakers had been lucky enough to beat the Spurs that year, the Western Conference Finals against the Suns would have been a 50-50 situation. If we were lucky, we would have even had a chance to enter the finals. Although he is now a champion coach, Kellyanne still feels regretful when he mentions what happened in 2005. The Lakers, who were gradually revived by his own treatment, are as unforgettable as his first love to Kellyanne. It is precisely because of this that Kellyanne is even more reluctant to cooperate with Isaiah Thomas. Ability is one aspect, and Larry Sanders' ability is also average, but he can try his best to meet Kellyanne's needs, and Kellyanne still takes him to take off. The main problem is the character. He is not at ease to leave his back to such a person. Kellyanne was designing tactics for the team, and before the training session was over, Isaiah Thomas came to dominate him. The tactical core was traded away. Isn't this funny? Kimmy, if I fire Isaiah, will you come to coach the Knicks? At this time, Darlin showed his decisive side as a capitalist. Faced with the problem of Kellyanne or Isaiah Thomas, he did not make any attempt to mediate, and directly planned to fire Isaiah Thomas. Before the end of this season, I will be the head coach of the Hawks. I will not make any promises before I finish the last game and officially step down. Kellyanne pays great attention to his words and does not leave any handles. But I'm very grateful for your trust. I'm also confident that the Knicks will become different after the 2009 draft. Just like the transformation of the Hawks started from the 2005 draft. This is a further statement. In the 2009 draft, he already has a detailed plan to bring the Knicks Chris Paul to the team. Kellyanne plus potential rookies plus New York's influence plus massive salary space. Darlin is more confident that the team will gain something in the 2010 free agent market. It would be even better if it is James. Maybe you will think I'm mean, but thinking that you will come to New York after the season, I should pray that the Hawks will be eliminated soon, right? Darlin smiled and clinked glasses with Kellyanne. Some words, as long as the meaning is conveyed. With Garnett's injury, the Hawks basically withdrew from the championship competition, and it seemed that even God was helping the league to create a new 23 vs 24 pattern. In the All-Star game, which the league still had a certain degree of control, the 23 vs 24 situation was still presented. In the first 3 quarters, both sides showed their magical powers, but in the fourth quarter, Kobe stood up and dominated the game, scoring consecutively, clearly aiming for the MVP. In the East, O'Neal came out to steal the show, passing the ball through Yao Ming's small door, and took advantage of Yao Ming's embarrassing moment to cut to the basket and completed a dunk, which was also the most impressive scene of this All-Star game. The overall strength of the West was still slightly stronger than that of the East. In the end, the game was won 146-127, which also helped Kobe win the All-Star Game MVP for the second consecutive quarter. Although it was another honor, Kobe's face could only be described as average. After the separation, O'Neal has a championship ring, and Kobe still has pressure on his shoulders. This season, the Hawks are in trouble again, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Lakers. If there is any accident again, Kobe will be really depressed. On February 17th, the first game after the All-Star game, the Hawks ushered in the challenge of the Celtics at home. In this game, Joe Johnson returned to the team after recovering from injury, which was a morale boost for the Hawks, who were in average condition recently. However, Joe, who had been away from the game for a long time, was in average condition in this game. He only hit 1 goal in 10 shots in the first 3 quarters, and it seemed that he had not yet recovered from the game. Although the Celtics are not as strong as in the previous life, they have trained Rondo and Thibodeau has tailored the defense system. The Hawks, who only have the outside attack, did a very good job. Not only did Joe Johnson perform poorly, Paul only contributed 16 points and 6 assists, which was a bit down. The difference between the two sides also opened up to 21 points at one point, and the fans at the Phillips Center even left the stadium early. In the final quarter, the Celtics, who were leading by a large margin, began to lose their focus on the defensive end. Joe Johnson made consecutive singles and hits, narrowing the gap to 14 points, which was also the smallest score difference between the two sides in the fourth quarter. Afterwards, Rondo and Ray Allen returned to the court and helped the Celtics regain control of the game. The final score was fixed at 112-126, and the Hawks lost at home, suffered the 11th loss of the season, 43-11. At the press conference after the game, the reporter asked Kellyanne whether the team had plans to make trades to strengthen the team's inside line after Garnett was injured, but Kellyanne denied it. Everyone knows the current situation of the Hawks. Entering the trading market at this point is like sucking your neck clean and letting others chop it off. It is not a wise decision, Kellyanne said. The team management has decided to give up this season, and Kellyanne's departure has become a foregone conclusion, so it is not convenient to promote the transaction. For the Hawks in the future, stability is more important. On February 19th, the Hawks beat the Bobcats 117-99 at home again, ranking second in the Eastern Conference, 44-11. After sending Iverson away, the Bobcats began a new round of reconstruction. The team is now reusing this season's 9th pick Augustin, but this guard does not seem to have much training value. In the Iverson trade, the Bobcats received 3 draft picks as compensation, but from the perspective of Boss Joe, what is the use of 3 draft picks? Kellyanne's contract renewal with the Hawks was not smooth, and it was almost an open secret that he would leave at the end of the season. Boss Joe was also planning to recruit Kellyanne. Although Charlotte is not as prosperous as Atlanta and the living environment is much worse, Boss Joe believes that the Bobcats have their own advantages. The Bobcats are a brand new team that has never made the playoffs in its history. If Kellyanne comes to coach, it will be equivalent to Pangu creating the world, and he is destined to be written into the history of the Bobcats. If it were another boss, Kellyanne might really be interested if he was given some shares, but let's forget it. Boss Jordan. Everyone on earth knows his temper. What if the two of them disagree? Will Jordan listen to his advice? On February 21st, the Hawks played against the Denver Nuggets at home. After a 48-minute battle, they were defeated by Anthony's three-pointer. They were defeated twice by the Nuggets this season. The two teams met once before, and the Nuggets beat the Hawks at home. Returning to their home court, even without Garnett, the Hawks players plan to fight with the Nuggets. For this reason, Anderson became a pseudo-starter in this game. Kellyanne creatively sent out a 5 small lineup, with Dio as the center, Batum, Battier, and Joe Johnson running in the Nuggets restricted area, and Paul constantly using pick-and-roll opportunities to find ways to defeat the enemy. Under the 3 wings turn-taking, Melo's performance in this game was not very good, but Neen, who was a bold man with 1 testicle, found an opportunity to make trouble in the Hawks restricted area in this game. The Brazilian's inside face 2 frame technique is extremely good, and he frequently attacks the basket, either completing dunks or creating damage, with high efficiency. Neen's liberation, coupled with Billup's blood suppression of Paul, helped the Nuggets take the lead, but in the fourth quarter, the situation on the field changed. Paul and Joe Johnson gradually adapted to the team's different style of play, focusing on scoring, helping the team close the score and even surpass it. With 18 seconds left in the game, Paul made a layup, helping the team surpass the score difference by 2 points, and then there was the famous scene of Anthony shooting the Hawks. Being shot in the last minute is definitely the most uncomfortable way to die. Kellyanne was in a very bad mood. In the post-match press conference, he was also not interested in the questions from reporters. The Nuggets are now ranked 3rd in the Western Conference. Why do you think we can suppress them after losing Garnett? Chapter 332 Regular season ends. February 23rd, the Hawks traveled to the Northwest to challenge the Timberwolves under Atkins. The Thunder also had top talent, and they chose Durant and Westbrook and let them play against each other. Jeff Green, one of the first generation of the Thunder 3, not only had to accommodate the two in his playing style, but also had to gain weight and play power forward, leaving the small forward position for Durant. The Thunder's reconstruction is only in the second year, and Durant has become the non-all-star player in NBA history with the highest average score. Everyone can see that Durant must be the top killer who dominates the scoring list after Kobe Bryant. The Timberwolves have various conflicts in selecting players. They wanted to make Bynum the core, and David Lee and Bynum were also a suitable pairing, but they skipped Conley, who was good at passing to the inside, in the 2007 draft, and instead selected Horford, who was more capable of immediate combat, and made him the starter. David Lee lost his starting position inexplicably, and his mentality was unbalanced. Horford and Bynum did not match well, and neither of them played well. In the 2008 draft, the Timberwolves used the second pick to select Beasley, another small forward who is good at holding the ball and attacking the inside, but has unstable outside shooting. Not only does he conflict with Gay's position, but he also does not match the team's playing style, and he also has personality problems. After Beasley caused a series of internal strife, the Timberwolves season has collapsed. General manager can't find a clue at this moment, and Atkins is also very likely to be fired after the season. The chaotic Timberwolves were beaten by Paul's IQ. In the whole game, Paul sent out a large double-double of 26 points and 12 assists, which made the Timberwolves management very jealous. 45-12. Fortunately, the Timberwolves have the draft pick in their hands, and next season will be another year for point guards. Curry, Rubio, Flynn, and Bledsoe all have good reputations at present, especially Rubio, who has outstanding organizational skills and is quite suitable for this lineup. After a day off, the Hawks lost to the Mavericks 95-109 on the road and suffered a double kill from their opponents this season. Carlisle maintained his composure in the first game against Kenyan and supported Kenyan after the game. The Hawks' problem is not Kimmy. Any team that loses a player like Kilograms will get half the result with twice the effort. I believe that, as long as we give Kimmy time, he will solve this problem. Carlisle's current situation in the Mavericks is not very good. Nowitzki is already 31 years old and has entered the end of his peak. Although his superb mid-range shot has reached perfection, he is increasingly unable to do his best on the defensive end and needs his teammates to hide him. Kid, another starting player on the team, is already 35 years old. He was once known for his all-around ability, but his organizational skills and outside shooting are still improving, but other aspects are steadily declining. Simply put, the Mavericks championship window is slowly closing, so Cuban is also pursuing the opportunity to win everything in one battle. For example, this season, after the collapse of the Hawks, the only team that can suppress the Mavericks is the Lakers. The Celtics' gamble on the Big Three in 2007 went bankrupt. O'Neal averaged 14 points and 9 rebounds per game this season, which is completely unworthy of the title of a giant. Instead of wasting like this, the Celtics should take the initiative. Like the Timberwolves, high-level reconstruction can shorten the reconstruction period. Big Ben is indeed no longer good, but his contract expires in 2010. Considering that there will inevitably be teams that make room for the 10-year free agent market, this contract is actually still worth trading. Virgilio is also a good blue-collar player, and if he is given enough playing time, daily double-doubles will not be a problem. The Cavaliers' 10-year signing is likely to be at the end of the first round, which is a little compensation. This deal made by Ainge is not a big profit, but it is definitely decisive. After the Cavaliers traded for O'Neal, they also have 3 players with all-star experience, Mo Williams, James, and O'Neal, and they can also be called the Big Three in name. Of course, from Kenyan's perspective, the Cavaliers still find it difficult to compete with the Lakers after the reinforcement, and it is even difficult to get past the Magic. The Raptors, who are in the second tier of the Eastern Conference and want to make a breakthrough in the playoffs, at least in the second round, have also completed the trade reinforcement. The team sent away Calderon, Anthony Parker, and Humphries, and traded Mike Bibby from the Kings, which is considered to be using the depth of the lineup in exchange for the improvement of the starting strength. For many years, the Raptors have been in a tepid state in the East. Located in Canada, the weather is cold, and the tax is higher than that of ordinary teams. The Raptors are not very attractive in the free agent market. They either sign people at a premium, or rely on their own draft training. Bosch played for the Raptors for 6 years and has only played in the playoffs once so far. If the team still cannot show enough competitiveness, it will be difficult for the team to keep people when the contract expires. Mike Bibby was the main player of the Kings' bloody battle with the OK Lakers. He has fought hard battles and seen the world. Although his status has declined now, he is better than Calderon and Anthony Parker. The Hawks do not make trades themselves, but other teams have come to negotiate with Battier, Sefolosha, and Anderson. These players are all proven in actual combat and can fight tough battles, so they are naturally popular. The Trailblazers proposed to trade Battier with the young Webster, who is a typical shooter and has better physical fitness than Battier. However, the Trailblazers can play in the playoffs this season, and the team hopes to introduce more experienced players to lead the young players in the team. Moreover, Battier's defense has higher value in the playoffs. If this deal is reached, the Hawks can save $10 million in salary and luxury tax in one go. The economic benefits are maximized. If Kenyan is the boss, considering the overall situation of the team, he might really agree to it. After all, the team still has Batum, and Webster, who was traded, is also a promising talent, and the personnel reserves on the wing are still very rich. But Larry Sander involved Channing Frye in the trade negotiations, hoping to introduce important rotation players from the Trailblazers. In the end, the Hawks did not make any trades until the end of the trade deadline. By the end of the season, the team needs to pay nearly $12 million in luxury taxes. In the 2 away games at the end of February, the Hawks defeated the Pacers away and lost to the Pistons. The team's record came to 46 wins and 13 losses. Not only was it overtaken by the Cavaliers, but even the Magic behind them caught up unknowingly, and the second place in the Eastern Conference was in jeopardy. Fans all hope that Kenyan can lead the team to maintain the second place in the Eastern Conference, strive for a good regular season ranking, and enjoy home advantage when facing the Magic in the second round. By then, if Garnett returns, the team is still very hopeful. But realistically speaking, it is not a good choice to compete with the Magic for the second place. The Hawks are afraid of the Magic. Without Garnett, the Magic's interior defense is useless. It is difficult to win, even if they grab the home advantage, and it is even more uncomfortable to fall to third place. On the contrary, if they take the initiative to fall to fourth place, the first round opponent will be either the Celtics or the Miami Heat, which may be a little difficult to play, but these two teams also have their own defects, so it is not impossible for the Hawks to play. If they pass the first round, the opponent in the second round is the Cavaliers, which is definitely stronger than the Hawks without Garnett, but compared with the Magic, Kenyan has the confidence to fight. However, for someone like Kenyan who has not experienced much failure and has always had some idealism in his bones, it is okay to lose 1 or 2 games for the championship. It is already a season with no great hope. Why bother to play such a trick? It is better to enjoy the game and leave a good memory for the Hawks fans. With this mentality, the Hawks started their journey in March. This time, Kenyan put down the burden of winning the championship on his shoulders and just wanted to enjoy his last time in Atlanta. In the game in March, the fans of the Hawks were surprised to find that Kenyan, who had been relieved of the pressure, returned to the high spirits when he was once called Earl Lightning. He would also arrange some strange lineups from time to time to tease the opponent. There were successes and failures, but no matter what, Kenyan faced it with a smile. It was also in this month that Wang Liffen appeared in the front area of almost every home game of the Hawks. Later, when he went to other cities, even if the fans still loved Wang Liffen while supporting Kenyan, they could not replace the feelings of their hometown. Occasionally, Wang Liffen's eyes would also be on Kenyan. When they first met, Kenyan was only 25 years old, but he had already become more mature than his peers in dealing with people. At that time, his mind was full of basketball. He didn't understand life very well, and he was very strict with himself. A few years later, Kenyan, who was nearly 30 years old, looked more mature and more introverted, but he understood the fun of life better. In addition to basketball, Kenyan would go to the library to read books with Wang Liffen, take time to learn piano, play Dream Wedding, Kikujiro Summer, Canon Variations, and reserve seats in popular restaurants in advance to surprise Wang Liffen. Unknowingly, 4 years of life in Atlanta are finally coming to an end. It may be a pity that he cannot say goodbye to the Hawks as a champion, but it is a pity that Kellyan can enjoy a game without too much pressure to win or lose, but still strive for victory when he leaves, which can be regarded as igniting his passion again. It will do more good than harm to his future coaching career. Throughout March, the Hawks achieved a record of 11 wins and 7 losses, with a total score of 54 wins and 20 losses. The team's record was unsurprisingly surpassed by the Magic, and fell to third place in the Eastern Conference. In April, after the Hawks made a lot of bad money, they announced Garnett's injury recovery on April 2nd. After a period of recovery, it is expected that Garnett will need another 4 to 6 weeks to recover. For the sake of Garnett's career, he will not return in the playoffs. After the news was announced, the comment area was full of curses. Some cursed Garnett, some cursed the management, some cursed Butler, and some cursed the league. The fans' hope for 3 consecutive championships was completely extinguished, and they were inevitably a little angry, and needed some channels to vent. Kellyan has been reluctant to renew his contract, and his recent state is obviously about to leave. The fans were kind to him, and did not greet Kellyan's mother and wife. Fortunately, at the beginning of April, Kellyan led the team to a wave of 6 consecutive wins. Not only did he complete the feat of 60 wins for 3 consecutive seasons, but he also directly surpassed the Magic in terms of record, and returned to the 2nd place in the East. However, the better Kellyan's performance as a leader, the less calm the fans are about to be with the news that he is likely to leave. In the penultimate game of the regular season, the Hawks played against the Cleveland Cavaliers at home, and lost the game 108 to 111. After being suppressed by the Hawks for 3 consecutive years, James, who had rested for 1 game, came back to play against the Hawks, and scored 34 points, 5 rebounds and 9 assists, helping the team win the game. Throughout the game, the Hawks can be said to have tried their best. The backcourt double guns teamed up to score 58 points, and Joe Johnson frequently singled out James in the 4th quarter. It's a pity that Garnett is too important to the Hawks' defensive system. Without him, the Hawks' restricted area was killed by James 7 in and 7 out. In the last attack of the game, Joe Johnson's desperate 3-pointer bounced out of the frame, and the Hawks lost regretfully, ending their 6-game winning streak. 60-21. In the season finale, the Hawks defeated the Nets 106-98 and finished the regular season with a record of 61 wins and 21 losses, ranking 2nd in the Eastern Conference. In this difficult season, they achieved results that exceeded fans' expectations. Throughout the season, the Cavaliers achieved a historical best record of 39 wins and 2 losses at home, and a record of 66 wins and 16 losses, ranked 1st in the league. James can happily accept his first MVP in his career. At the end of the season, the Magic held back and ranked 3rd in the Eastern Conference with a record of 59 wins and 23 losses. However, from Kellyan's perspective, they are the strongest team in the Eastern Conference. The Celtics, Miami Heat, Philadelphia 76ers, Chicago Bulls, and Toronto Raptors ranked 4th to 8th. The Pistons and Raptors had the same record, and because of the win-loss relationship between the two sides, they ranked 9th, becoming the 2nd team to win the lottery after betting on Iverson. The Pacers, Bobcats, Bucks, Nets, Knicks, and Wizards ranked 10th to 15th respectively. In the West, the Lakers won the Western Conference Championship with 65 wins and 17 losses. After trading for Billups, the Nuggets became the best team in the second half of the league, catching up and coming to the 2nd place in the West, 54-28. The Spurs and the Trail Blazers had the same record as the Nuggets, and only ranked 3rd and 4th, because of the win-loss relationship. The Rockets ranked 5th with 53 wins and 29 losses, and will face the young guards Trail Blazers in the 1st round. The Mavericks, Jazz, and Suns ranked 6th to 8th, and Jan also played in the playoffs in the 2nd season of his career. The regular season individual data king was announced, and Wade won his first scoring title with 30.2 points. After resting last season, Wade was in full swing, whether it was the Beijing Olympics or the new season's NBA games. Howard won the rebounding king with an average of 13.9 rebounds per game, and at the same time, he won the block king with 2.9 blocks. If nothing unexpected happens, he will also win the DPOY and the first team this season. Paul won the assists and steals titles with an average of 11 assists and 2.8 steals per game. At the end of the season, Paul proved his ability to support the team. With Kobe securing a spot in the first team, Paul's chance of being selected is higher than Wade's. The playoff schedule is set and will officially start on April 20th. Eastern Conference, Cavaliers vs. Raptors, Hawks vs. Bulls, Magic vs 76ers, Celtics vs. Heat. Western Conference, Lakers vs. Suns, Nuggets vs. Jazz, Spurs vs. Mavericks, Rockets vs. Trail Blazers. Chapter 333 The strongest team in the lower half. April 22nd, the playoffs kicked off. 2 games were played on the first day. The Rockets defeated the Portland Trail Blazers 104-89 away from home and got off to a good start. This victory made Chinese fans crazy. The Trail Blazers are not very popular in China. The player that fans know the most about them is Odin, who has not yet shown his potential. They don't know much about Roy and Aldridge. This is also caused by the current national conditions in China. With the popularization of the internet, Xinglang Sports has started the trend of online broadcasting of NBA, but fans still know more about NBA through CCTV broadcasts and the Basketball Park program. Those who can buy a copy of Basketball Pioneer, Slam Dunk, Contemporary Sports and other paper media are considered real fans. The vast majority of fans are most familiar with the Hawks and Rockets, followed by the Lakers, Spurs, Mavericks, Cavaliers, Suns, Magic, and the Jazz, who eat, sleep and play against the Rockets. The Trail Blazers, which have no many ties with China and no superstars in the team, are rarely paid attention to. If you post a thread online, no exaggeration, no slander, who is better, McGrady or Roy? McGrady will get at least 90% of the votes, and the highlight thread must be Roy is also worthy of being compared with McGrady. After winning Game 1, the Chinese media magnified the Trail Blazers' shortcomings countless times to cater to the fans' point of view that the Rockets must win. In another game, the Cavaliers defeated the Raptors 97-89 at home. James scored 29 points, 13 rebounds and 9 assists, a near triple-double. His firepower in the playoffs has never been discounted. On the 23rd, the Hawks made their home debut against the Chicago Bulls, who are quite strong. Among the teams in the lower half of the Eastern Conference, the Bulls may be the team with the strongest hard power. Their failure to fall out of the playoffs last season was an accident in itself. The probability of drawing the number 1 pick with the 9th ranking set an NBA record. Super Rookie Rose plus a complete team, they will definitely be able to play. Killian used the starting lineup from the second half of the regular season, with Paul, Joe Johnson, Battier, Dio and Anderson as the starting lineup. In the first round of the playoffs, the Bulls, who originally only intended to feel the atmosphere of the playoffs, also had an unrealistic idea against the Hawks without Garnett. The team's starting lineup, which included 1 old and 4 new players, Rose, Ben Gordon, Luol Deng, Terrence Thomas and Brad Miller, looked quite powerful. This round of the series is also considered a duel between the traditional point guard Paul and the offensive guard Rose. It's interesting to say that when compared with Kidd and Nash in the early days, Paul, who had a stronger scoring ability, was regarded as a modern point guard, but now compared with Rose, he has to defend the glory of the traditional point guard. Anderson won the jump ball as expected, and the Hawks attacked first. Paul held the ball in the middle, Anderson pulled out to pick and roll, and Dio provided off-ball screens for Joe Johnson on the left. With the help of a pick and roll, Paul got rid of Rose with the ball, and broke through on the right. Miller switched defense in time. Paul forced a 3-step layup, but missed due to interference. Rose retreated to get the rebound. Then he showed his lightning speed in the counter-attack, took the lead, and slammed it. 0:2. Battier, who was chasing and defending, served the ball from the baseline. Paul took the ball to the front court, and called Anderson for a pick and roll. After taking it out, he took a step inside, and attracted Miller and Rose's double teaming. Then he passed the ball to Anderson, who rushed to the basket, and forced a layup. However, he failed to score the ball due to Miller's interference. Thomas protected the backcourt rebound, and subconsciously passed it to Rose. However, Battier behind him stole the ball at the moment of shooting. The latter took advantage of the Bulls players' inability to defend and easily made a layup to score. This is a problem of game experience. The problem of the Bulls is the same as that of the Trailblazers yesterday. They are too young. Zhang Heli, the onside commentator, gave his opinion. The lack of game experience is not only reflected in the mistakes, but also in the emotional control after the mistakes. In the next round of offense, Rose was double teamed after the pick and roll. He failed to grasp the timing of the pass and broke through to the bottom line. He threw the ball to Miller on the outside when there was little space for shooting. The Hawks' defensive rotation was in place, so they could only transfer the ball to Luol Deng on the weak side. The latter took one step and made a mid-range pull-up shot, which was completely personal ability. In the Hawks' offense, Paul handled the ball a little sticky and had to pass the ball to Joe Johnson. The latter's jump shot missed due to Luol Deng's interference. Ben Gordon grabbed the rebound and launched another fast break. Facing Battier, Rose lowered his head and rushed forward. He took 3 steps as soon as he entered the 3-point line and forced a layup with his speed advantage. Battier's position was very good, forcing Rose to dodge and move in a small range. When he took the last step to shoot, his hands were exhausted. Then, Battier got stuck again, causing Thomas to foul on the rebound. In the chaos at the beginning, Battier became the most handsome guy of the Hawks. After a simple test, the Hawks adjusted their offensive tactical arrangement. After falling into a half-court positional battle, Joe Johnson controlled the ball and led the team's offense. Dio went to the corner to receive the ball. When everyone thought he was going to pass the ball, he simply passed the ball and used his tonnage advantage to force Thomas to score with a light throw after opening the angle. 4:4. The French magician is known for his passing, but in the previous 3 seasons, his average points per game reached double digits, and he rarely received close-range passes. The Bulls' offense was still Rose, who forcibly tore through the Hawks' defense, dodging Anderson's block in the air and scoring a layup. In this shot, Rose's breakthrough was extremely violent, and his demeanor in the air was also very beautiful. He single-handedly disintegrated the Hawks' defense, showing his talent. Beautiful. Derrick Rose. Facing the league's top point guard Chris Paul, he still dared to fight and fight. This shot really made people see the shadow of Wade at his peak. Yoga praised Rose and gave Paul the title of the league's top point guard. Of course, in terms of the current situation, Paul deserves it. The Hawks' offense is still aimed at Dio. The Frenchman received the ball and made a mid-range shot directly. Terrence Thomas was a little dizzy by Dio's fake move. The Bulls lost a lot of money in the deal by using Aldridge, the leader of the new generation of inside players, to exchange for jumping man Terrence Thomas. At present, Thomas has no training value except for his running and jumping ability. The next round of offense was still led by Rose. However, Paul's defense in this round showed the strength of first defense, firmly blocking Rose's breakthrough route. The latter had no choice but to shoot from mid-range, and the ball bounced out of the frame. Compared with Rose, who relies heavily on the threat brought by breakthroughs, the Hawks' backcourt double guns are more comprehensive. Paul continued to use the pick and roll to dismember the Bulls' defense, broke into the paint, and made a fake pass, and hit a close-range shot. If Rose's killer move is a breakthrough, Paul's most stable means of scoring is his mid-range shot. The mid-range position is not as efficient as the basket and the outside line, but because of this, it is often an area where the opponent's defense is relatively weak, especially in the high-intensity confrontation in the playoffs, when the opponent is heavily defended at the basket and outside the 3-point line. Whoever has a stable shot can take the initiative. As time goes by, Rose's breakthrough is gradually mastered by the Hawks. In this case, Ben Gordon stood up. After Rose crossed the half court with the ball, he took the initiative to receive the ball, and then played a singles game with the ball on the left side against Joe Johnson. He used his more flexible footwork to dodge Joe Johnson's defense and scored a layup. In fact, Ben Gordon at this stage is very suitable for Rose's partner. On the offensive end, he has both ball holding offense and off-ball running. While starting, he is indeed a sixth man who is good at getting into the state after a period of time in the game and scoring points crazily. The only drawback is that he and Rose both have the body type of point guards, and they need someone to help them clean up their messes on defense. However, as a big spender in recent years, the Bulls gave Ben Gordon a 5-year, $50 million contract, while giving Luol Deng a 5-year, $60 million contract. This made Gordon feel insulted, and while rejecting the contract, he also reached a qualification contract with a team. Usually, when a player reaches a qualification contract with his parent team, it means that Gordon will become a free agent in the summer of 2009, and when he signs with a new team, he does not need to worry about being matched by the Bulls. Gordon's hot hand helped the Bulls lead the Hawks by 6 points at the end of the first quarter, which also caught the Hawks fans at the scene off guard. 25:31. At the beginning of the second quarter, the Bulls' performance was still strong. Hinrich, Ben Gordon, Sammons, Tim Thomas, and Noah Lenup was still strong. The Bulls were described by Kellyanne as the strongest team in the lower half because their bench strength is quite strong. In the past few seasons, Hinrich has always been a starting point guard above the standard. He played the sixth man in the Bulls completely to make way for Rose. Sammons was the second scorer of the Kings before being traded to the Bulls. Noah was a lottery pick in a big year of the draft. He has good static talent and plays hard. On the contrary, the Hawks, even if Kellyanne arranged Joe Johnson to lead the bench, still fell behind on the field. The main problem is in the interior. The substitute interior combination of Amundsen and David Anderson was suppressed by the Bulls. After Tim Thomas was pulled to the outside, Noah was 1 against 2 in the interior and was still able to continuously fight for front court rebounds. Before the start of the season, the team put saving money in a very important position. The construction of the substitute lineup was either young people or Kellyanne didn't know where to find it. Although the young people have made progress and the substitutes Kellyanne found are worthy of the salary, they still expose their shortcomings in the playoffs. Without Garnett's support, they are nothing. When Noah was able to show his dominance in the interior of the Hawks, Kellyanne suddenly realized a problem of his own. He has always been very confident and equipped Paul, Garnett, Joe Johnson and other players with excellent role players, but in fact, the stars have always been covering for him. There is no way, on the stage of the playoffs, you have to fuck the main players when it is time to fuck them. Before the score difference opened to double digits, Kellyanne directly took all the main lineups and launched a counter-attack with upper horses against lower horses. Kellyanne struck hard in advance and caught Del Negro off guard. The Hawks quickly wiped out the score difference, and the two sides were deadlocked until the end of the first half, and it was still difficult to determine the winner. At the end of the first half, the Hawks were 58:59 behind by 1 point. It is said that the Slam Dunk movie has been on the review list of the Radio and Television Bureau and should be released in April or May. Chapter 334. After returning to the locker room and waiting for everyone to rest for 2 minutes, Kellyanne came to the front of everyone, clapped his hands, and said loudly, "To be honest, this Bulls team is stronger than I thought. Everyone performed well in the first half. We were only behind by 1 point. It's nothing. I'm very satisfied with your performance." The players were also a little surprised by Kellyanne's reaction, but some smart people thought that Kellyanne would leave the team after the season ended and they could figure out some things. At this point in time, the players might not pay attention to the high pressure play subconsciously. From Kellyanne's own perspective, he also hoped to leave a better reputation for the players. But we are still the lagging side. We have to catch up in the second half, so we have to make adjustments. Nicholas Batum, you will replace Scene later. If Ben Gordon comes to defend you, attack boldly. You are 10 centimeters taller than him. When defending Rose, keep as much distance as possible. He has too much explosive power, and he doesn't slow down when changing direction. Even our knees can't stand it. There is no need for us to destroy our knees with him. When necessary, defend against breakthroughs instead of shots. Chris Anderson, you have to pay attention to your movements. In this round of the series, we need you to stay on the court as much as possible. The strength of David Anderson and Anderson cannot match the intensity of the playoffs. Even except Birdman, no one in the team's interior can support the 1 big and 4 small system. Isn't this forcing Kellyanne to use the 5 small tactics? Anderson nodded seriously. I understand, boss. Last summer, the team management wanted to continue to get Birdman for free because of his history of taking drugs. It was Kellyanne who stepped forward to fight for a mini middle class job for him. In the Hawks, no one supports Kellyanne more than him. When Kellyanne decides on his next team during the off-season, Birdman plans to continue to go to him and follow him as long as he needs him. The halftime break was over, and the second half of the game started soon. The Bulls took the lead in attacking. Brad Miller screened Luol Deng on the left. After Anderson switched defense, Batum defended Miller. Miller received the pass, turned around and made a jump shot facing the basket 58:61. Joe Johnson went up from the bottom corner, and Luol Deng was stuck in front of him, preventing him from catching the ball easily. The two kept wrestling, which soon attracted the attention of the referee. The referee whistled Luol Deng for a defensive foul. The British man spread his hands helplessly. Joe's scoring methods were too comprehensive. Luol Deng tried his best, but he still scored 14 points quietly. During the halftime break, Negro arranged Luol Deng to use the method of front defense to limit Joe Johnson's receiving the ball, but he crossed the line without paying attention. The Hawks sent the sideline ball. After Joe Johnson came to the bottom corner, he immediately turned around and cut into the penalty area. Luol Deng, who was defending him, was still chasing him. After Joe Johnson came to the penalty area, he had no chance and kept running to the top of the arc. Luol Deng continued to follow him. However, it was this series of running that messed up the Bulls' penalty area defense. Batum quietly came to the baseline to receive the ball, ignored Ben Gordon's defense, and made a close-range shot. Compared with Battier, Batum is more intelligent on the offensive end. He knows how to find his own advantages to participate in the offense, instead of simply standing in the bottom corner to pull space. The Bulls still had Rose playing one-on-one. He dribbled the ball between his legs to his right hand, and then he leaned forward with his right shoulder. Paul's center of gravity shifted a little. Rose immediately flicked the ball to his left hand with his right hand, pulled the ball and changed direction. With lightning speed, he forced a breakthrough next to Paul and entered the restricted area. Anderson retreated to the basket, but Rose did not force his way in. He jumped up and passed the ball from Anderson's side to the left basket. Thomas received the ball, turned around and barely raised his hands to complete the dunk. 60:63. Paul has been in the league for 4 years. Although he has nemesis Billups and Aaron, and was taught a lesson by old veterans such as Nash, Kit, and Andre Williams in his early years, it was the first time that he was eaten alive several times like today. In the next round of offense, Paul waved his hand to drive away his teammates' pick and roll, and played one-on-one against Rose. Rose performed well on the offensive end, but his defense was only mediocre. Paul made a series of fake moves to avoid space, and his long two-point shot was also faded, and the basketball went into the net. Finally, Paul's face looked a little better after he got back some ground. The game continued, and Rose was still unstoppable, helping the Bulls score frequently. The Windy City Rose's playoff debut was destined to go down in history, but Batum's appearance also allowed the Hawks to derive more changes and routines on the offensive end. The team relied on more efficient offense to overtake the score in the third quarter. Let's just say how much influence a point guard like Paul has on the game. The opponent Rose was bang 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 circling in the penalty area, pulling the rod, but it was useless. Paul's few passes in series can help the team faster and better. Zanghel's evaluation of Rose was already relatively restrained, and he would be even more contemptuous of Westbrook in the future. The biggest gap between the Bulls' young guards and the Hawks' kingly team is the mentality under adversity. In the first half of the game, the Hawks' starting lineup was not dominant, and the substitute lineup was completely blown away by the Bulls. But the Hawks knew how to play when the lineup was not dominant. The main players played longer. Batum replaced Battier and ensured that the team's offense was easier. These were all operations that played to their strengths and avoided their weaknesses. The third quarter, in which the Bulls were suppressed by the Hawks, also fully reflected the immaturity of a young team. Rose scored repeatedly, and in a blink of an eye, the team went from leading to lagging, which made them even more confused. That is, while the Bulls had not yet recovered, Kellyanne briefly replaced two substitute inside players at the end of the third quarter to buy rest time for Anderson and Dio. However, the appearance of David Anderson and Amundsen was a signal for the Bulls to attack the inside. Rose was originally going to rest and adjust his mentality when he saw the Hawks change players, but he didn't rest and continued to play directly. Fortunately, Killian kept the main players on the outside on the court, and David Anderson also hit a three-pointer from the outside, which barely prevented the Bulls from tying the score. After 3 quarters, the Hawks led the Bulls by 4 points, 91-87, and the suspense of the game was still great. At the start of the 4th quarter, the Hawks sent out a mixed lineup of Chalmers, Joe Johnson, Battier, Dio, and David Anderson, hoping that Joe Johnson and Dio could organize the team's offense. On the Bulls side, Rose continued to play, chasing the Hawks inside line without Badman. In last season's NCAA Finals, Rose scored an outstanding performance of 18 points and 9 assists, directly leading half of the points of the University of Memphis, but the final winner was the University of Kansas where Chalmers was, and it was Chalmers who hit the three-pointer with 2 seconds left in the regular time. Enemy meeting, Rose is more active. Even though he is the #1 pick and best rookie, Rose still regrets that his NCAA career is one step away from perfection, and it is the little man Chalmers on the opposite side who caused this regret. Rose is invincible on the offensive end, but the real problem that the Bulls can't solve is the defense. Joe Johnson was the main point guard, and Dio was the tandem. The two worked together to make the Hawks' offense into a whole. Chalmers, Battier, and David Anderson were all outside turrets in their respective positions. The Hawks took a 5-out position on the offensive end, which made the Bulls' defense very uncomfortable. The two sides went back and forth, and fell into a short stalemate, and neither of them had the upper hand. But with the return of the rest of the Hawks' main players, the team gradually gained the upper hand in the game. The team has many offensive points. Paul, Joe Johnson, and Dio, who was in unexpectedly good personal offensive form, all played well. The Bulls reused Thomas, and suppressing Noah was really a losing move. In the last 4 minutes of the game, Rose's physical strength was in trouble again. Although he forced himself to cheer up, and was still able to complete a sharp breakthrough, he was obviously a little overwhelmed when he finished afterwards. On the defensive end, Rose became Paul's breakthrough point, and the latter made consecutive mid-range shots and killed the game. In the end, the Hawks beat the Bulls 119-113 at home and won their first victory in the series. In the whole game, Rose scored 36 points and 9 assists. His personal performance was almost perfect in his first playoff appearance in his career, but unfortunately the team lost the game. In the press conference after the game, Killian did not hesitate to praise Rose. "When I was a child and just started playing basketball, I fantasized that I could become a star. After seeing Rose, I just saw what I dreamed of becoming. Many of his moves are really incredible. In the next series, how are you going to limit Rose?" "Soon," the reporter asked again. "You will see when the game comes," Killian replied. On April 26th, still at the Phillips Center, the Hawks ushered in G2 with the Bulls. In the last game, Rose played an amazing performance in his first playoff appearance in his career, which also made fans full of expectations for his performance in this round of the series. From some perspectives, fans also hope to see a new star with dazzling playing style like Rose overturn the script of the dynasty team. However, with everyone's expectations, Rose failed in Game 2. It was not that the Hawks made any special tactical arrangements for him, but he simply hit a wall. He broke through many balls, but failed to score under the Hawks' help defense. Although it was only the first year of his rookie, the Bulls sacrificed a lot to train Rose. In addition to him, the more reliable scoring points of the team are Ben Gordon and Salmons on the bench. Rose was not in good shape at this point, and could not open the situation. Negro did not plan to replace Luol Deng with Salmons. The Bulls barely resisted for 3 quarters, but ultimately could not change their fate, and lost the game 98-114. The score was 0-2 behind. The Hawks successfully retained 2 home courts, and fans have begun to imagine the next opponent. Chapter 335, On and Off the Field, We'll Win. 2 was poor. After the press conference that day, Rose stayed at the Phillips Center to practice shooting. As a result, Paul found out about this and took the staff to dismantle the basket and invited Rose out of the arena. Originally, this matter was one person has his own reasons. At most, when the Hawks played away in Chicago, Rose did not allow the Hawks players to practice. But Rose, in anger, reached out and pushed down the staff's ladder before leaving, almost causing a fight. This incident was captured by reporters and posted online, which immediately caused an uproar. Bulls fans criticized Paul for being unmannerly. It is common for him to practice after the game. They are in the same league and have never driven away the opponent's star. Hawks fans fought back, saying that the United Center can be built as Rose wants, but at the Phillips Center, Paul's rules are the rules. Besides, even if Paul did not intervene, the arena staff should not leave work. Does Rose pay overtime? Whether in China or the United States, fans from both sides started a war of words over this matter. The two teams are evenly matched in the United States. Because of Jordan, the Bulls are the original heart of many basketball fans. The Hawks are the newcomers. The Big Three swept the league under the leadership of Kenyan and attracted a lot of fans for the team. In China, the Hawks fans unilaterally attacked the Bulls. Not only did they control the right to speak on major forums, but also the Rose T-Bar and the Bulls T-Bar were blown up. This was not enough, and the Bulls Socket T-Bar was also blown up. The Hawks fans in China are so arrogant. Since then, Paul and Rose have also had grievances, and this round of the series has a stronger smell of gunpowder. On April 27th, the Hawks came to Chicago and immediately felt the hostility of the Windy City towards the Hawks. As the third largest city in the United States after New York and Los Angeles, Chicago is known as the heart of America. It is also one of the only two cities in the United States with high-rise buildings. The city center of Chicago also has the style of a big city, but at the same time, Chicago is also one of the most blackened cities in the United States. The large number of black people gathered has brought the highest crime rate in the United States. Except for a few relatively safe wealthy areas, whether you can guarantee your own safety in other areas can only be left to chance. This is also the reason why Kenyan did not consider coaching here, even though the Bulls have a good foundation and a high popularity base, and even the city is well known internationally. In addition to salary, the comfort of life is also very important to him. Even with the police accompanying and protecting them, the bus taken by the Hawks still encountered attacks from some fans along the way. This scene, those who know it are in Chicago, and those who don't know it think it's in Gotham. Seeing the unfriendly attitude of Chicago fans towards the Hawks, Kenyan also gave orders to the players on the bus, trying not to leave the hotel during the break, and no one is allowed to order tequila, whether it is food or anything else. The Hawks' response has been enough to give in, but the Bulls' preparation is more than that. When it was the Hawks' turn to train the next day, the staff of the United Center also tripped them up, first cutting off the power and then turning off the lights, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Although Paul's interference with Rose's extra training was a bit excessive, it was actually within the scope allowed by the rules, and the Bulls' move directly interfered with the Hawks' planned training arrangements, which was already over the line. The players and accompanying staff were all indignant, clamoring to make the matter bigger, report it to the league, and punish the Bulls. But in this case, Paul was the first to make a move, and he was labeled as the first to provoke regardless of the scale. Moreover, with the league's enthusiasm for creating topics and hyping up the heat, it is more important to take this opportunity to exaggerate the grievances between the two sides than to solve the problem. By then, it is hard to say what the situation will be like. Thinking of this, Kenyan came forward to appease the players' emotions, and then called Lizzie Wei, the head of the CCTV broadcast team, and asked CCTV's broadcast team to film the Hawks training. With the media broadcast, the Bulls' tricks were not so easy to use. First of all, if the matter was triggered by CCTV, the direction would be beyond the control of the league. As the only media outlet that witnessed the incident, it was self-evident who CCTV would side with in this matter. Public opinion would completely lean towards the Hawks. Secondly, even if the league's public relations department could suppress this matter, it would have to pay a price. The Bulls took the initiative to provoke, and the league had to clean up the mess after it happened. Wasn't it obvious that the Bulls couldn't beat the Hawks? A quarter of an hour later, the matter was perfectly resolved. the Hawks training session was temporarily changed to an open training session open to the media, but only CCTV was able to arrive in time. Wait until you have your tactical training. Shall we go first? While the players were training, Lee Ziwei walked towards Kellyanne and handed him a cup of coffee. Thank you. Kellyanne took the coffee and shook his head, but no thanks. Now we are the active party, and they should try their best to change the situation of the series. The two more troublesome points of the Hawks are, first, the team lacks useful players in the interior. Amundsen and David Anderson are not up to the task, and Birdman needs to control the number of fouls and increase his playing time. Second, it cannot limit Rose's breakthrough. In the game of G2, although Rose played mediocre, the problem was more in the finishing moment, and his breakthrough was still unstoppable. In the final analysis, it is the lack of Garnett. If the Bulls had not suffered the blow of injuries, Rose would be a god descending to earth if he could win a game. After Garnett was injured, the Hawks chose to lie flat and did not strengthen the interior in time, and they happened to encounter the Bulls, who had the strongest interior and the thickest lineup among the teams in the lower half of the playoffs in the first round, which was really a bit tragic. A day later, on April 29th, the G3 between the Hawks and the Bulls started on time. Due to the grudge between Paul and Rose before the game, this game was temporarily put into the national live broadcast. In addition, it was the first home game of the Bulls playoffs this season, so the performance was quite high profile. However, for fans, the most exciting part of this game may be the pre-game performance. The Bulls, who attacked with hatred, did not come to play in this game, but to fight. After the opening, their fighting moves were very big. Terrence Thomas opened the way with his elbows on the offensive end, elbowed over two inside players of the Hawks in one attack, and then easily scored a layup. It doesn't matter if you are scored, and even losing this game is not unacceptable to Kellyanne, but the Bulls came to play with a wrench. Kellyanne was really worried that the team would have injuries again, and he frequently complained to the referee. His teammates suffered a loss in the confrontation, and Paul acted as a protective umbrella for his teammates. First, he used his superb acting skills to foul Luol Deng and Thomas in the offense, and then used a tripwire in the fight to knock down Rose. The Eagles wanted to take advantage of the home court to deal with the Eagles more forcefully, but the Eagles played a trick of take-I-push hands. Instead of confronting the Bulls head-on, they played some dirty tricks, which made the young Bulls even more excited. After Paul fouled and blocked a counter-attack opportunity, Rose directly pushed Paul down, which immediately triggered a fistfight between the two sides on the court, and many teammates ran to help. Fortunately, this was the scene of national live broadcast, and the security was fully strengthened. A large number of staff entered the field and quickly controlled the situation, and there was no second Madison Square Garden incident. The game was chaotic, and Kellyanne also saw the possibility of fishing chestnuts in the fire. As a team that has won the championship and is more experienced, the Eagles players are more calm and can handle such a complex game much better than the young Bulls. In the following games, the referee will be a little stricter in controlling the scale of the action. We need to adjust our mentality and not get angry with these young people. But we must also remember that when we are violated, we should learn to use exaggerated body language and facial expressions to protect ourselves. Kellyanne almost told the players to learn from Professor Bu of La Masia Film and Television Academy. No matter where they are hit, they should roll over first and then cover their faces. Kellyanne's judgment of the progress of the game was very accurate. The Bulls players' emotional management really had problems. Noah, who had just taken the lead in the conflict, smashed the ball hard into Paul's head during a save. Paul fell to the ground, which once again magnified the conflict between the two sides. The referee sent Noah off without saying a word and walked to the Bulls bench to warn the Bulls head coach Negro that if there is another foul, he will be dealt with strictly. Frankly speaking, the Hawks without Garnett are on par with the Bulls in terms of strength, and the lineup structure is not as reasonable as the other side. The gap between the two sides lies in the mentality of the players and the level of the coaches. The Bulls, who were warned, were restrained in their actions, but their performance on the court became more and more restrained, while the Hawks were boiling frogs in warm water and dismembered the Bulls with ease. The final score was fixed at 99:112, and the Hawks successfully fought the Bulls away, setting the big score at 3:0. In a round of evenly matched competition, Killian directly defeated his opponent and once again proved his identity as a famous coach. After watching this game, Darlan's desire to recruit Killian to take charge of the team became stronger. Although the team is now a mess, Darlan believes that if the Knicks are really handed over to Killian, the Knicks will rise next season. The game was very intense, and the war of words after the game was equally exciting. Killian directly criticized at the press conference, rather than saying that we are here to play basketball today, we are here to be punching bags. At some points in the game, I suspected that I was a spectator at the UFC, not a head coach of an NBA team. The Bulls players did create quite a lot of conflict in this game, but the home team was ridiculed, and the local reporters in Chicago were not happy. They immediately asked Killian how to comment on Paul's driving Rose out of the training hall. First, during the visiting team training time stipulated by the league, neither the Hawks nor the staff of the Phillips Center interfered with the Bulls training. Second, the game was over, it was already late at night, and the staff needed to complete the post-match cleanup work. The most important point is that Rose can have a conflict with Paul, but you can't push down the ladder of the staff, which is a great disrespect. Just like if you plan to continue to ask me a few questions after this press conference, I have the right to refuse you, but I can't tear up your manuscript. Killian's response was very tough. After the Hawks press conference ended, the lecture hall was left to the Bulls. Reporters directly threw Killian's original words to Negro, wanting to see his reaction. I don't think there is anything wrong with our way of playing. Maybe Noah was not calm at that time, but he is still a young man. He will be impulsive when his adrenaline is high. He has reflected on it after leaving the court. Kimi is an excellent coach, but he studied in Europe and may not have seen the intensity of the NBA's confrontation back then. Frankly speaking, he is a little surprised. It is shameful to deprive a player of training. Chris Paul is very strong, but he lacks grace and is afraid of challenges. Compared with Killian's resounding attack, Negro's response is obviously not strong enough. Killian calls himself Old Nelson's disciple. Do you think he has not watched the NBA in the 1990s? And this kind of reminiscence of the past also negates Stern's reform achievements. As for the conflict between Paul and Rose, Killian listed the reasons why Paul did what he did in an orderly manner and pointed out Rose's mistakes. Negro could only use chicken soup literature to fight back, which is even worse. Both on and off the court, the Eagles won big. Chapter 336 I grab mine, you build yours. No NBA team has ever successfully turned the tables in the playoffs with a score of 0:3, and the Bulls are no exception. Although Rose insisted in an interview that someone has to be the first, why can't it be us? After losing hope of advancing, most of the Bulls players have subconsciously given up this round of the series and are more concerned about where to go on vacation during the off-season. Boosting the morale of the players is also a very important ability of a coach, and the representative figure is Rivers. If it were Oldley, at least the Bulls would not. Chairman Paul has this kind of magic. He can really do it on the court, and he can also save face off the court. Although Rose looked cold, he still gave some respect to the point guard god. How to say it, after a round of series, Rose can indeed see that Paul's control over the game is better than his own. Just take it as the price of growth. The Hawks swept the Bulls 4:0, which was beyond many people's expectations. After all, from the perspective of paper strength, the Hawks are not dominant. Even before the start of the playoffs, most experts predicted a score of 4:2, indicating that the two sides are closer to a balance. But the Hawks can play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses in the game, and the handling of key balls is more mature, except for G1, which was a little difficult, and G3, which was a bit beaten. The other two games were relatively easy. However, the Magic team is already leading the 76ers by a big score of 3:1. For the Hawks, this opponent is like a natural moat and is difficult to overcome. To be frank, the Hawks have 4 remaining inside players, and even if they are tied together, they are not enough to beat Warcraft alone. Apart from the fouling tactics, Killian has no other way. Drink today and worry tomorrow. After returning to Atlanta, Kellyanne gave the players a day off and went to Hornacek's house with Hamblin for a party. The first time we met was when I went to Salt Lake City to invite you out. The scene at that time was a bit like now. Kellyanne said. At that time, little Abby was only 11 years old and was still a blonde little lolly. Kellyanne could naturally give her a head pat when he saw her, and no one would suspect that he was smelting copper or something. Now, Abby is 15 years old and looks like the villain who beats the heroine in a youth film, with long arms and legs, and the protruding parts are protruding, and the curvy parts are curvy. If Kellyanne wants to reach out again, Hornacek dares to fight him to death. Just say it bluntly. What are your plans? Hornacek knew that Kellyanne was leaving. As for the purpose of Kellyanne's trip, Hornacek guessed that it was to win him over to leave together. I haven't reached an agreement with any team yet. Kellyanne made it clear, Frank will go with me. Then, Quinn will come back. The object of comeback here does not refer to the Eagles, but to Kellyanne's coaching team. Privately, Kellyanne has contacted Snyder, appealed to his emotions and reason, and pulled him back. It's a very strong coaching team. Hornacek also had mixed feelings. He knew that Kellyanne came to him last, not because he looked down on him, but because he took into account his family situation. Jeff, I actually hope that our team can work together for a long time and you can share a lot of my pressure. But I also understand that everyone's situation is different. Frank can always follow me, but you can be independent. I have proposed to Larry that after I leave, you will take charge of the Eagles, which can stabilize the team to the greatest extent. This depends on our boss's idea, but your opinion is equally important. If you still plan to go with me, I can also guarantee to pay you more salary in the new team. Kellyanne said. Several adults were talking in the living room, without avoiding Abby who was not far away. When she looked up and saw Kellyanne's back, she was also a little stunned. Girls of this age are the most sensitive to the relationship between men and women. Kellyanne is his father's leader and a big star in the industry. He is also tall, handsome, and often gives gifts to himself because of helping to take care of the dog. The haziness of young men and women is nothing more than this. When Abby really falls in love with a person of the same age, she will probably only regard Kellyanne as an uncle when she recalls this memory. But who hasn't developed a crush on a member of the opposite sex in their youth, knowing that there would be no ending? When Kellyanne was in high school, he didn't like the female stars at the time, didn't like the class belle, but was resentful of a female school doctor in the medical department who had bandaged his wound. On May 3rd, the Magic, who returned to their home court at the Amway Center, defeated the 76ers 101-84, eliminated their opponents with a big score of 4-1, and advanced to the Eastern Conference semifinals. Then the schedule for the Eastern Conference semifinals between the Hawks and the Magic was set. The two teams will start the Eastern Conference semifinals G1 competition on May 6th. On the same day, the Knicks broke the big news, firing Isaiah Thomas, the team's general manager and head coach. After the news was exposed, the fans were not shocked, and New York fans even shouted its dawn. During his tenure with the Knicks, the smiling assassin made countless mistakes, wasted the team's money, but did not achieve any results. The team only made it to the playoffs once in his hands, and was swept by the Nets. However, Thomas, who held two positions, was fired, but the replacement was not announced immediately, and there was not even an agent to choose from, which made the fans a little puzzled. After all, the draft is coming soon. Don't the candidates need to be tried out? There must be a hidden story. Kimmy went to New York. The first person to guess the truth was none other than Larry Sander, the general manager of the Hawks. In the league, perhaps only Larry Sander knew that Kellyanne rarely paid attention to the rookie tryouts. He was more keen on reading materials and watching game replays. This is very special, but combined with the recent operations of the Knicks, it is natural to link them together. It is very likely that the Knicks have even decided who to choose. Think about Kellyanne's criteria for choosing a team. He is willing to give him a high salary, a comfortable living environment, and a gathering place for Chinese people. New York fully meets the requirements, and it is even the best. The Knicks roster and draft picks for this season were retrieved. In addition to Kevin Love and Wilson Chandler, two young men with rookie contracts, and Crawford. The rest of the roster were either high-paid low-skilled trash or bottom-tier players filling the roster. The Knicks only had one number 8 pick, which was not very competitive in this year of the draft. This team-building environment can only be said to be quite bad. However, since Kenyan decided to stay in the East, Larry Sander did not intend to let Hornacek take over the team. On May 5th, the day before the start of Game 1 of the Eastern Conference semifinals between the Hawks and the Magic, the league awarded Howard the DPOY trophy. There was no suspense about this award. With Howard's dominance on the defensive end, in the next few years, as long as he was not injured, there would be no need to consider a second person for this award. The reason Kenyan considered the Magic as a second best opponent for the championship this season before the start of the season was because Howard was really terrifying. With the power of winning the award, Howard followed the Magic to challenge the Hawks, showing his terror as DPOY, scoring 34 points, 15 rebounds and 6 blocks. The Hawks had an advantage in physical strength and were stronger than the Magic in the outside line. The team used more active running and more frequent outside double teaming to deal with the Magic, and even used the hack-a-shack tactics to frequently send Josh Smith and Howard to the free throw line, truly giving it their all. But throughout the game, the Magic grabbed 13 more rebounds than the Hawks, and the block ratio was 11:1. I don't know how many opportunities they got to reload. Moreover, the greater the advantage in the inside line, the less psychological burden the Magic's outside shooters had when shooting, and the more accurate they shot. Although the Hawks also sent 11 steals throughout the game, and were even nicknamed "I grabbed mine, you block yours" by fans, the complete loss of the inside line made Kenyan really helpless, and he was just short of personally going on the court to foul Howard a few times. 94:111. The Hawks suffered a big defeat at home. In fact, industry insiders all understand that if Paul and Joe Johnson are really missing, the Hawks will still have a 30-70 chance against the Magic, but without Garnett, the Hawks really have no chance. But the fans are still upset about the team's tragic defeat, and some extreme fans even question Kenyan's coaching ability. After a day of rest, the two sides will play the second game. In this game, Kenyan compressed the rotation, hoping to play the team's physical advantage to suppress the Magic. Unfortunately, in this season's playoffs, the Magic only played one more game than the Hawks. The addition of Polish hammer Gortat also gave Howard a good substitute, and the early consumption was not great at all. The Hawks compressed the rotation. Lanoop and Van Gundy also took the opportunity to increase the playing time of the main players. Howard played 44 minutes, contributed 29 points, 17 rebounds and 4 blocks, and continued to lead the team to victory. After losing 2 home games in a row, the fans seemed to have seen the scene of the dynasty collapsing. As proud as Kenyan is, his post-match speech is "No longer with me. The Eagles have hope, but we will try our best to fight back to the Phillips Center." The implication is probably to fight hard and try not to be swept. Tomorrow's chapter will be the end of the second volume, and the day after tomorrow will be the third map. Chapter 337, Turning Around and Leaving. I have something to say. Atlanta and Orlando are very close, so it is not a big deal for Atlanta fans to travel to the Amway Center. In Game 3, at least 15% of the fans on the scene came from Atlanta. The fans hope to witness the teams fight back from now on. However, this phenomenon is not uncommon in the NBA. If the Bucks meet the Bulls in the playoffs, the entire series will basically be played away. Even worse is the Clippers. As long as they play against the Lakers, whether it is home or away, preseason, regular season, or playoffs, the fans on the scene all support the Lakers. The history of the team and the huge gap between the team's markets have led to this situation. Another situation is that two similar teams compete for fans in the middle city. A typical example is the Golden State Warriors in Oakland and the Sacramento Kings competing for the large market of San Francisco. At the beginning of the century, the Kings were strong, and San Francisco fans drove to Sacramento to watch the game. The Kings had the highest attendance in the league for 5 consecutive seasons, and the final statistics even broke 100%. After Curry created the Warriors dynasty, San Francisco fans turned to support the Warriors. The Warriors received extremely high support in San Francisco and finally successfully entered San Francisco, becoming a big city team. The Hawks in sideline really couldn't handle Howard, and sticking to the rules could only wait for a 0:4 sweep. In the G3 game, Kellyan broke the jar and chose the collapse therapy, replacing Dio with Cephalosha and directly playing the pocket version of 1 begin 4 small. The focus was on the defensive end to double team the ball holder and took advantage of Nelson's lack of height and average vision to double team near the center circle. This was Kellyan's trapped beast fighting hard, a helpless method. As long as Nelson could pass the ball, Howard's dunks and outside players' 3-pointers would follow. Kellyan's final attempt played a certain role. Under his targeted arrangement, Nelson made a lot of mistakes, and the Hawks frequently used steals to launch fast break opportunities and scored. But apart from that, the Hawks' offense and defense were completely suppressed by the Magic. Howard is a center with one of the most defensive deterrents in NBA history, especially his ability to switch defenses to the outside and his extremely fast mobility and coverage from outside the 3-point line to the 3-second zone. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is fighting for the second place and the first place. Unlike Lewis, who signed a contract with Howard in history, who was strong in offense, but weak in defense, Josh Smith's shooting ability is not the same as Howard's. He can't open up space for Howard, but his mobility and bounce at the power forward position are also outstanding. In addition, the two grew up together since childhood and have a full understanding. The Magic's forward pair is too restrained by the Hawks' own shooting-oriented style of play. The single-digit score difference was maintained for 3.5 quarters, but in the second half of the fourth quarter, the team finally failed to hold on. Paul and Joe Johnson, exhausted, missed their shots one after another, and the Hawks finally lost at the Amway Center. The team was trailing 0:3, and the team was far behind the Magic. Even if Garnett returned, it would be unlikely for the team to turn the tables. At the press conference, Kellyan also apologized to the fans. "I'm sorry to disappoint the Hawks fans who came to the Amway Center. But I can say responsibly that the players have tried their best, but 3 consecutive championships is really a very difficult challenge, and I still lack a little skill. The series is not over yet." In Istanbul in 2005, Liverpool also reversed the invincible AC Milan after falling behind 0:3 in the first half. "We will also surge up the last strength and fight one last time." AC Milan fans are already heartbroken enough to be counted by world football every now and then. Watching basketball games, they were also attacked by Kellyan across the border. The Cats said they were very hurt. Kellyan often discusses football, which also makes his fan attribute pay attention to fans. Generally speaking, for fans of Kellyan's age who are not from Guangdong and Guangxi, it is most convenient to watch Serie A, and the most likely choice is one of Juventus, Inter Milan, and AC Milan, and since he has studied in Germany, it is normal for him to like Bayern or Dortmund. His relatively clear attribute is Messi fan, so it is also possible that he is a Barcelona fan. After a long discussion, someone finally climbed over the wall and asked Wang Lifan directly and got a clear answer. The national team supports England, the club supports Chelsea, and the players like Messi the most. This choice is a bit strange, because when Kellyan was exposed to football, Chelsea was just a mid-level team and did not attract fans. Wang Lifan quickly replied, "It is worth being proud of having history, and it is even more worth being proud of creating a team's history and being part of the team's history. This is not only about Chelsea, but also about Kellyan himself." Chinese football fans have a set of rhymes when talking about the Chinese national football team's games. The first game is the opening game, the second game is the key game, the third game is a life and death game, the fourth game is a battle of honor. After the game, go to the train station, return home, and fight again next year. According to this standard, the Hawks have now reached the point of honor battle. In the G3 game, the Hawks' change in defensive strategy actually achieved certain results. The team completed 12 steals throughout the game and scored 24 points in fast breaks, including the offensive and defensive conversion after quickly advancing, after grabbing the backcourt rebounds. The effect is actually quite good. The fundamental problem of the team is not in tactics, but after the loss of Garnett, who is extremely comprehensive. The lineup has become extreme, or it can be said that the advantages and disadvantages are equally important, and the Magic team is the team that can best grasp the weaknesses of the Hawks and hammer them hard. In the G4 game, Killian continued the game strategy of G3, but in the positional warfare offense, he arranged Paul and Joe Johnson to name Howard more. It would be better if he could score or foul Howard. If he couldn't, he could just use up Howard. The rest was up to fate. This was Killian's last attempt to win big with a small investment. He just bet on the referee's penalty scale. Perhaps the referee's subconscious habit of favoring the lagging team in controlling the game was that Killian's bet really worked. Paul deliberately fouled Howard twice, and Howard himself elbowed Howard to open the way on the offensive end, and was called for an offensive foul. In the first half of the game, Howard played for only 14 minutes, and was fouled 3 times. He sat on the bench to rest. Without Howard, the air that the Hawks players breathe has become fresher. Other players on the Magic, such as Turkoglu and Josh Smith, are all players on the edge of the all-star level. Although PJ's strength has declined seriously, his shooting skills are still at the top 5 in the league. If Gortat, who is on the bench, really goes to a team with a weaker inside line, it is not impossible for him to start. This lineup looks really strong on paper, but the fighting power it shows is not as good as the Hawks who lost Garnett. Taking advantage of the Magic's weak period, the Hawks took advantage of the momentum and overtook the score, and expanded their lead to 9 points before the end of the half. This was the moment when the Hawks had the biggest advantage in the entire series. In the third quarter, Howard returned to the court and consciously controlled his defensive strength, ensuring that the defense was in place, while not giving Paul and Joe Johnson the opportunity to foul. At the same time, he reduced his personal attack on the offensive end, mostly with the pick and roll cooperation between Turkoglu and the attack. At the same time, Stan Van Gundy also made a correct adjustment. He replaced Nelson with Alston. The street ball King's ball control and passing awareness are better than Nelson, and he is better at cooperating with Turkoglu to complete the advancement from the backcourt to the front court. At the same time, his ability to catch the ball and shoot from the outside is not inferior to Nelson. At least when facing opponents like the Hawks, he is more suitable. The Magic scored 33-19 in a single quarter, easily overtaking the score. Although the score difference was only 4 points, the content of the game showed that the Magic restrained the Hawks in all aspects. As long as they did not make mistakes, the Hawks had no chance. So in the last quarter, Killian did not use foul tactics to disgust the opponent and the audience, but deployed troops and micromanaged to the extreme and completed his last song in the Hawks. The final score was 118-105, and the Magic won at home, sweeping the Hawks 4-0. This is also the biggest setback in Killian's coaching career so far. He was swept 0-4. Even when he led the newly reorganized Hawks to challenge his nemesis, the Pistons' 5 Tigers, he did not encounter such embarrassment. Is it related to his mentality? Maybe. To be honest, in the last half of the Hawks season, Killian labeled himself more as dedicated, enjoy the game, and do everything possible and leave it to fate, but he did not have the forge ahead when he first came to the team. Otherwise, he would definitely push for some transactions. For example, using Battier as the main bargaining chip to trade for an inside player and promote Batum in advance, even if it was just an inside player with an average salary of $8 million. The big score of this round of the series would not be 0-4, but he finally accepted his identity, that he was about to leave the team and was not suitable for saying more and doing more, and accepted the reality that the team would face Howard with such an inside lineup. Now with the glaring score of 4-0, Killian did not want to excuse himself. People are always moved by reality, even Killian, who came from another dimension, is no exception. While building the Hawks, he himself is constantly improving and has a higher control over the game, but at the same time, he is constantly compromising. Not only compromise with the outside world, but also compromise with himself. Sitting on the chair in the locker room, Killian thought a lot until the team staff notified him to hold a press conference. Congratulations to the Magic. I can finally say this openly now. There is no doubt that the Magic is the better team in this series. They deserve the win. I hope they can win the championship in the end. In this way, we can save face if we lose to the champion. Kellyanne congratulated the Magic generously. Do you think that KG's absence is the key to preventing the Hawks from completing their 3 consecutive championships? Reporters began to make up for the Hawks. This statement has 2 sides. If Kilograms is not injured, we must be stronger. There is no problem with this statement, but even if Kilograms plays, we may not be able to beat the Magic. In the past 2 seasons, the Magic has always been one of our most difficult opponents. Kellyanne's words not only acknowledged the strength of the Magic, but also affirmed other players in the team. It is rumored that you will go to the Knicks to coach in the new season. Finally, a reporter broke the news. Larry Sander guessed that Kellyanne would go to the Knicks to coach with reason and evidence, and the outside reporters guessed that Kellyanne's decision was actually an accidental success. Their logic is people go to higher places, water flows to lower places. The Hawks have a strong lineup and Atlanta is comfortable. Kellyanne has no reason to leave. Since he is leaving, he must go to a better place. Comprehensively speaking, the only teams that can suppress Atlanta are New York and Los Angeles. At most, San Francisco, which has a large number of Chinese, may also be attractive to Kellyanne. Kellyanne's next home is the Knicks, Lakers, Clippers, and the Warriors and Kings that San Francisco can cover. The Knicks have made a big move recently, firing Isaiah Thomas from his dual position, but there is not even an agent. It is a natural reasoning to leave a position for Kellyanne. This season is my last season with the Hawks. But where I will go next is not appropriate to announce on this occasion. Kellyanne said. Kellyanne made it clear that he would leave and did not deny the rumors of going to the Knicks. New York fans who learned of the news went crazy. We look forward to the conquest from Mr. Earl. The next day, the New York Times reserved a section for Kellyanne and published a photo of Kellyanne. In fact, Kellyanne only reached a cooperation intention with Darlin, and the terms have not been discussed yet. But the New York Times is so confident that Kellyanne can't refuse New York. If he changes his mind, it may become the biggest fake news since the establishment of the New York Times. On the same day, the front page headline of the local newspaper in Atlanta also belonged to Kellyanne. He wrote a farewell letter for the fans of the Hawks. To all the fans of the Hawks, please forgive me for not being able to continue to bring you glory. I really don't know how to face you and say goodbye to you. I'm very grateful to God because in the past 4 years, I have received unconditional trust and support from everyone on the team and have enjoyed the love and respect of countless fans. I love this city. I love everyone. I love everything about Atlanta, but unfortunately, I'm leaving. It has nothing to do with anyone. Mr. Ressler and Larry Sander have tried to keep me countless times, but I'm sorry. The Hawks have given me the best 4 years of my career so far. I will always remember every memory of working hard with everyone in these 4 years. I will also always remember the care and love that everyone here has shown me. I will always remember everyone in the Hawks. I will always remember everything about this city. I want to thank Mr. Ressler for giving me the opportunity to be the head coach for the first time. Thank you for your investment in me, and all the honors that the Hawks have received are supported by you behind the scenes. Thank you, Larry Sander. I'm a great guy, but being my general manager is a very frustrating thing. Thank you for always tolerating me. I thank Dio, Paul, Joe Johnson, Garnett, Battier, all the players and staff of the Hawks. Without your assistance, I would not have the glory of the Hawks. You are the biggest contributors to the team, and I will remember each of you forever. Here, I wish the Hawks to continue to succeed in the future. I wish all the players to be happy in basketball, and I wish all the staff and fans a happy family. I love you, forever and ever. Kimmy. Kellyanne. Since the news that Kellyanne would leave has been circulating for a long time, the fans of the Hawks have already subtly accepted this fact, and this matter has not caused much sensation. No fans cried and begged him to stay, and no one angrily called him Judas, miser, etc. On the 3rd day, after returning to Atlanta, Kellyanne came to the office for the last time, took away his personal belongings, and hugged and greeted the players who came after hearing the news. The players' reactions were also different. Garnett and Batum were the most excited. The former's career took a 180-degree turn after meeting Kellyanne. He won an MVP, 2 championship trophies and 2 FMVPs. He is currently the second best forward in history. It is no exaggeration to say that Kellyanne made Garnett successful. Batum, as a 26th pick and an international player, grew up surprisingly smoothly in the Hawks, and he himself knew how to be grateful. Joe Johnson, Battier, and Dio were relatively restrained. The three of them benefited a lot from Kellyanne and signed shoe contracts with Chinese sports manufacturers. If Kellyanne hadn't brought China's attention, Joe Johnson might have had this opportunity. Paul's emotions were the most complicated. He was grateful, but also ambitious. Since entering the Hawks in the draft, Paul has been the treasure of the city of Atlanta. Joe Johnson, who plays in a simple style and is low-key by nature, cannot steal his limelight. Garnett has won the most honors, but his label is Minnesota, and Atlanta fans still love their own children more. Only Kellyanne can overshadow Paul in the limelight. Many people think that the Hawks is Kellyanne's team. Paul is not convinced by this. He longs to become an all-round leader of a team. This summer, he is likely to make his dream come true. Kellyanne has officially announced his departure, and Garnett's departure is basically a foregone conclusion. After greeting the players one after another, Kellyanne met Larry Sander again. It's a pity that the team we built just broke up like this. Larry Sander sighed after pouring a cup of coffee for Kellyanne. This is the ecology of the NBA. It is difficult for a team to continue its glory for a long time. This also better reflects the greatness of the Bulls. They overcame all difficulties and completed 2 three-peat championships. Has the team decided on the next head coach? Kellyanne asked on behalf of Hornacek. We are in contact with D'Antoni, and we think he is the most suitable candidate, Larry Sander said. As an offensive master in the league, this is undoubtedly a more advanced choice than Hornacek. D'Antoni is very good at using point guards, and he is likely to maintain the Hawks' gorgeous style of play and ensure that the team's performance and the market do not decline too much. Then I will talk to Jeff to see if he is willing to go with me or stay in the team to assist D'Antoni. Kellyanne said. Of course, it depends on his own decision. Larry Sander smiled. I wonder how many people you will dig from the team. There will be another chapter of end of volume remarks in the evening. A free chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Target, number 2 pick. Having missed the head coaching position of the Hawks, Hornacek needs to reconsider his future. There are 3 paths before him. Continue to stay with the Hawks. D'Antoni is unlikely to reject an assistant coach who can stabilize the overall situation. Continue to follow Kellyanne to New York. Kellyanne is welcome. Interview for the head coaching position of other teams. This risk is relatively large, and Hornacek does not plan to coach independently before a B goes to college. As a daughter slave, Hornacek's priority is not himself, but a B's wishes and future. A B's wishes to work in the media industry, as a host or reporter. There is no city more suitable than New York for this career choice, and from the perspective of a comfortable life, New York is still very exciting. If economic conditions permit, a B obviously prefers New York, and Hornacek follows his daughter's wishes and calls Kellyanne. No problem. I'll take care of a B schooling. I plan to live in Manhattan, and don't want to waste too much time commuting. Contract? I haven't signed it yet. Don't worry, I'll help you negotiate it. After receiving a call from Hornacek, and learning that the other party had decided to go with him, Kellyanne welcomed it and promised to help the other party solve a B school status and contract issues. Kellyanne, the car is here. We're ready to leave. Wang Liffen shouted outside the door. Why don't you go and do your work first? Hornacek mistakenly thought that Kellyanne was going out and said, well, after today, you may not be able to see me for a while. Don't call me. Kellyanne hesitated. Are you going back to China? Hornacek immediately realized that Kellyanne would go back to his flower growing home every summer. No, I plan to go to Europe to watch the Champions League final. Kylian said in a relaxed manner, the finals are played every year, and I don't have much chance to watch the game live. Maybe we will play the finals again next year, so I'll watch it as often as I can, right? Are you sure we are going to the New York Knicks? Hornacek expressed his disbelief. Are you kidding, Knicks? The finals next season? In this draft, I found my own Messi. Kylian smiled and said, it will probably be a bit difficult next season, but there will be no problem in 2 or 3 seasons. If James, Wade, and Bosh hadn't gathered in Miami, Kylian would have the confidence to lead the Knicks to the finals in 2011. But if these 3 joined forces, there would still be some twists and turns. If you catch up with one of James and Wade in 2010, there is indeed a greater hope. Hornacek thought about it and recognized that Kylian had the ability. Don't forget, he took Atlanta from the bottom of the league to the championship in just 2 seasons. No more talking, I'm leaving first. The 2008-09 Champions League final was held at the Olympic Stadium in Rome, but Kylian and Wagnerfan's first stop was not Italy, but Barcelona. As well-known Messi fans in the sports circle, Kylian and Wagnerfan were warmly received by the Barcelona club. Even when the first team was preparing for the Champions League final, Messi was still arranged to have dinner with Kylian. Also attending the dinner was Spanish golden boy Rubio. After the meal, the photo of the 4 people was also posted online by the club, which immediately triggered heated discussions online. Not long ago, in the Champions League semi-finals, the Stamford Bridge tragedy that shocked the football world was born. The referee Henning blew Chelsea's 4 real penalties and 2 suspected penalties, blackening Chelsea's victory and sending Barcelona to the final. Because of this incident, the fans of the 2 teams took over the feud and fought wildly on the internet. At this time, as a Chelsea fan, Kylian's star-chasing trip to Barcelona seemed not a good idea. The media, which is best at making up stories and creating topics, immediately smelled something different. The real purpose is not to go to the club to chase Messi. What if Kylian didn't go to chase Messi? You know, during Isaiah Thomas' tenure, the Knicks and Stephen Curry were in love and passion, and they would not marry anyone but you. Curry not only rejected the tryout invitations from many teams, but Del Curry even asked the Timberwolves not to choose Curry in the draft. But after Isaiah Thomas stepped down, everything became different. Kylian traveled thousands of miles to Europe. Did he really just go to watch the game? The Knicks are in a mess now. It would be too arrogant for him not to go and prepare early. Unless he came to see Rubio, in which case, everything can be explained. In the summer of 2005, Kylian went to the Hawks. His first move was to use the second pick to pick Paul, which started the team's glorious road. In 2009, Kylian, who also changed his mind, chose another magical point guard. Isn't it also very reasonable? From the perspective of lineup structure, the Knicks just need a player with outstanding organizational skills like Rubio to organize the team's offense. Immediately, the American media began to hype the fate between the Knicks and Rubio, and even ignored Curry, who was originally selected to join the Knicks. Sometimes, people are like this. Just like the creature which is neither a species in biological science nor a word for it, but because it was written by a famous writer, everyone tried every means to imagine such a creature. Until later, I clarified that it was a word created based on Zyangyan, which is actually a badger. At this time, Kylian is wandering around Europe, and his main purpose is to watch the game, vacation, and chat with Darlin, show off, and strive for more authority. As for the dinner and photo with Rubio, it was more of a means for the other party's agent to raise the price. Of course, it is not ruled out that Kylian intends to disrupt the audience, but this is really a casual move, and not in his plan. On May 27th, at the Olympic Stadium in Rome, Messi and Ronaldo, the 2 peerless duo, fought on the top of the Forbidden City, and Barcelona defeated Manchester United 2-0 and won the trophy. So far, Barcelona has been officially named the Universe team. No one would have thought that this was the only time that the 24-year-old Ronaldo and the 22-year-old Messi met in the Champions League final in their careers. In the next 14 years, the 2 won 12 of the 13 Golden Ball awards, not awarded in 20 years due to the epidemic, but never had the opportunity to face off in the Champions League final. It was after the Champions League final that Kellyan and the Knicks officially reached an agreement. The contract is for 3 years, with a total salary of $63 million for 3 years. This number may seem exaggerated, but in fact, it is the salary of the entire coaching staff, but the right to distribute it is given to Kellyan. At the same time, Kellyan also serves as the general manager of the team, which is also what Kellyan strives for. It's not that he desires power too much, or he is afraid that there will be someone in the management who will hinder his work, but he is preparing for himself to buy a team and become the boss in the future. Standing in the position of general manager, he can be exposed to more things. As soon as the contract was signed, Darlin, who couldn't wait, appeared on his own TV program and officially announced the news that Kellyan joined the team. On the one hand, it was to inspire the enthusiasm of the fans, and on the other hand, it was to explain why he did not announce his successor immediately after firing Thomas. How do you say it? Good food is not afraid of being late. Inviting Kobe to coach the team will definitely be my most exciting signing in the Knicks. He is an unparalleled coach. His current achievements can be compared with many great names in the history of the league. But don't forget that he is still very young and his room for improvement is unlimited. I would like to see him surpass everything in the history of the league and become the MJ of the coaching world one day. New York is the most ideal battlefield for him to display his talents. Darlin made random comments to the host. He directly put Kellyan in a position where he could challenge Batch in the future. This is the atmosphere of the city of New York, and to a certain extent, it is also the reason why the Knicks have been in chaos for many years. With such a boss, how can there not be chaos? The plane from Atlanta to New York slowly landed at Kennedy International Airport. Not long after, Kellyan, who was wearing a simple pair of casual trousers and a white shirt with a casual flavor on his upper body, walked out of the gate with his wife Wang Lifan, who looked very handsome and extraordinary. The whole waiting hall was suddenly in a mess. There were more than 100 reporters rushing forward, and the fans all around followed suit. Not to mention Kellyan and Wang Lifan, who were the first to bear the brunt. Even the group of passengers following him were all frightened. I have never seen such a spectacular scene before. Kellyan raised his hands high and soon regained his composure and comforted the reporters and fans at the scene with a smile. Don't get excited, don't get excited. The airport security and guards immediately began to organize the order at the scene. Kobe, why did you choose to leave the Hawks and come to the Knicks to coach? I heard that Mr. Darlin offered you a sky-high contract. Does this mean that you are in charge of the Knicks just for money? The Knicks lineup has great flaws. Are you worried that your resume will be dragged down by the Knicks' poor current situation? The reporters' questions were thrown one after another, and the whole scene was in chaos. Kellyan stretched out his hand to protect Wang Lifan behind him and gently comforted him. I'm sorry, I can't say too much for now. Soon, the guards separated the fans and reporters, and Kellyan and Wang Lifan were able to move on and leave the airport. Hello, Kimmy. The Knicks were responsible for picking up Darlin's personal assistant Chuck and Snyder, who Kellyan had arranged to come to New York in advance. When Chuck saw Kellyan coming, he immediately smiled and greeted him. Mr. Darlin is preparing for your signing ceremony these days, so he will be busy, so he arranged for me to receive you. Thank Mr. Darlin for me. Kellyan greeted with a smile, turned around and looked at Snyder. How is the preparation going? Let's talk in the car. Snyder took the initiative to open the door for Kellyan, but stopped him. When Kellyan was about to get in the car, I opened the door for Never. At %. Oh, seeing that the perverted killer suddenly knew how to joke, Wang Lifan laughed without caring about his image. Finally, the seating arrangement was that Chuck and Wang Lifan sat in the second row, while Kellyan and Snyder sat in the last row. The two had already started discussing the team's lineup. PG, Duhan SG, Crawford, Larry Hoots, Marty Collins SF, Wilson Chandler, Tim Thomas PF, Zach Randolph, Kevin Love, Juwan Howard, Jard Jeffrey, Shaquille O'Neal, except for Wilson Chandler and Kevin Love, who were still on rookie contracts and were considered low-paid and high-powered. Only Crawford, Duhan, and Jeffries were considered worthy of their contracts. The others were either veterans who were declining, or brushers whose data was greater than their role, or weak chickens who had no ability to play in the NBA. This was the situation after Marbury was bought out not long ago. Otherwise, the team would be even worse. Since the team's total salary has exceeded the salary cap, the team can only use one middle-class exception in the next season. At the same time, the Knicks only have one number 8 pick in the draft. If they want to select the Messi that Kellyan likes, they need to make a trade to improve their draft pick. It's hard to make money, but it's hard to eat shit. This is absolutely true. Just seeing this list of players, Kellyan felt a headache. As long as we stick with it for one season, the contracts of Shaq, Larry House, and Tim Thomas will all be released. Then we will have enough space to pursue James. Chuck in the front row heard Kellyan and Snyder complaining behind him, and couldn't help but speak out to defend himself. When your lineup has nothing, why do you think LeBron will come? Kellyan asked back with a smile. Chuck wanted to say, this is New York. But think about it, has New York ever had a popular star since Ewing? The most popular one may be Marbury in the 2003-2004 season, but even in that season, can he compare with Kidd, Nash, and Iverson? Not to mention Billups in the playoffs. Talk to the Grizzlies about their number 2 pick and get Curry at any price. Let's talk about other reinforcement later. Kellyan said. Kellyan directly set the trading target on the Grizzlies for a reason. Not to mention that the Warriors, who have the 7th pick, will definitely intercept Curry if they have the chance. The Hornets, who have the 6th pick, may also take the risk of forcibly intercepting him. Because he brought Paul to the Hawks, the Hornets, who did not get Paul, have been in a continuous downturn in recent years. The team has a good frontline configuration such as Marvin Williams, West, and Chandler, but the point guard can only use mediocre players like Pargo, and the results have never been able to rise. Catching up with this year's point guard year, the Hornets will 100% choose a point guard. Curry, who has a mature style of play and first-class combat effectiveness, is very suitable for the Hornets. Among the teams holding the top 5 picks, the Grizzlies are the most likely to trade their draft picks. The Grizzlies have young people with extraordinary potential in the other 4 positions, and they only lack a small forward. With Wilson Chandler plus the 8th pick as bargaining chips, we should be able to get the 2nd pick and some other compensation. Chapter 339. Should I choose Griffin? The Knicks want a number 2 pick? After hearing the call from the team's general manager Chris Wallace asking for proposals, team consultant Jerry West fell into deep thought. It should be that the number 8 pick can't get Rubio? Wallace guessed. As far as I know, the Timberwolves are also actively improving their draft position and want to ensure that Rubio reports to Minnesota. Kimmer's tactical thinking pays great attention to the offensive environment brought by space. How could he want a young version of Kidd? Jerry West shook his head. From his judgment, he felt that Kellyan's intention was not to buy the pick. The Knicks' proposal was to trade Wilson Chandler plus the number 8 pick for the Grizzlies' number 2 pick plus number 27 pick. This plan is beneficial to the Grizzlies. Since Gasol was injured in the 2006 World Championships, the Grizzlies were forced to rebuild. Through the draft and trades, they have successively obtained 4 young talents: Millsap, Conley, Gasol Jr., and Mayo. Although the talent accumulation is not as good as that of the Trail Blazers, Thunder, and Timberwolves, the combination is very reasonable and the effect is also quite good. According to the team's plan, after 1 or 2 seasons of training at most, the team will have the hope of impacting the playoffs. Relatively speaking, the team urgently needs to add a small forward who can both attack and defend. However, there is no such candidate for the popular rookies this season. Except for Griffin and Thabit, the other popular rookies are all point guards and combo guards, who are not what the Grizzlies need. Therefore, Kellyan's chips are just right. Wilson Chandler is a wing with both open shooting and certain ball holding ability. He is big enough and has good physical fitness, and his talent can be further developed. The Thunder with the 3rd pick, the Kings with the 4th pick, the Timberwolves with the 5th pick, the Timberwolves with the 6th pick, and the Warriors with the 7th pick all have the need to supplement the backcourt. The Grizzlies' draft pick is placed at the 8th pick, which may be more in line with the team's actual needs. My opinion is that this deal can be done, but you can try to take Randolph's contract and take the Knicks' 10-year first-round pick. Jerry West thought for a while and then said, I don't think he will agree, so let's do it this way. Not everyone makes a deal like Ainge, who kills the other party to death, or like Mori, who repeatedly pulls for several rounds for 1 or 2 second round picks. In order to ensure that Curry joins, Kellyanne's conditions are very sincere and can meet the Grizzlies' various needs. The logger man did not waste much time talking, and the two sides cut the Gordian, not in the fastest way, and determined the bargaining chips for the deal. One advantage of doing this is that everyone can free up energy to start the operation of other projects. As for Randolph, we can indeed send him away, but I don't plan to put him in this deal. I must first ensure that the people I want join before I clean up the team's lineup. Chris Wallace talked about Randolph, and Kellyanne was somewhat moved. Randolph is a typical one man's poison, another man's honey. When he went to the Grizzlies, he met his destined good friend, Gasol. The two black and white bears complemented each other's shortcomings. 1 + 1, 2. On the contrary, he stayed in the Knicks and formed a healthy inside line with O'Neal. He had poor mobility, poor defense, small offensive space, and Squeeze loves playing time. It was definitely not worth it. So even if it was a gift, even if someone would use this deal to ridicule Kellyanne for not knowing how to judge people after Randolph played well in the future, he would still send Randolph away under the right conditions. But the Grizzlies wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob a first round pick, but Kellyanne refused. The Knicks have a poor foundation. Kellyanne can't guarantee how far the reconstruction can be advanced in a short period of time. Moreover, next year is the big year of the free agent market. When necessary, this first round pick may be of great use, and Kellyanne must not let it go. Fortunately, the deal on the draft pick was successfully reached. So far, Kellyanne has finally completed the most important step in his reconstruction of the Knicks. Yes. Kellyanne stood up excitedly and shouted after hanging up the phone. "What are you so happy about?" Wang Lifan came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. She didn't care that her appearance would cause a Trojan war, especially when Kellyanne was still excited about getting Curry. After the two fought for more than an hour, Kellyanne stopped the action with satisfaction. Wang Lifan was also breathing fiercely, lying on Kellyanne's body like an octopus. "Shh, don't make a sound." The phone rang, and Kellyanne immediately asked her to be quiet. "Quinn." Kellyanne answered the phone. "Have you dealt with the Grizzlies?" Snyder asked. "Yes, it's settled. Prepare the documents as soon as possible and submit them to the league." Kellyanne said, "Once the Grizzlies get the number 27 pick, we can talk to the Hawks about Batier's trade." "D'Antoni probably wants to kill you," Snyder said. "Please, I'm helping them solve their burdens." Kellyanne cried out in injustice. "The Hawks' main goal this season is to avoid taxes. Paul's big contract has taken effect, and it's useless for Garnett to leave. Sending Batier away is a must. Isn't it better to give it to me than to others?" Hearing Kellyanne's argument about poaching his old club, Wang Lifan burst out laughing. "What's that sound?" Snyder's hearing is usually not so good, but at this time he has a keen ear. Kellyanne gently grabbed her dolphin, retaliated, and then covered up. "Do it as soon as possible. With Curry and Batier coming, plus Kevin Love, our offensive space on the field should be much better. In the free agent market, we still have middle class, and we will study how to use it when the time comes. Curry, Larry Hughes, Batier, Love, O'Neal. This is the starting lineup of the team in Kellyanne's plan. Curry and Batier both have excellent three-point shooting ability and are also good at receiving the ball for three-pointers, which can allow Larry Hughes to hold the ball more. Love, who has a certain shooting ability, high basketball IQ and outstanding passing awareness, is definitely more suitable for O'Neal than Randolph. If Curry can really bring the offensive threat described by Kellyanne, and at the same time, the team can ensure health, the Knicks' return to the playoffs is really not a problem. Even with Kellyanne, there is hope for further progress. This guy's too good." Snyder sighed with emotion after taking a breath. The chaotic and messy Knicks, in Kellyanne's hands, quickly sorted out their ideas and found a direction, and even did not sacrifice the team's future assets at all. This team building ability is terrifying. As a media tycoon, Darlan's excitement about his successful poaching of Kellyanne is beyond words. In order to publicize his achievements to the greatest extent, Darlan held a grand signing ceremony for Kellyanne at Madison Square Garden, the mecca of basketball. This signing ceremony attracted nearly 140 media from the United States and China. At the same time, more than 15,000 fans bought tickets to express their welcome to Kellyan. Such a high-profile handling method was not to Kellyan's liking, but there were so many fans at the scene just for him. Kellyan also felt excited. This is New York. When you have the ability to bring them honor, they can praise you to the sky. Otherwise, forget it. Let's not talk about these on a happy day. The team did not invite a special MC. As the owner of the team, Darlin personally walked to the microphone and introduced Kellyan. Dear gentlemen and ladies, thank you very much for coming to Madison today. This makes us feel your love for the team, and also makes Kimmy, who is about to become the first head coach of the Knicks, feel your enthusiasm. There is no doubt. This will be an appearance that will be recorded in the history of the Knicks forever, because we are about to usher in a great head coach. The team has been in a bad situation for many years, and the Knicks fans are dissatisfied with Delando. They did not boo today, and it was entirely for Kellyan's face. Kellyan walked from the player tunnel to the center of the field, and the atmosphere of Madison Square Garden was instantly ignited. Kimmy, Kimmy, Kimmy. The shouts resounded throughout Madison. What kind of scene is it when tens of thousands of fans shout one person's name together? You may not be able to imagine it, but Kellyan really felt it. His eardrums seemed to be broken, but he still waved to the fans with a smile and walked to the platform in the center of the field. After shaking hands with Darlin, Kellyan walked to the microphone and gracefully pressed his hands together, signaling everyone to be quiet. Thank you very much for everything Mr. Darlin has prepared for me. In my opinion, these are beyond my expectations. So, how can I repay Mr. Darlin's trust? At this point, Kellyan raised his index finger with an extremely confident look. That is, the championship. Maybe you will doubt it, maybe you don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. I will prove what I said, just like I proved it in Atlanta. Then it was time for reporters to ask questions. The first opportunity to ask questions was given to Kellyan's mouthpiece reporter, ESPN's Zhu Yi. Kimmy, welcome to New York. Zhu Yi stood up and nodded to Kellyan. Thank you. Kellyan smiled and nodded in response. We all want to know, what is the reason that made you leave Atlanta and choose New York? Zhu Yi asked with concern, which is also a topic of concern to countless fans. In the last playoff game of last season, when we were swept out by the Magic, I sat in the locker room for a long time. I was thinking, if I seek reinforcement in the middle, will the situation be better? At least we will not be eliminated directly by 4:0. My answer is that there should be a chance, at least we can win 1 or 2 games. Why didn't I push for the transaction at that moment? Maybe after my success, my subconscious enthusiasm for some games is fading. I know where the team can play, and it is more difficult to break through. This state is completely different from when I led the Lakers to play against the Spurs in 2005. At that time, I knew that the Lakers could not deal with Duncan at all, but I still tried my best to think of some ways to play against the Spurs. Losing this passion is terrible. At that time, I knew that I had to leave. Kellyan attributed all the responsibilities to himself. You can't just say that the boss is reluctant to spend money to pay the luxury tax, and he is stingy when paying me a salary, so I don't want to serve him anymore. Only Kant could say this. Although Kellyan occasionally showed off, his attitude towards others was relatively humble. The only person he had a grudge against was Phil Jackson. The Knicks have not advanced to the playoffs for many years. The team's operations in recent years have not been successful. How do you plan to rebuild the team? In fact, before today's signing ceremony, the team had already completed a deal. I can tell you responsibly that I have found my Messi. Next, the team will have some small-scale operations. We will try our best to put together a good lineup and then quickly run in. I will make arrangements as soon as possible to bring the Knicks to where they should be. After the signing ceremony, the Messi that Kellyan mentioned caused heated discussions. Messi, who is only 22 years old, is destined to become a legend in the football world. The Messi that Kellyan mentioned, not to mention James, should at least be at the position of Durant and Howard to be worthy of Kellyan's evaluation today, right? The Knicks deliberately use the 8th pick plus Wilson Chandler to trade up, which means that the 8th pick may not be selected. It must be a very popular rookie. It's definitely not Griffin. He is the default number 1 pick, and he can't be selected by changing to number 2 pick. Rubio is the most likely, because Kellyan went to Barcelona and made a special trip to observe him, and he pushed for the trade after he came back. Tyreke Evans is also good. His physical talent is simply overwhelming when playing as a point guard. James Harden? Messi has dwarfism. Harden has asthma. Both of them have congenital deficiencies. Messi really has dwarfism, and he only grew to a normal height after taking hormones in Barcelona. This is not scolding him. The Thunder, Kings, Timberwolves, Hornets, and Warriors, who were ranked 3 to 7, began to sigh, fearing that their cherished baby, the Knicks, would snatch it up. The Clippers, who had the number 1 pick, were even more depressed. Should they choose Griffin or not? Chapter 340. The backcourt is complete, leaving all the problems to the wings. June 25th, New York, Madison Square Garden. Today, the 2009 NBA Draft will be held here, and 203 countries and regions around the world will broadcast this basketball feast. Compared with the grand scale of the draft in the past few years, this year's draft is hailed as a small year. Apart from Griffin and Messi and Kellyan's mouth, experts can't even select other T1 level rookies. But is it really so? Anyway, Kellyan doesn't think so. That is, Harden's draft pick is too high, and this fat guy needs 1 to 2 seasons of growth before he can play well. Otherwise, if both MVPs of this draft are included in his team, the picture is too beautiful to watch. Kellyan is in charge, but there are always some things in life that exceed his expectations. Due to their understanding and fear of Kellyan, the Hawks refused to trade Battier to a rival in the Eastern Conference, and instead traded Battier plus number 28 for the Suns' Raja Bell plus number 15, and then traded number 15 plus Sefolosha for the Pacers' number 13, completing tax avoidance while upgrading the team's draft pick. Larry Sander knew Kellyan's terrifying operational ability too well, and was determined not to do anything that aided the enemy, and this decision was also supported by D'Antoni and Paul. Kellyan quickly changed direction, and traded Jamal Crawford plus Marty Collins plus number 27, traded with the Grizzlies, for the Bulls number 16 plus Brad Miller. In the summer of 2008, the Bulls and Ben Gordon's contract negotiations collapsed, and the Bulls used a qualified contract offer to force the other party to stay for 1 year. Ben Gordon became an unrestricted free agent this summer, and 100% will not stay with the Bulls. The Bulls need to choose a new backcourt partner for Rose. Crawford has the offensive skills of a top scorer in the league. Whether he is holding the ball and shooting, he is quite good. His offensive power is not inferior to Ben Gordon. His disadvantages are poor physical confrontation and poor defense. But the overall defensive strength of the Bulls is still quite good. If the opponent's offense is strong, Luol Deng can handle it. The Knicks got Brad Miller, which is also a targeted reinforcement. Although Miller is already 33 years old, his physical condition has been maintained. His appearance rate in recent seasons has been above 85%. His style of play that tends to support and shoot is also very healthy. In the days when O'Neal's health was worrying, Brad Miller was another insurance that Kellyan gave to the Knicks center position. After a long wait, David finally appeared in front of everyone, still waving to the audience gracefully, but in return he was booed by New York fans. At the draft every year, New York fans will inevitably boo David Stern. This has become a traditional program. Under the stage, the reactions of the people in the small green room were different. Except for the face of the designated number 1 pick Griffin, who had a confident smile on his face. Everyone else was a little uneasy. Everyone hoped that they would be selected second after Griffin. This not only meant that they had the potential to be favored by Kellyan and could get his guidance and avoid detours, but also meant that they could join a big market team at the beginning of their career. In addition to Kobe's strong personal ability, is it related to his always being in the Lakers that Kobe's career was so great? After a brief opening speech, this draft officially began. The staff in the audience handed Stern an envelope with the Clippers logo printed on it. In the first round of the 2009 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Clippers selected Blake Griffin with the first pick. He is from Oklahoma City and plays for the University of Oklahoma. After the words fell, there was a neat, but not warm applause at the scene. This was an expected result. Griffin, who was very proud, hugged his relatives and friends one by one, and went on stage to shake hands with David Stern for a photo. Although he is not going to the Lakers, the Clippers are also in Los Angeles, where there are many female stars and models. Los Angeles studs are online from this moment. Next, it is time to reveal the biggest suspense of this draft. In the 2009 NBA first round draft, the New York Knicks selected Stephen Curry with the second pick. He is from Charlotte, North Carolina, and plays for Davidson College. As soon as this was said, the huge Madison Square Garden fell into madness. Curry himself was also excited to hug his family. He was almost crying with nervousness just now. During this period, Curry's mental journey was so turbulent that only he himself knew. After the crazy three, Curry met with Knicks general manager Isaiah Thomas as soon as possible, and the Knicks promised to use the first round pick to select him. For a long time afterwards, except for the joint tryout that he had to appear, Curry only tried out for the Knicks alone. Old Curry spoke through his own channels and asked other teams not to choose Curry. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. As a result, Isaiah Thomas was fired and Curry was instantly embarrassed. If he wasn't careful, he would be like Pierce in 1998, and his draft pick would fall all the way. Then he was stabbed 13 times in 35 seconds. Turning around, Kellyan took over the Knicks, and he got along well with Rubio. The media said that they saw the shadow of Paul in Rubio, and the Knicks even traded for Rubio for the second pick. As a result, the biggest reversal came. Jumping up to the stage to take the Knicks hat, Curry took a photo with Stern and smiled sweetly. Next, the Thunder selected the bearded Harden with the third pick. Compared with Griffin going to Los Angeles and Curry staying in New York, it's not bad for Harden to go to Goose City to let the bullets fly for a while. It's a good thing for Harden to play with Durant and Westbrook and grow slowly. The Kings selected Tariq Evans at the fourth pick. He is also a combo guard with excellent physical fitness and good passing vision, but his shooting is really bad. Many people say that he was ruined by the Kings' frequent position changes, but Kellyan doesn't think so. His own technical defects are also obvious, and the beautiful data in the first season is somewhat similar to James' 411 project, which is supported by a lot of fast break scoring. The Timberwolves were scared, but they still picked Rubio as they wished. The Spanish golden boy was calm instead. He actually knew that Kellyan didn't like him. The photo at the dinner was purely for publicity. The Hornets selected Flynn at the sixth pick. There is nothing to say. Let's keep up the good work at the draft next season. After missing Curry, Old Nelson selected Jennings, who is also good at three-point shooting, as a supplement. This choice made the star player Monta Ellis very dissatisfied. He expected the team to supplement the inside line or add a wing with enough size. Predicted to be the second pick, but fell all the way to the seventh pick and was not selected. Thabit's face turned green. Without any urgent need, the Grizzlies decided to gamble on Thabit's talent and brought in this big bamboo pole. Because of Carter, the Raptors have a special preference for dunkers. After Carter and Moon, DeRozan was selected. DeRozan now does not have the unsolvable mid-range shot that he later had. His selling point is his physical fitness. This is also the reason why 2009 is considered a weak year for the draft. Many players only gradually developed later. The Mamba Jeff Teague went to the Bucks. The Bucks' current lineup is also full of holes. The gamble on Marion's trade failed, and the Hacker planned to leave Milwaukee. After years of building the team around Reed, the team is stagnant. Except for Bodig, all the Bucks players are on the shelf. The Nets selected another point guard, James Terrence Williams. Later, this buddy got to the CBA, but he didn't play at the level of James. Joe Gang chose Gerald Henderson at the 12th pick. He can carry some ball rights and provide some singles, but his overall efficiency is low. Under the misfortune of Joe, the Bobcats really don't see much hope in the short term. After sending out Battier and Sefolosha, the Hawks completed tax avoidance and raised their draft pick to the 13th pick. They skipped NCAA legend Hansbrough and chose Jordan Hill to fill the vacancy left by Garnett. Jordan Hill is 208 centimeters tall, with a body shape similar to flyweight center Mickey Moore, with long arms and long legs, which is not good enough for confrontation. He has good mobility, a large defensive range, and is good at pick and roll on the offensive end, which is suitable for playing next to Paul. The Pistons selected Earl Clark at the 14th pick, which was later given by the Magic when Howard joined the Lakers. He is suitable for playing next to several giants and shooting open three-pointers. It was based on his performance in the Lakers that year that he cheated a contract from the Cavaliers, and then there was no news. At the 15th pick, the Pacers chose Hansbrough. The White Beast has a general upper limit, but it is a very safe choice, which fits the temperament of the Pacers. Finally, when the Knicks took the stage for the second time, Killian looked at the list of all the draft players handed over by his hand-snudder and reported the name of Jrue Holiday. In Killian's view, Holiday's strength is to ensure that he can compete for the top 4 among the rookies in this year's rookies, and his immediate combat effectiveness is excellent. He has the strength to start in his rookie season. Before the 21st finals, Holiday was always ignored when discussing the grading of guards. Although he was the first All-Star born after 1990 in NBA history, and although he was recognized by the team management and signed a 6-year, $136 million contract with the Pelicans, and the Bucks also paid 3 first-round picks plus 2 first-round swaps to trade for him. In the eyes of fans, he was not as good as 20th. Holiday's shooting ability is not stable, and his organizational ability is quite mediocre. Such technical characteristics are very unfavorable for him to brush up beautiful data, but his advantages are also outstanding. Among players with standard guard body types, Holiday's defensive ability is enough to compete for the top 5 in history. He has excellent speed, confrontation and skills, and his defense is more outstanding in big occasions. Lillard, Westbrook, Bill, Paul and Booker have all been locked by him. On the offensive end, he can use acceleration or physical confrontation to break into the inside and score. Compared with all the guards in the league, Holiday is also an excellent breakthrough player. Compared with Larry, who's in his prime, Holiday's off-ball running is much stronger, which makes his output more stable. In short, picking Holiday at the 16th pick is a sure win. The Knicks' operation of selecting 2 combo guards in the draft is somewhat puzzling. After all, the Knicks' wing is the weakness. Killian's idea is very simple. After bringing Curry and Holiday to the draft, the team's backcourt already has Curry, Larry Hughes and Holiday, 3 players who can directly start, and the undrafted Wesley Matthews is also a very good combat force. Among the 4 players, except for Larry Hughes who is more ball dominant, the others have good off-ball abilities, so it is not a problem to pair them up. Brad Miller, who was brought in through the trade with the Bulls, can also form a double insurance with O'Neal at the center position. The team also has Love, Randolph, and Jeffries in the interior. This configuration is far from the championship, but it is considered a well-off level in the Eastern Conference. In the coming time, if the Knicks can handle Randolph's contract, then the main task of the Knicks will be to sign 1 or 2 wing players in the free agent market, and then adjust the lineup depending on the situation after the season starts. If Randolph's contract can be handled, then 1 more backup interior player will be added. The subsequent draft process is still proceeding in an orderly manner. The Timberwolves selected Ty Lawson as a backup point guard for Rubio, who may not enter the NBA for the time being. The Rockets selected the Spaniard Yui with the 4th pick in the 2nd round, which should be Adebayo Bayo after there was really no one to choose. The defending champion Lakers had a good vision and selected 2 good young people, Tony Douglas and Beverly, at the 29th and 42nd picks, respectively, but they were all traded away in exchange for $3 million cash. Danny Green, who has the highest future achievements among the 2nd round picks, was selected by the Cavaliers at the 45th pick, but he is now afraid that he will not be in James's eyes. In fact, among the 2nd round picks of this year, Danny Green, Beverly, Cunningham, Marcus Thornton, Meeks, DiCarlo, and Jerebko are all people who can gain a foothold in the league, and their quality is pretty good. However, considering the team's lineup problems, Killian still did not continue to make a move. He only gave the undrafted Matthews a 1+1 minimum salary contract with a team option after the draft. Generally, when a team signs an agreement with an undrafted player, they first let him play in the summer league to observe him. But Kenyan did not take the usual approach and directly gave him a contract, which not only showed his trust in Matthews, but also slapped the faces of the management of other teams. Such a high quality 3D player, it's a waste of time. Chapter 341 Arms Race. Curry plus Holiday plus Matthews. This is all the gains of the Knicks in the 2009 draft. Judging from the gains in the draft alone, the fans are not satisfied. Especially after Isaiah Thomas kept silent for a while. He spoke out in front of the media. Long before Kimmy, I was optimistic about Curry's potential. I promised Del Curry that we would use the 8th pick to select Curry. Kimmy went to investigate the players and ended up paying more to Chandler to get Curry. I know he is a great coach, but this operation is not smart. But if you look closely at the operation, you will find that after a series of operations around this year's draft, the Knicks lineup has undergone significant changes. PG, Curry, Holiday, Duhan, SG, Larry Hughes, Matthews SF, Tim Thomas PF, Love, Randolph, Juwan Howard C, O'Neal, Brad Miller, Jeffries except for the small forward position. The team's other positions are at least quite complete in terms of personnel. And the team will have mid-level exception to use in the future. The free agent market in 2009 includes players such as Turkoglu, Artest, Ariza, Barnes, and Grant Hill. Except for Turkoglu, who is expected to pursue a big contract of more than $10 million, the market of these players, including Artest, may not be as good as expected. Not only the Knicks, at least half of the teams in the league, are concerned about the 10-year free agent market and are optimizing their respective salary results in order to be more competitive in the coming year. The day after the draft, Kenyan met Curry, Holiday, and Matthews in the team training hall. Except for the second generation of Bull Curry, who often appeared at the Hornets' home court with his father since he was a child, Holiday and Matthews were a little reserved. Especially since he joined the New York Knicks, the richest team in the league. I chose you, which means I'm optimistic about your future. But there is a saying that goes, a master can only lead you to the door, but practice is up to you. I can point out the right direction for you to develop, but you have to work hard in this direction to truly move towards a higher goal. ZHU, in my opinion. My assessment of you is close to that of Larry, who's in the team. You both have relatively good defense among players in the same position and are good at breaking through and creating threats. Your shortcomings are also relatively similar. You don't know how to mobilize your teammates, and your shooting ability is relatively lacking. This offseason, I hope you can improve your core strength and confrontation, and at the same time, practice your outside shooting to the point where others dare not leave you alone. The task is heavy, but if you do this, you will have the opportunity to compete with Larry Hughes for the starting position in the new season. Personally, I hope you can win the competition. I hope you and Curry can support New York's backcourt for the next 10 years. There is no doubt that Curry is the Messi in Kenyan's mouth. Whether it is Holiday or others, they are positioned as Curry's partner in Kenyan's mind. Those who are suitable for Curry will be reused by Kenyan. Holiday is not jealous of this. On the contrary, he knows his strengths and weaknesses. In fact, if he can really improve according to Kenyan's proposal, he can complement Curry. I know, coach. After the summer, you will see the results. Holiday was tempted by the starting position thrown by Kenyan and has decided to give up his vacation and stay in New York for training. After Holiday is Matthews, the biggest miss gem of this draft. Even if he is evaluated by his immediate combat effectiveness after the draft, Matthews can compete for the first place in history. Why do you say that? Because other undrafted players like Ben Wallace and Van Vliet were abandoned by the league teams because of some defects, and then they slowly played out with their own efforts and progress, while Matthews was simply blinded by the general managers of 30 teams. Take Ben Wallace, who is known as the strongest undrafted player in history. He was not selected in the 1996 draft. He played in the summer league for the Celtics, but was abandoned for his average performance. He then moved to Europe and returned to the United States to join the Bullets half a season later. He entered the rotation in the second season. In the second half of the third season, with Webber joining the Kings, Ben entered the starting lineup and then slowly played out. What about Matthews' experience in his previous life? He played in the summer league for the Jazz and signed a contract before the game was over. After joining the Jazz, he directly surpassed Korver and CJ Miles in the starting order and became the first substitute on the wing. After half a season, the Jazz sent Ronnie Brewer away and promoted Matthews to start. In the summer of 2010, when other rookies of the same class were still on rookie contracts, Matthews had already signed with the Trail Blazers and got a 5-year, $33 million full mid-level contract. If he wasn't short, only 196 centimeters, Kellyan wouldn't even have to worry about the starting small forward position. He could just start him. But now, he will also be an important substitute for the team's second and third positions. At least Kellyan will give him quite a lot of opportunities. And the focus of his training is to improve his lateral speed and outside shooting ability, and his development direction is to be a 3D player. Holiday and Matthews left one after another, and then it was Curry, the future core selected by Kellyan. The conversation with Curry was not in the office. Kellyan brought Curry to the training ground. There were already 3 people waiting here. Curry's eyes stayed on Wang Lifan for a short time, not because of her beauty, but because he was wondering why she was here. This is Professor Helen, an expert in sports medicine. This is Jim, one of my most trusted trainers. She needs no introduction. Doctor of neurosurgery, Miss Wang Lifan. Kellyan deliberately ignored Wang Lifan, who then waved her little fist at her, forcing him to give her a formal title. The point is, Doctor of Neurosurgery. This is a title that Wang Lifan has worked hard for 10 years to get. Hello. Curry didn't know why Kellyan had made such a big fuss to invite a professor and a doctor, but out of respect for professionals, he still shook hands with them politely. The next question will be explained in detail by the 3 of them. Kellyan waved his hand, and then it was the stage for professionals. Historically, Curry had a bad time in the first 3 years of his career. In addition to the conflict in playing style with Monta Ellis, injuries of all sizes around the ankle also troubled Curry. This area has obviously become Curry's Achilles heel. It is precisely because of this that when the Warriors proposed a 4-year, $44 million child labor contract to Curry in 2012, Curry hurriedly agreed to it. He was afraid. Later, this child labor contract also became the key to the Warriors' establishment of a dynasty. But now, meeting Kellyan, who has opened a God's perspective, these problems are not problems. As early as, after deciding to come to the Knicks, Kellyan entrusted Wang Lifan to find sports medicine experts. Together with Jim and Wang Lifan himself, they held several seminars to discuss Curry's ankle injury and his playing style. They really found some clues. First, Curry's change of direction is very large. Curry is one of the best players in the world in change of direction, but he relies too much on his ankles in pursuit of speed. This part is like the wings of a basketball player. If it is overused, it will melt like wax. Second, the power point of his shooting is the ankle. Curry's extremely fast shooting is a huge load on his ankle, which is why Curry's injuries are concentrated in his ankles. Players speed up because of their ankles, Helen said, but in fact, your power comes from your hips. We hope to teach you to use the power of your hips and not put too much pressure on your ankles. At the same time, you have to wear special protective gear on your ankles, which will help you further protect your ankles. Wang Lifan added, this is made by Kimmy for you. After Helen, Jim and Wang Lifan explained, Curry's eyes released some light. Jim demonstrated the shooting action they discussed on the spot. Instead of using the feet to exert force, use the waist belt and hips to start the force, which reduces the burden on the ankle joint. At the same time, the hip force can also allow you to better control your body. Through the transfer of body force and strengthening core strength, the movement is more stable and smooth, and you can accelerate and decelerate at will. Before I officially adjust my shooting posture, I may need to tell my father. My basketball journey started because of him, and I hope to listen to his advice. Curry said. Curry himself is a person who believes in science. He believes that Kellyan has found experts and customized ankle guards, and everything he does must be for his own good. The professional advice he can provide must be more correct than the empiricism of old Curry. However, out of respect for his family, especially his father who has guided him all the way to the path of professional basketball, Curry is still used to informing Del Curry before making a decision. This is just like Kellyanne asked Wang Lifan for advice before deciding to come to New York. As a result, the loyal fans of Gossip Girl are very happy to come to New York to experience life. That night, Kellyanne received a call from Del Curry. After the couple provided Curry with a half-hour analysis, old Curry finally accepted his son's plan to adjust his shooting posture. Poor parents in the world. After persuading old Curry, Kellyanne sighed. So, when are we going back to see my parents? Wang Lifan looked at Kellyanne with a smile. After completing the doctoral exam, she also wanted to share the good news with Kellyanne's parents. If you don't return to your hometown when you are rich, it's like walking in the night in brocade clothes. Why don't you go back this year? Kellyanne said with a smile. You didn't learn any good things when you went back, but you learned sus how dialect to curse me. When you go to a place to learn the local language, besides hello and have you eaten, you must learn curse words the fastest. Wang Lifan is no exception. She can say things like, Wang Lifan, a girl who speaks with a Cantonese accent, how can she speak sus how dialect? After being punched by Wang Lifan a few more times, Kellyanne said, Dad applied for early retirement in the first half of the year, and the procedures have been approved. In the future, he will be freer to go back and forth, and we don't have to rush back. Then let my parents rush back and forth. You are really a filial son. Good guy. Now it's not just curse words, but even internet slang. Although the free agent market will not officially open until July 1st, it is obvious that no team will really wait until then to contact players. Starting from June 28th, Kellyanne and his coaching staff began to meet with wing players from all over the league. However, with the advantage of a big city and a champion coach, the Knicks are not popular in the free agent market. The reason is simple. Everyone knows that the Knicks will pursue James in the summer of 2010. If he joins the Knicks now, he might be traded to some corner in the off-season next season. Even if he doesn't leave, who would be willing to stay in the team as a substitute for James? Although Kellyanne is indeed clearing up salary space, since he knows that James and Bosh will go to Miami to join Wade, his target is certainly not focused on these three people. However, this idea is not easy to say out loud. After all, his boss is ambitiously planning the ambition of Kellyanne plus James. Turkoglu did not leave the Magic like in history and then become a nobody. Since the Magic are not constrained by Lewis's 6-year, $126 million contract, they can barely spare the budget to retain Turkoglu, and the Magic can continue the team's combat effectiveness to the greatest extent. The Lakers, when they had the chance to get Artest, had no attachment to Ariza, and signed Artest, who had caused a lot of trouble for Kobe in the playoffs, with a 5-year, $34 million contract. Artest's strength is certainly not just middle class, but after all, he has a lot of black history, and being able to join the Lakers, a team with strong media power, will help to whitewash it. At the same time, the Lakers are strong. As of now, the new season is still the top favorite in the league, and Artest has the hope of winning a championship ring. Ariza, who was abandoned by the Lakers, got a 4-year, $24 million incremental contract from Kellyanne, but the contract offered by the Rockets, 5 years, $34 million, is more attractive in terms of both the amount and the promised core position. Although his ball holding ability is average, Ariza wants to challenge his weakness. Yao Ming was seriously injured in the playoffs, and McGrady's condition was unpredictable after the minimally invasive surgery last night. The Rockets are already planning to rebuild. The other two Texas Big Three are still strong. The Mavericks signed Marion with a 5-year, $39 million contract. In the new season, the hacker will serve as the sixth man for the Mavericks. Without the run and gun system, Marion's data was drained of water, and his technical flaws were exposed. If he had known earlier, he would have accepted the Suns' multi-million-dollar contract. The aging Spurs traded 3 veterans, Bruce Bowen, Kurt Thomas and Fabricio Oberto, from the Nets for Richard Jefferson. The Nets have been losing money for several years, and the owner has run out of money and plans to sell the team. In addition to Jefferson, Carter is also on the list of people to be sold. The team hopes to get rid of Carter's remaining 2 years of big contract and make the account look better to facilitate the next team to take over. On the evening of July 2nd, Garnett, the biggest player in the free agent market, announced his destination. The Wolf King signed with the Oklahoma City Thunder with a 3-year, $45 million contract. Oh my god. It's a big deal. Chapter 342 New York Grizzlies. Frankly speaking, Garnett's choice to join the Thunder was really beyond Kellyan's expectations. Because this city really has no appeal at all. The only city that can compare to him is Milwaukee. When talking about small cities in the NBA, Sacramento is the smallest, but it is the capital of California, with a good economy and good public security. It is close to the Greater Bay Area, the team's performance is better, San Francisco fans come to watch the game, and the bull market has great development potential. The bleakness of these years is dragged down by the performance. Although Minnesota is cold, at least it is big. The city is a medium-sized city. Memphis has loose laws, and some behaviors that are considered illegal in other areas are legal here, which is a blessing for some players who don't follow the rules. Salt Lake City is also small, but because of the Winter Olympics, it has a good foundation for mass sports, a wide city, and a Manichean center. People like Hornacek are willing to live there, and they are unwilling to come out, unless Kellyan visits. But if you think about it carefully, Garnett actually doesn't have many choices. At the age of 33, he had just suffered a serious injury for half a season, and it was unknown what level he could recover to. More than half of the teams in the league were waiting for the summer of 2010 to pursue James, Wade, Bosh, Stoudemire and other popular players, and were unwilling to add a long-term contract to the salary list casually. Garnett felt that he could still fight for some honors and continue to compete with Duncan, and he did not intend to go to some purely bad teams. At the same time, he did not want to take less money. Combining various factors, after repeated consideration, Garnett finally chose the Thunder. He can not only show off his leader in front of Durant and Westbrook, but also strive for higher honors with the progress of his younger brothers. On the other hand, the Thunder also needs Garnett. First of all, the Thunder's salary bill can accommodate Garnett's big contract. The core four of the team all got rookie contracts. Durant and Jeff Green will not sign big contracts until 2011, and Westbrook will get a big contract in 2012. By then, Garnett's contract will have expired. Secondly, the Thunder lost too badly in the past 2 seasons. It is definitely not enough to just introduce Harden in the new season. Garnett is the superstar who can stimulate the market. Finally, the worst result is that, even if Garnett's performance on the court declines, as long as he can lead Ibaka and Durant's defense, the Thunder will just find a mentor for the young people in the team. Both sides get what they need, and it seems to be a match made in heaven. After confirming the signing, Durant tweeted a welcome message, kilograms. Garnett joined the Thunder, and Jeff Green's positioning became awkward. In order to make room for Durant, Jeff Green changed from a small forward to a power forward. Ibaka's power forward size forced him to play center, and both of them were uncomfortable. Now that Garnett has joined, it is another matter who will play center between him and Ibaka. Jeff Green is destined to be sacrificed. Snyder suggested that Kellyan ask Jeff Green's price, and if the price is right, he can get him. Jeff Green for Kevin Love. Presti replied calmly. There is no doubt about Leguan's vision, but it may also be because the Knicks do have few positive assets. Excuse me. Kellyan hung up the phone immediately, then looked at Snyder and shook his head. He knew that Presti was not a person who would suffer losses. He made this call to show his management style of accepting good advice. In the current situation, the Knicks do not have the strength to break out of the East, so no matter how chaotic the West is, it has nothing to do with Kellyan. But in the long run, the lineup composed of Westbrook, Harden, Durant, Ibaka, and Garnett is quite terrifying. Not only are they talented, but the salary structure is perfect. If Jeff Green can be exchanged for a 3D wing, Kellyan is not sure that he can win. Garnett's departure and the disintegration of the Hawks have made the strong West and weak East pattern this season more serious. At present, the top combat power in the East is the Magic team that made the finals last season, leaving Turkoglu ensures that their strength has not dropped as sharply as in the previous life. In the East, where the overall strength has collapsed, the Magic team is the most stable existence. Last season, the Cavaliers and James were sent away by the Magic in the Eastern Conference Finals with 8-5. James could still find reasons to comfort himself subconsciously when he was suppressed by the big three of the Hawks, but he was dealt with by Howard, who entered the league a year later than him, which destroyed any idea of James staying in the team. This season, James may have to play for himself more. Apart from the Cavaliers and the Magic, there is really no team in the East that can play. The standard of playing is to be able to enter the playoffs in the West. The remaining teams in the East seem to have no absolute certainty when they are pulled to the West. Maybe, relatively speaking, the Hawks, which have lost a lot of blood, can already be considered to be able to play. On July 4th, Matt Barnes, an old subordinate of Kellyan, also rejected his recruitment. The Celtics offered him a 4-year, $18 million contract. The Knicks' 3-year contract with a team option was more sincere. Although Barnes was also discovered by Kellyan, the cooperation time was not long, and he was also traded by Kellyan, so there was no special relationship. Moreover, he was also worried that the Knicks would bring in James next season and then trade him. As a result, the small forwards who can play in the free agent market have all gone to their own owners, and the Knicks have nothing to gain. The team can only strengthen this position through trades or Teobeo. Kellyan still looks calm on the surface, but he is still a little anxious inside. How to say it? It is also related to the overall situation in the Eastern Conference. Originally, Kellyan's requirements for this season were not high. First, Curry got enough growth. Not to mention the unrealistic goal of entering the All-Star game, he still had a chance to compete with Evans for the best rookie by taking advantage of the New York platform to magnify his own highlights. Second, the team entered the playoffs and at least did not get swept. By the summer of 2010, the team can get rid of the 3 contracts of Larry Hughes, Juwan Howard, and Shaquille O'Neal, freeing up a lot of salary space for Kellyan to operate. As long as he can introduce an all-star, Kellyan will be able to pull the team to a higher level. But the overall situation in the Eastern Conference continues to decline, and it seems that a little more effort can improve a lot. Kellyan is really tempted, and has even been thinking about some trading plans. On July 5th, Woj broke another big deal. Ainge, who failed to form a big three to win the championship, is pushing for the Pierce Brand trade operation, and is expected to get at least 3 first-round picks from the Clippers. In the 2008 offseason, Brand renewed his contract with the Clippers for a 5-year, $75 million contract. As a result, Brand, who signed a big contract, suffered a shoulder injury and only played in 14 games. Baron Davis was unable to carry the team alone. The Clippers had a dismal performance, but it was a blessing in disguise and they drew the number 1 pick. Griffin's joining made Brand's positioning awkward. Both of them are short inside players, relying on their shoulder width and body to make a living in the inside. If they start together, the team will obviously lack height, and the Clippers obviously hope that Baron Davis will lead Griffin to run and play. Brand's remaining 4 years and $60 million contract directly covers Griffin's rookie contract, which is a huge burden for the Clippers. It is also a good way to strengthen the team by sending 3 first-round picks away in exchange for the versatile Pierce. Ainge is not optimistic about the Clippers' prospects in the West. Whether it is the quality of Baron Davis or the growth rate of Griffin, they will affect the Clippers' performance. At that time, the first-round picks in the future may have a very high value. MD, Ainge is really daring to do it. He dared to send Pierce away and take Brand's 4-year contract. Hamblin couldn't help cursing after hearing the news. It should be that the Clippers put all their hopes on Griffin. As long as he can play well, even if they give the Celtics 3 first-round picks, the value will not be much higher, right? Snyder analyzed. Kimmy, what do you think? As long as the benefits are enough, there is nothing that Ainge dare not do. Kellyan said, if he was in the Spurs now, Duncan would have been traded for a draft pick. Everyone laughed at the same time. In comparison, Kellyan seemed to be quite benevolent in his trades. The gamble on Garnett was so rich that it disrupted the market. The number 8 pick plus Wilson Chandler were exchanged for the Grizzlies' number 2 pick and number 28 pick. On paper, the Grizzlies also made more money. You are more optimistic about the Celtics? Hamblin said in shock. Look at the years of the 3 draft picks. If it's 2010, 2012, or 2014, I'm cautiously optimistic that the Celtics will make a profit. Brand's level has declined, and he doesn't deserve the salary, but he's not useless. Rondo organizes the outside line, and Ray Allen opens up the space. It's not a big problem for him to get 15 plus 10. On the Clippers side, Baron Davis has injury risks, and Pierce is already 32. How many years can his peak last? Kellyanne deliberately didn't mention Griffin to prevent others from thinking that he was too good-mouthed if Griffin announced that his rookie season was over. As a time traveler, it is necessary to be low-key. In fact, the Clippers have another underestimated player, DeAndre Jordan. If he can be introduced to the Knicks, the team's inside lineup can be further enhanced. However, after the Hawks cultivated many newcomers in a row, other teams' precautions against Kellyanne have reached a new level. Unless they are mediocre people who can be seen with the naked eye, if they can see the potential in some aspects, no one is willing to hand them over to Kellyanne easily. Everyone discussed the trade between the Celtics and the Clippers for a while, and Kellyanne was touched again. He finally made up his mind to push for the trade with the Grizzlies, using Randolph and the team's 10-year first-round pick to trade for Mike Miller of the Grizzlies. Previously, in the process of trading no 2 pick plus number 27 pick for Wilson Chandler plus number 8 pick, Jerry West tentatively proposed to help eat Randolph's contract and save a late first-round pick, but was eventually rejected by Kellyanne. At this moment, Kellyanne added a first-round pick to the price, but wanted Mike Miller, the Grizzlies' capable player. Grizzlies general manager Chris Wallace subconsciously wanted to refuse. Mike Miller is at his peak at the age of 29. He has accurate shooting skills and comprehensive skills. He is between a role player and a star. He can switch to 3D mode and can also digest some of the ball rights when the team lacks attackers. In the 05-06 season, he even won the best sixth man. The Grizzlies later gave up Battier and also planned to build the team around Gasol and Mike Miller, but Gasol was seriously injured, so he led the team alone, exposing his own shortcomings. Everyone knows the story later. The Grizzlies entered a rebuilding period, and Mike Miller's own illnesses increased, and he gradually became mediocre in recent years. Chris, what I want to say is that Mike Miller's contract will expire in 1 year. Given his pursuit and the Grizzlies' rebuilding progress, I'm not optimistic that he will choose to stay with the Grizzlies. Kellyanne's words hit Wallace's soft spot. Next summer, Mike Miller will be 30 years old. Although he is not old enough to hug thighs and get rings, at least he will not stay in a weak team and waste his years. Unless the team regards him as a meritorious service and retires his jersey. But the Grizzlies have never won a playoff game in their history. How can such a team hold a jersey retirement ceremony? Not to mention that Mike Miller's contribution is not in place. I'm not trying to convince you how well Zach fits with Mark Gasol, how well he'll play in Memphis, and how to trade Mike Miller, who has a 1-year contract, for a mid to late first round pick in the 2010 draft. At least it's time to stop the loss, right? Kellyanne began to avoid the main point again. On the surface, he didn't mention the potential chemistry between Randolph and Gasol, but in fact he also whitewashed Randolph's big contract. This deal is a big deal. When he couldn't make up his mind, Wallace shook his head again and invited Jerry West to analyze the pros and cons. In my opinion, this is indeed a win-win deal. But the Knicks are in a more urgent state to make a deal. You can whet their appetite a little bit. After repeated consideration, West expressed his thoughts. West himself is powerful enough, but Chris Wallace's skills may not be able to bypass Kellyanne. Both sides continue to increase the chips on the scale, and the scale of the transaction is also constantly expanding. The final plan involves 4 players, 2 draft picks, and a first-round swap right. The Knicks sent Zach Randolph, Tim Thomas, 2010 first-round pick, 2011 first-round pick swap rights, received Mike Miller, Darrell Arthur, Grizzlies 2010 second-round pick. It is a win-win situation, but compared to the earliest trade proposal, why did the Grizzlies lose more and more money later? Chapter 343 Knicks, a new force in the alliance. Why doesn't Kobe just coach the Grizzlies? After the Knicks and the Grizzlies officially announced the deal, The media joked about the Knicks' frequent trades with the Grizzlies in the summer. Of course, this is just the title. The articles inside are all praising Kenyan's brilliant operations after he took over the Knicks. As early as the tenure of Isaiah Thomas, Curry was the favorite of Knicks fans. Although it cost more than fans expected to facilitate Curry's joining, if Curry can really play at the level of Paul in his rookie season, paying one more Wilson Chandler is nothing. Jamal Crawford plus the end of the first round in exchange for Brad Miller and the middle of the first round, Randolph, Tim Thomas plus the 10th first round in exchange for Mike Miller and Darrell Arthur. While fading some of the flashy, the team's lineup is obviously more reasonable. The most important point is that the team continues to make room for big moves in the 10th of season. After the end of this season, the contracts of O'Neal, Juwan Howard, Larry Hughes, Brad Miller, Mike Miller, and Chris Duhon have all expired. The team only has rookie contracts for Curry, Love, Holiday, Matthews, and Darrell Arthur. In the free agent market next season, the Knicks can eat two superstars in one go. Darlin and the media are more focused on the next year, but Kenyan has decided to make a breakthrough this season, since he decided to make the Mike Miller deal. The arrival of Darrell Arthur fills the team's inside bench, and the Knicks' backcourt structure is relatively complete. Only at the small forward position, Mike Miller will start, and Matthews can be a guest substitute. If he encounters an injury, there will be a shortage of manpower. After thinking for a long time, Kenyan called Sun Yu, who was trying out everywhere, and invited him to try out in New York. In fact, there are veterans including Grant Hill and Ricky Davis on the market. As long as the Knicks offer a contract, there is a chance, but Kenyan still gave this opportunity to Sun Yu. However, almost when Sun Yu just arrived in New York, and had not officially started the trial training, the domestic media began to hype this matter, and netizens also began to put pressure on Kenyan from the public opinion level. Sun Yu's possible achievements in the Knicks: 6 points, 2 assists, 1 block, 1 steal, 3 turnovers and 10 fouls. This is the data that Sun Yu played in one season last season, a season. Such a player, let Kenyan turn stone into gold to train. Do you think he has a system? The public opinion environment in China has always been unfriendly to celebrities. Kenyan's good intentions may ruin his own reputation. Fortunately, Sun Yu's own attitude is still positive, and he did not resist Kenyan's proposal to arrange him to gain weight and play small forward. After a week of trial training, his understanding of the role on the court has also been significantly deepened, and he finally got the recognition of other members of the coaching staff and got an unsecured contract. After signing Sun Yu, the Knicks lineup for the new season was basically completed. PG, Curry, Holiday, Duhong, Sun Yu, SG, Larry Hughes, Matthews SF, Mike Miller PF, Kevin Love, Darrell Arthur, Jeffries, Juwan Howard C, O'Neal, Brad Miller. Except for the overall weakness in the small forward position, the team has sufficient personnel reserves in other positions. 2 months after taking over the Knicks, Kenyan made the team have both the present and the future. The media also praised the team owner Darlin in various ways, believing that he finally knew how to spend the money correctly. At lunch, Keguawi opened the mayo tea he brought, and several men drank a few glasses. As for the focus of the topic, it was naturally Kenyan and Wang Lifan's life in New York. After all, it is the center of the world, and the pace is too fast. I haven't worked yet, and I feel exhausted every day when I go out to play. Wang Lifan sighed. Atlanta is a second-tier city in the United States, and it is similar to Chengdu in China. Wang Lifan went to school in Los Angeles before, which is the second largest city in the United States, and the entire California is also the most economically developed region in the United States. But compared with New York, it really can't be compared. Just walking on the street, your steps will unconsciously become faster, because everyone around you is in a high-frequency, fast-paced state. In this environment, it is difficult for you to slow down. Yes, you are tired and snore at night. Kenyan reported to Wang Zaniao and Zhao Yun, and then ate Wang Lifan's elbow. It is inevitable that you will feel uncomfortable in a new environment. Kenyan went to Germany alone at the age of 18, and he is not like you, Zhao Yun said seriously. By the way, Mom and Dad, are you sure you don't want to come to the United States? Your situation shouldn't be that serious, right? Keguari and Yu have both retired, and they don't work in confidential departments, so the restrictions on going abroad are not that strict. Never is a little uncomfortable. How can I stand this kind of tossing? Besides, we don't even know English, unless there are children for me to take care of. Maybe soon. Kellyanne looked at Wang Lifan, confirmed his eyes, and said. As soon as Kellyanne finished speaking, there was a clang sound. Everyone looked over, and found that it was made by Wang Ziniao. Is never pregnant? After Wang Ziniao asked this question, the dinner table froze for a moment. Keguari and Yu looked at each other, and immediately looked at Kellyanne and Wang Lifan, their eyes full of expectation. No, it's just that we plan to prepare for pregnancy. After all, she is from a family of doctors. When talking about these topics that other girls might be shy about, Wang Lifan didn't blush at all, and said very professionally, "Then what about your job?" Zhao Yun said angrily, "It is very difficult to get a doctor's license in the United States." Wang Lifan spent more than 10 years of hard work to become a full-time housewife. She can't just become a full-time housewife just because Kellyanne is rich, right? What does my work have to do with preparing for pregnancy? Ask your father if there are any female doctors in the hospital who are still working while pregnant. This kind of thing, if it happens to others, everyone thinks it is natural, but Wang Ziniao and Zhao Yun think it is inappropriate for their daughter to insist on working when she is pregnant. Including Keguari and Yu. They all know how chaotic the situation is when the hospital is busy, and how dangerous it is for pregnant women to work there. If you are really worried, you can come and accompany Neva to the hospital. Do an ultrasound once a day and let you feel the shape of the child. Otherwise, I will resign and accompany Neva. Is that okay? Kellyanne said with a smile. Compared with his elders, Kellyanne will not dwell on these trivial things. He is more keen to solve problems. Public hospitals are busy, so let Wang Lifan go to a relatively relaxed private hospital or private clinic. Wouldn't it be better to have less workload? Arrange a driver to pick up and drop off on the road, and hire 2 Filipino maids at home. Things that can be solved with money are not a problem. Besides, Wang Lifan herself is a doctor. She knows better than other pregnant women how to protect herself and her children. The 76ers completed the reconstruction with a bunch of chips obtained from the trade of Iverson. They returned to the playoffs last season, and the team also established Iguodala as a real number 1 of the team. Signing Iverson at a low price at this time can stimulate the market. If Iverson makes trouble again, they will not feel bad to cut him directly. Kellyanne arrived at the stadium and greeted every player and chatted with him. In the summer, in addition to several rookies, he also met Love and told him to lose fat appropriately and improve his shooting. The second-year Love in front of him is neither the dedicated fool who sacrificed his own characteristics for the team and was seriously neglected during the Cavaliers period, nor the all-star power forward who cut Chamberlain-style data at will during the Timberwolves period. He is just a white fat man with a slightly broad figure. The biggest selling point in the draft report is basketball IQ comparable to that of Larry Bird. Generally speaking, 95% of the players mentioned in the draft template of Larry Bird, and whose playing style is close to Nowitzki, are fakes, and Love happens to be not among them. Although he cannot be compared with these 2 legends, Love did achieve the level of all-star plus second team plus rebounding champion in his peak period. He is the number 4 player with the best sense of rebounding in the league, and his judgment of the landing point of rebounds is top-notch in the league. In the 6 years with the Timberwolves, his front-court rebounding data were 3.4, 3.8, 4.5, 4.1, 3.6, and 2.9, which is definitely not something that can be brushed out by brushing. He has the same ability to pass the ball across the court as Lonzo Ball. In the 13-14 season, Corey Brewer's fast break points ranked second in the league, second only to James. Among them, Love's quarterback passing played a great role, and in position offense, Love can also play the role of axis. Adelman reproduced the Princeton offensive system in the Timberwolves, but it was a pity that the selection was too extreme, but it was obviously not Love's responsibility. He also has the league's first-class face-to-frame offensive skills and shooting ability. In the pick and roll system, Love can use the pick and roll to attack the basket, or he can shoot 3-pointers from the outside, thus helping the two guards to open up the offensive space and involve the opponent's defensive energy. It is a very tactically valuable part of the pick and roll system. In his prime, Love can also provide some back to the basket singles when the team needs it, but usually ends the offense with a turnaround jump shot. This is also his biggest weakness. With poor lower limb strength, Love has never been a qualified basket finisher. His career basket hit rate is only 59.6%, which should be described as pitiful. Therefore, Killian's training direction for Love is to develop towards the brush of the Timberwolves period, appropriately adjust the body shape, but do not need to lose weight on a large scale, strengthen shooting but not purely transform towards the direction of space type inside. In addition to Love, O'Neal, Howard, Mike Miller, and Arthur also expressed their welcome to Killian. Kobe has won his 4th championship, tying O'Neal as the defending champion. The Lakers are still the top favorite in the new season. O'Neal said that he is under great pressure. At the end of his career, if O'Neal could have the support of Killian and win 1 or 2 rings over Kobe, he would have definitely been willing to do so. In comparison, Larry Hughes and Duhan were more business-like. As soon as Killian took office, he selected 2 guards in the draft to squeeze their space, and also handpicked Curry as the Messi of the NBA, making it clear that he would not reuse them. They were also a little emotional. Killian is not a US dollar, and it is impossible for everyone to like him. As long as he doesn't bring his emotions to the court, and doesn't cause trouble in the locker room, Killian will be happy to be quiet. To be frank, isn't the relationship between Paul and Killian just like that? For the shooting of the Cormac Hoop photos, Killian only arranged Curry, O'Neal, and Love to take the photos, and even did not let Mike Miller take part. The main purpose is to raise Curry and clarify Curry's core position in the team. When the reporter asked questions, as expected, he asked about the Knicks' goals for the new season. When I took over the Hawks, the team had a record of 13 wins and 69 losses. At that time, I expected to triple the number of wins. The Knicks had a record of 31 wins and 51 losses last season, and I hope double it. The reporter asked 62 wins and 20 losses in most of the time. It can compete for the first place in the Eastern Conference. How about triple it too? Killian looked at the reporter and said with a smile, "Are you kidding? You were the one who joked with me first." Killian counterattacked, "Let's set a more realistic goal. I hope the team's performance is better than 8th in the West, so that we can prove that we can make the playoffs, even if we go to the West. You have been training with Curry for a summer. Do you think he is ready to conquer the league?" I have 100% confidence in Curry, but I want to say that training is different from playing. My wife became a doctor this year and can enter the operating room to perform craniotomy on patients. But no matter how many times she has watched the video or simulated the operation, it will definitely be a different experience when she performs the operation herself. It's the same principle. Therefore, everyone can have high demands on Curry, but a certain amount of patience is also needed. Who do you think is your strongest opponent in the East? If we don't count ourselves, the strongest team in the East should be the Magic. Chapter 344, Attacking the Kaleidoscope, Defending Against the 10,000 Stabs. After the interview session, the next step was the group competition. Assistant coaches Snyder and Hornacek were still responsible for selecting players to complete the grouping, and then completed an exhibition match at a lower intensity. The media paid the highest attention to Curry, who was selected by Killian, but after just completing the correction of his shooting posture, Curry has not been able to integrate it into the game. Under the low-intensity confrontation, he only shot 2 of 7 shots from the outside, but relied on flexible running and cutting, and shot 4 of 5 shots in the 3-second zone, showing a good ability to score at the basket. Another rookie Holiday's performance was also lackluster. Maybe because it was the first time to practice with his teammates, he was very restrained, mostly passing the ball, which exposed his shortcomings in poor organizational ability. It is not a bad thing to expose problems in training games. Killian still has a month to help the players find their form. The best performer in the training game was Kevin Love. In 20 minutes, he scored 22 points and 6 rebounds. Although his style of play was not very impressive, he still received a lot of applause. Fans also regarded this second-year rookie as the team's core inside player in the new season. After the group confrontation, the media open day ended. At 6 p.m., Killian kept Snyder, Hornacek, and Hamblin in the office for a meeting to discuss the current state of the team. Although Curry has not yet shown the Messi-like strength described by Killian in the game, Killian is not too worried about the team's state on the offensive end. The 5 established starters, Curry, Hughes, Miller, Love, and O'Neal all have considerable singles ability. Curry, Miller, and Love also have passing awareness above the same position level. Even if Curry needs some time to grow in the early season, the existing resources can basically hold the situation. If O'Neal is rested and Brad Miller plays, the Knicks will have a wider offensive space, and the team can even copy the 5-out position that Killian often used during the Hawks period to tear the opponent's defense. Of course, the team's upper limit on the offensive end still depends on when Curry can officially take on the responsibility of main attacker and what kind of destructive power he can show. The team's weaker link is on the defensive end, especially the inside defense. Love has a bit of the attribute of offensive kaleidoscope, defensive stab. Many people think that Love is like Camby, who is not dedicated when defending and puts away his defensive actions in advance to grab rebounds, so the defensive effect is poor and the rebounding data is good. This is a rumor. Camby is brushing data, and Love is really bad. When defending the inside, his lower limb strength is average, and he can't handle the opponent's low post singles. When defending the frame, his lateral speed is also average, and his arms are not long enough, so he can't interfere with the opponent. When defending against small players, he is not flexible enough, and is easily trained. As for O'Neal, since 2001, his defense has basically declined by one level every year. Apart from the deterrence brought by his size and confrontation, there is nothing left. Looking closely at the Knicks outside lineup, Curry is basically at the league average level on the defensive end, except for a slight disadvantage in confrontation. He has a tendency to gamble on steals, but more of a risk of fouling, unlike Iverson who easily loses his position for steals. Larry Hughes was definitely a defensive stalwart at the second position in his prime, but his physical health is not as good as before. When he has defensive awareness and willingness, he will not be the point of attack on the team's defense except for some star players. Mike Miller is positioned as a shooter with both defense, singles and organizational skills. He is not as good as some defensive experts, but he will not be a breakthrough. But if a team's interior defense is vulnerable, it is difficult to ask the outside players to help fill in the gaps, unless you have a small forward like James who is a defensive skeleton. At the same time, the Knicks do not have the resources of the Hawks' early run and gun style, with Dio playing center and Josh Smith playing the 4th position. Kevin Love, apart from the limitations of his physical talent, also has many bad habits. For example, he is used to blocking with his right hand. When the opponent launches a pick and roll attack from the left, he will not raise his left hand to interfere. After the opponent completes the breakthrough, he will give up defense and watch the opponent attack the basket. Once the opponent continuously attacks, he will have a broken jar on the defensive end. Snyder said, "I will give him targeted training and try to develop in a good direction." Among the 4 people, Snyder has done the most research on defense and is the assistant coach who can reduce the burden on Killian the most. So after Killian decided to come to the Knicks, he quickly pulled him back. Shaq's defensive problem is unsolvable. Reduce his playing time and increase Brad Miller's role. That's it. Snyder shook his head and said, "Kimmy, I know you don't plan to let Shaq play in back-to-back games. I suggest you make a slight adjustment. In the back-to-back schedule, let Shaq play in the games where the opponent's inside line is weaker and rest in the other game. Travel in different peaks," Killian said. "Yes, it can reduce his loss and give Arthur and Jeffries more opportunities." Snyder said, "Okay, the next training will be left to you." Killian nodded and accepted Snyder's suggestion. This news is almost a devastating blow to the Clippers. The team went all in on 2 first-round picks in 2010 and 2012, as well as the right to swap 2 first-round picks in 2011 and 2013, and traded for Pierce from the Celtics, hoping to make a difference in the West under the leadership of Baron Davis. Pierce, and Griffin. As a result, the Clippers have already run into trouble before the season even started. You know, Odin, the number 1 pick who suffered an injury in his rookie season and was out for the season, did not perform as expected by the fans after his efforts. Although he has a certain deterrent power on the defensive end, he can't control the fouls at all, and his offensive end is far from the dominance of Noah plus Horford in college with one hand, and his technical level is very rough. If Griffin follows Odin's route, the Clippers' future will still be dark. The Clippers are in a heavy mood, while the Celtics have a look of I don't usually laugh, we are professionals, unless I can't help it. Ainge's first step in leading the team's reconstruction is quite successful. On October 4th, the preseason began. In the first game, the Knicks played against the Toronto Raptors at Madison Square Garden. Killian arranged for the full in-oop to play to increase the team's running in. The team practiced various tactics on the court, including Curry/Who's and Love's pick and roll cooperation. O'Neal pulled to the outside to provide screens, and all players pulled to the outside to form a 5-out position. Love pulled to the free throw line to coordinate with a variant of Princeton. Love pulled to the top of the arc to hand off to Curry and then attack the basket. In a word, the fans enjoyed watching the fancy game. Compared with the unsystematic games last season, the Knicks have made obvious progress in the new season. Curry and Mike Miller have considerable shooting ability, which can be seen with the naked eye. Love, who quietly brushed the data last season, is everywhere on the offensive end, and Who's and O'Neal, 2 players who need space, are also more comfortable in such a in-oop configuration. The Sharks returned to their peak, playing 17 minutes, shooting 7 for 9, scoring 14 points, completely suppressing Brown and Bosh. In the post-match interview, he praised Killian endlessly. I think Kami is the most suitable head coach for New York now. He understands the characteristics of each of us and will arrange the most comfortable style of play for us. The Sharks certainly like Killian. Killian made a special rotation plan for him to try to ensure his health. Other inside players were practicing defense during training, only he was understood and just did his best. The team's outside shooting ability has been greatly improved this season, and at certain times they will play inside out around him. A few years later, when O'Neal saw Boban, he basically understood that in addition to letting him start out of respect for the superstar, Killian's use of him was very similar to Boban's. The team's offense was smooth, but the defense also exposed problems. Seeing that O'Neal could not be stopped, Mitchell adopted the collapse therapy and replaced Brown with Bailiani. Bailiani, Bosh and Lewis, 3 kite men, blew up the Knicks' defense on the offensive end, and the game was in a state of anxiety for a long time in the second half. In the main lineup, the 2 sides formed a mutual explosion, but in the matchup of the substitute lineup, the Knicks played very well. Holiday, who was nervous in the training game, played more brilliantly than Curry in this game. Not only could he use breakthroughs to attack the Raptors' inside line on the offensive end, but he also completed 2 steals and scored with fast breaks. In the end, the Knicks defeated the Raptors 114-108 and won the first victory of the preseason. In the second game, the Knicks visited Boston to face the Celtics. Killian directly arranged for the Big Shark to rest and did not go to Boston directly. Killian asked Brad Miller and Love to start together. Both of them were pulled out. Love responded at the free throw line, and Miller acted as a high artillery outside the 3-point line. Perkins and Brand, both players relatively slow-moving centers. After being pulled out of the restricted area, they basically gave up protecting the rim. Curry, Mike Miller, and Who's frequently used empty cuts and counter runs to attack the basket and easily made layups. The Knicks beat the Celtics on the field. The Celtics could not defend against the Knicks' offense, and the offense was not smooth. Rondo, Brand, and Perkins, 3 space black holes on the court, and even Barnes was not a particularly accurate shooter. Even if the Knicks' lineup was not very good at defense, they knew that the restricted area would be blocked by piles of people. Brand, who had just recovered from a serious injury, could not break the Knicks' iron bucket formation. Ray Allen could not support the team's offense alone. The Knicks defeated the Celtics 107-82 and easily won another game. Eating hot pot and singing songs, the team won 2 preseason games easily. The New York media began to brag about the team as usual, forcing Kellyanne to be the bad guy in the locker room and pour cold water on everyone, so that these guys would not be so arrogant that they didn't know where to go. The media was working hard behind the scenes, and the team owner Darlin was also working hard. This period happened to be the regular season ticket sales stage for the team. The average price of the team's ticket this season was $13,858, and the number of tickets was only 8,000. This number really shocked Kellyanne. You know, the Hawks won the championship in 2007, and the ticket price in the 2007 to 2008 season only rose to about $7,500. After defending the title, the ticket price in the 2008 to 2009 season rose to $8,500. This season, Kellyanne and Garnett left, and the price dropped directly back to $6,300. If the performance fluctuates next year, it is likely to drop again. The Knicks have not won anything yet, but the ticket price has exceeded that of the Hawks by more than double. Moreover, the number of Hawks tickets is 12,000 seats, and the boss needs fans to organize as many tickets as possible to secure the tickets, while the Knicks only sell 8,000 seats, and Dolan is not worried that the remaining high-priced tickets will not be sold. This is why the Knicks treat luxury taxes as shit and offer Kellyanne and his team a $24 million contract without any regard for it. Compared with the team's revenue, this expenditure is really just a drop in the bucket. Kellyanne must regret whether he is going to get less. To be honest, if Darlin is willing to sell me shares, I really don't want to buy a team and be the boss. Isn't it nice to lie in New York and count money? Kellyanne said self-deprecatingly when he returned home at night. Or, you grit your teeth and buy the Knicks. Wang Liffen raised his eyebrows and said, wrinkling his nose. Kellyanne took a deep breath. Don't say that. New York is the goose that lays golden eggs. Darlin will never sell it. Even if he intends to sell it, the league will never let me, a Chinese, buy such a popular asset. For teams like the New York Knicks, Chicago Bulls, Los Angeles Lakers, and Washington Wizards, even if Kellyanne becomes an American citizen and pays $10 billion, the league will not allow him to acquire them. The preseason games continue, and the Knicks still maintain a relatively good state. In the next 4 games, they achieved a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. 6 preseason games, 5 wins and 1 loss. Although it will not be counted in the results of the official games for a team that has just undergone a reorganization, there is definitely a boost in confidence. This is especially true for young people like Curry, Love, and Holiday. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345. If you target me, I will beat you up. With excellent performance in the preseason, the Knicks ranked 11th in the first official NBA strength list, which is the team's highest in recent years. What is more exaggerated is that only the Cavaliers and the Magic squeezed into the top 10 in the East, and the other 8 were all Western teams, which shows that the league also recognizes the current strong West and weak East pattern. In the past 3 seasons, if the Hawks had not risen to the T0 level and overwhelmed the Heroes, the West would have been strong and the East would have been weak. Now that the Hawks have disintegrated and the Lakers have become the new T0, there is really no one who can play in the East. The league most hopes that James can become the king of the East and form a 23 vs 24 situation, but objectively speaking, it is still Kellyanne who can really change this pattern. Kellyanne's vision, coaching ability plus New York's financial resources and influence make it more likely to talk to the Lakers. On October 31st, the opening game of the 2009-10 season kicked off. The Lakers received the championship ring of last season at home. Kobe won the MVP, AMVP, championship and FMVP in 2 seasons, proving that he can still be successful without O'Neal. Kobe's next goal is to win another championship and completely surpass the Fat Man. The Lakers' opponent in the first game of the season is the Oklahoma City Thunder, which signed Garnett in the summer and is rapidly moving forward in the new season. This game also has many highlights. Kobe and Garnett will compete for who is the most successful player from 2005 to 2010. At the same time, this is also a duel between Kobe and Durant, 2 top scorers. The vigorous Thunder team is full of impact, but Kobe, who has just climbed to the throne, definitely does not want to give up his scepter easily. Facing the Thunder, whose lineup had just been reorganized, and the players were still a little unfamiliar with each other, Kobe made good use of the opponent's number 2 position weakness. Whether it was Adrian Griffin or the third pick Harden, they were unable to stop Kobe's scoring. Kobe not only fired at full power on the offensive end, but also led by example on the defensive end. In a defensive game, he accurately cut off the basketball in Durant's hands through his advanced judgment, and then took advantage of the opponent's unstable foothold to launch a fast break and completed a back dunk. Compared with Kobe's brilliance, Durant and Garnett's stars have dimmed a lot. The former's scoring is still efficient, and his mid-range and long-range pull-ups are almost unsolvable. The occasional big loop fouls can also make Artest jump, but facing the lack of strong enough defense, Durant couldn't get in. In the 2008 finals, Garnett hammered Gasol head-on into Gasol's wife, but the knee injury had a significant impact on his athletic ability, and the Wolf King gradually fell behind in the matchup with Gasol. 113:100. After a wonderful match, the Lakers proved the strength of the defending champions. If the Thunder want to officially challenge the Lakers, they may need more growth. On November 2nd, the Knicks' season debut came late, and the team ushered in the challenge of the Chicago Bulls at Madison Square Garden. TNT Radio and CCTV5 both broadcast this game live. Kellyan and Sun Yu both came to New York. Now the Knicks are the home team of Chinese fans. In the preseason games, Sun Yu was more often placed in the small forward position by Coach Kellyan. On average, he got about 15 minutes of playing time per game. It can be seen that Coach Kellyan still wants to train Sun Yu. Let's see if Coach Kellyan can find Sun Yu's instructions as soon as possible in the regular season. Yoga's words represent the voice of the majority of Chinese fans. In the studio of TNT Radio, Barkley and Kenny Smith are more concerned about how many points the Knicks can score. The offensive power displayed by the Knicks in the preseason is impressive. The tickets for Madison Square Garden were sold out. Kellyan came to the technical table and shook hands with the Bulls coach Negro. In the first round of the playoffs last season, Kellyan led the team to a 4-2-0 sweep of the Bulls, ensuring that his playoff winning rate in every season of his career was above 50%, which also made Negro, who had made great contributions to lead the team back to the playoffs, lose face. If Kellyan had not decided to go to New York early, the Bulls management would have even thought of digging Kellyan to replace Negro. This game is also regarded as a duel between the strongest new generation point guards. Joining the Bulls as the number 1 pick, Rose averaged 38 minutes per game in his rookie season and delivered 16.8 points, 3.9 rebounds, and 6.3 assists. He ranked first in the assists list of all rookies of the same level and ranked second in the scoring list. His explosive physical fitness and destructive breakthroughs were impressive, and he was also selected as a future superstar. Curry himself does not have such a high reputation. It was Kellyan's words, "When I saw Curry playing, I seemed to have found my own Messi, that raised him to the current level." This is the magic of the famous coach, and also the pressure on Curry. Once upon a time, Kwame Brown, as the number 1 pick handpicked by the god of basketball, also suffered a mental breakdown due to excessive expectations and eventually became a nobody. The starting players of both teams appeared on the court. The Knicks had 5 players: Curry, Larry House, Mike Miller, Kevin Love, and O'Neal. The Bulls had 5 players: Rose, Crawford, Luol Deng, Terrence Thomas, and Noah. After trading Brad Miller, the Bulls promoted the Frenchman Noah to the top. He is an excellent blue-collar player who plays very hard. He did not have much independent scoring ability in his peak period, but unexpectedly developed a hand in assists. Later, he also won a series of honors including the first team and the first defense, and EPOY. However, Kellyan was not impressed by him, thinking that he had benefited from the saying "when there are no heroes, young men become famous." Gasol, who left the Lakers and joined the Bulls, immediately suppressed Noah and became the team's core inside player, which more or less showed that Noah's honors were not good enough. Beep. Soon, the referee, Bull Crawford, blew the whistle and the game began. O'Neal and Noah had a jump ball, but O'Neal didn't even jump, watching Noah win the jump ball and passing it to Rose. The Bulls got the first offensive ball, and Rose carried the ball to the front court, facing Larry Hughes. Kellyanne had some expectations for Hughes' defense, but Rose didn't bother with Hughes at all, and directly called Noah to come up for cover. Although Noah's body was not broad, his pick and roll action was very solid, which delayed Hughes' pursuit. O'Neal didn't defend completely and came to the free throw line to make a delay, but was directly wiped away by Rose's wind-like acceleration. Facing Love, who was guarding the basket, Rose made a layup with a huge pull-up, which kicked off the new season for the Bulls. The Knicks attacked, and Curry dribbled to the front court and passed the ball to Hughes in the middle, and then ran to the left. Hughes and Love played a pick and roll in the middle to get rid of Crawford, broke through to the left to attract Thomas to switch defense, and pass the ball to the middle. Love received the ball in the middle, easily pushed away Crawford's defense, and shot with a tiptoe. The ball drew a beautiful arc and went into the net. The crisp sound of the net was followed by warm cheers from the New York fans. This was the beginning of the Knicks' journey in the new season. Zhang Heli shouted, "Good shot." Kevin Love is a very comprehensive inside player, and he may play the role of Dio of the Hawks in the Knicks. The Bulls attacked, and the play was very simple. Crawford received the ball on the right and challenged Curry. A series of crossover steps combined with a front body change of direction shook Curry away, and then made a jump shot. 2:4. There is no doubt that K6's playing is entertaining. His problem is that he relies too much on his touch and is not good at confrontation. Curry in his rookie season could defend him and even withstood the confrontation. When the Knicks were attacking, Curry held the ball and played against Rose, constantly changing the rhythm of his dribbling, observing the running positions of his teammates, pretending to break through to the inside line, and suddenly passed the ball with his right hand behind his back, passing the basketball to Mike Miller, who was running from the bottom corner to the top line, and at the same time blocked his position and blocked Luol Deng, who was chasing him. After Mike Miller received the ball, he attracted Rose's replacement. Miller resolutely broke through to the inside line, pushed open Rose's defense with one step, and took a long two-point shot from the free throw line, hitting it accurately. The key to this offensive tactic was that Curry blocked Luol Deng while passing the ball from behind, which immediately created a mismatch between Mike Miller and Rose, and Curry also got the first assist in his career. The offensive tactics of the Bulls were simple and crude. Rose played pick and roll with Noah again. This time he broke through to the left to create distance, dribbled the ball from his right hand to his left hand, and passed O'Neal with a change of rhythm, and scored a layup 4-6. On the other hand, it's not Negro's fault. If you let Kellyanne sit in the seat of the Bulls head coach, he would target O'Neal more fiercely than Negro. But for a player like O'Neal, you can target him, but he can also beat you. Especially when the two inside players of the Bulls, Noah and Terrence Thomas, are both lightweight inside players. Kellyanne signaled the players to slow down the rhythm and play inside out so that O'Neal could force Noah in the low post. The Frenchman experienced the feeling of Mutombo back then and was knocked to the ground directly, and he didn't even have time to foul. The long-lost Overlord step reappeared in the arena, and the Knicks fans at the scene were all happy. This big shark, his dominance is still as strong as before. Zhang Heli also joked. At this time, Negro had not yet realized the danger. After Luol Deng missed the mid-range shot, Curry broke through and passed the ball to O'Neal, who once again found the opportunity to wreak havoc under the basket. This time, Thomas committed a foul, but the big shark still sent the ball into the basket with a soft touch. This time, it was Negro's turn to mutter on the sidelines. Although he did not contribute to the score, Curry, who had already sent out 2 assists, was still smiling happily. When O'Neal miraculously hit the free throw, he was even happier. My god, what kind of magic does Kimmy have? Even Shaq is not afraid of free throws. Barkley was speechless in the studio. Is this O'Neal? Is this the 37-year-old O'Neal? The offensive end was high, and O'Neal continued to contribute on the defensive end. In the next round of defense, his rim protection in the interior interfered with Rose's shot. Love grabbed the rebound and quickly passed the ball to Curry in the front court. Curry tentatively rushed forward 2 steps, and after being blocked by Rose's breakthrough route, he turned around to protect the ball, as if waiting for his teammates to get into position. However, just as Rose in front of him relaxed his vigilance, Curry raised his hand and shot a 3-pointer. His shooting speed was extremely fast. Before Rose could react, the basketball had already left Curry's fingertips. Bang! The trajectory was very straight, but it hit the inner edge of the basket, and Thomas steadily received the rebound. Kellyanne felt very sorry on the sidelines. In fact, Curry completely fooled Rose with this shot. Curry's shot is questionable. His teammates were not in position. If this shot didn't go in, there would be no rebound at all. Zhang Heli said, based on his understanding of basketball. There is actually nothing wrong with this statement. This is how most people understand basketball. The game continued, and the Bulls continued to make a fuss about the weaknesses of the Knicks' interior defense. Crawford used a step to complete the pass, and scored a layup. 8:9. Curry received the ball with a screen, and attracted Thomas to switch defense. Then he passed it to Love, who was cutting in. The latter received the ball, and rushed to the basket, to dunk with one hand. Noah made a timely defense, and made an accurate judgment. He blocked Love's dunk with a slap from the front. Mike Miller grabbed the rebound by diving on the floor, and passed the ball to Curry, who was in an open position on the wing. The latter received the ball, and sent a shot to Crawford, who rushed over to defend. Curry resolutely shot a 3-pointer. Swish. The legend beyond the 3-point line began. 12:8. Kellyanne excitedly waved his arms on the sidelines, and his eyes followed Curry closely. This scene was also filmed by the director, and then cut to the big screen. Wow. This look is really like seeing your own child get good grades in the exam. Kenny Smith said. Did you say that never was stared at like this by Kimmy? Barkley joked. Should, maybe, probably, possibly, right? Rose continued to use his sharp breakthroughs to support the team's offense. After attracting double teaming, Rose passed the ball to Thomas through the gap between the players. The latter completed a dunk after receiving the ball, but accidentally or intentionally hit O'Neal after hanging the rim. This made O'Neal a little angry, and he pushed Thomas down directly after the opponent landed. Fortunately, teammates from both sides remained calm and pulled the two people apart before the conflict escalated. Rose executed the technical foul free throw, and the Bulls successfully hit a 3-pointer. 12:11. Chapter 346. Lots of time, slowly stunning. O'Neal, who is always petty, naturally couldn't stand the juniors running wild in front of him. In the next offensive round, O'Neal went to the low post to ask for the ball. After receiving the ball, he used his weight advantage to force Noah. After turning around, his elbow scraped the Frenchman's face. The Frenchman covered his face and took 2 steps back, watching the big shark dunk and score, and then pointed at his face and complained to the referee. Noah must have suffered a loss in this ball, but the referee gave the big shark a star whistle and chose to ignore it. Noah was very angry. In the next round, Noah received a breakthrough pass from Rose. When the opportunity was not good, he tried to force a dunk over O'Neal. Although he didn't score, he caused O'Neal to foul. The whistle for this ball was also a bit far-fetched, but O'Neal, who had gotten an advantage before, didn't say much, and was directly replaced by Kellyanne. Noah took the free throw. His posture was not ordinary ugly, and his efficiency was also average. He made one of 2 free throws. 14-12. Love grabbed the rebound and passed the ball to Curry, who was moving forward quickly, and the Knicks launched a fast break. The Bulls were a little confused during the retreat. Curry dribbled to the top of the arc, faked Crawford, raised his hand and shot a 3-pointer, but missed again. In the NCAA, Curry is a good shooter, but his shot selection is really problematic. When he is full of confidence, some shots are too hasty. He shot 2 consecutive 3-pointers in fast breaks. Even Barkley didn't believe that this was arranged by Kellyanne. However, the ball didn't go in, but the Knicks players had no opinion, which more or less proved that Kellyanne recognized and even supported Curry's play. The Bulls attacked. Luol Deng took advantage of Noah's screen to get the ball on the line and played Love in a mismatch. He forced Love to take a step forward and was carried back. Then he shot a jump shot directly from behind, but failed to hit. Deng Yinkyo has a body and shooting, and his running position and defensive awareness are all good, but his ball holding ability is a little poor. Facing Love, who is not fast at the 4th position, he still can't get rid of the defense. It's rare to complete a successful defense, and Love also gained something on the offensive end. Killian's signature high pick and roll, Curry pinned down Thomas' defense and passed the ball to Love, who made a mid-range shot. 16-12. Although the shooting choice was a bit irrational, Curry's passing time and starting position were quite good. He has already had 3 assists. Yoga praised. Don't look at the broadcast of the Hawks and the Knicks. Paul and Curry completed these assists lightly. The other 2 major broadcasters, the Rockets and the Lakers, have never had a point guard with such a high level of passing. Especially the Rockets. There has never been a qualified point guard who can let Yao Ming receive the ball comfortably and start the offense. This also makes Chinese fans often curse. Compared with the Knicks' well-organized offense, the Bulls' single offensive point and the problem of the ball being completely concentrated on the outside are more serious than last season. Crawford's gorgeous behind-the-back dribble avoided Curry's defense, but the subsequent floater was interfered by Brad Miller and hit the front of the basket. Mike Miller, who was retracting, protected the rebounds and directly advanced with the ball to play transition offense. He passed the ball to Larry Hughes, who broke into the basket, causing Thomas to foul. In the 8th minute of the first quarter, Killian began to rotate the lineup. Holiday and Matthews replaced Hughes and Mike Miller. The lineup of the Knicks became 1 old and 4 new. It was also the first show of his career. Holiday replaced Hughes to defend Rose, and the effect was unexpectedly good. Not only could he keep up with Rose's movements, but he was also good at going around the screen to ensure that his position was as far as possible in front of Rose, which would affect Rose's shot to the greatest extent. Wow. Holiday's defense is good. Holiday defended Rose's attack for the 3rd time in a row, and Zhang Heli couldn't help but exclaimed. Compared with offense, defense consumes no less energy, and the efforts of players on the defensive end will not be seen by fans. But as a former national player, Zhang Heli easily saw Holiday's skills on the defensive end. Rose's offense was frustrated, and the Bulls fell into a scoring drought at the end of the first quarter. After the first quarter, the Knicks led the Bulls by 11 points with 33-22. After the first quarter, Curry, Love and Brad Miller went off the court to rest, and Duhan, Arthur and Jeffries came on the court. The Knicks played with a full substitute lineup, and the offensive firepower declined significantly. On the Bulls side, Rose continued to play and partnered with Hinrich. The latter is an excellent floor-flowing point guard, whose style of play is a bit similar to Dragic. He was once selected for the Dream Team 7 and has a bright future. As a result, the Bulls got Rose and put Hinrich in the unsweetable 6th man position. Hinrich is not a striker like Berrier, who can forcibly create damage under the disadvantage of the lineup, nor is he like Chalmers, who has considerable off-ball ability and can play with the main lineup. He needs the ball and needs the cooperation of his teammates. Partnering with Rose, Hinrich acts more as a space point and plays very awkwardly on the court. Fortunately, after the intermission, Rose recovered somewhat. He continued to charge towards the Knicks basket. Holiday's defense in the second half of the first quarter was quite good, but at the beginning of the second quarter, he was somewhat unable to withstand Rose's wildness. Jeffries and Arthur's defensive attitude was also quite good, but apart from fouling, they could not stop Rose's attack. After all, he is a supergiant seedling with the top physical talent of this generation of guards. How can he be locked up so easily? However, the only player on the Bulls who can play steadily on the court is Rose, and his scoring efficiency is not high. When Killian sent the starting players back to the court at 6 minutes in the second quarter, the score was 40-34, and the team still enjoyed a 6-point lead. With the starting players back on the court, the Knicks' offensive deterrence has been improved by more than one level, especially O'Neal, who played quite efficiently against the Bulls' overly thin inside line. After the continuous attack, the Bulls adopted the shark-cutting tactic and sent O'Neal to the free throw line. As it turned out, the 2+1 at the beginning of the game was just a flash in the pan. O'Neal's free throws were nothing to look forward to. After a free throw line performance of 8 free throws and 2 hits, Killian was forced to replace O'Neal with Brad Miller. When O'Neal was on the court, the Knicks played inside out. When O'Neal was not on the court, the team played 5 out and used Love and Brad Miller's shooting ability to expand the Bulls' defensive area to the greatest extent, making the opponent's restricted area hollow. Love and Brad Miller both have considerable support ability, and the Bulls defense was a bit distracted. At the end of the first half, the Knicks led by 11 points 59-48 and entered the halftime break. In the locker room, Killian praised the players. "I said that, as long as we can play to our level, we can at least be a top 4 team in the Eastern Conference. In the first half of the game, you played very well and gained a considerable advantage. Keep working hard in the second half. I played against this Bulls team in the playoffs last season. They play very tenaciously. Don't be careless. Steven, don't doubt your ability. As long as you find your own rhythm, you can shoot. I believe in your ability." In the first half of the game, Curry scored 7 points with 3 of 8 shots, including 4 shots from beyond the 3-point line, and only hit 1 goal. Killian gave him some encouragement at the right time and supported him to continue shooting. It is not ruled out that some teammates are dissatisfied with Curry's royal status in the team, but in training, Curry has the ability to explode on the spot from beyond the 3-point line. And although the management and coaching team have a preference for Curry, Curry himself has no flaws. He carries the bag for the veterans when he should, and he doesn't get angry when he is pranked. Most people still like him very much. In the Bulls locker room, Negro was trying to comfort Rose's slightly frustrated mood. "Derek, you and Noah play pick and roll. Look for opportunities to single out O'Neal and attack the basket if you have the chance. If the opponent double teams you, pass the ball to your teammates. Raul, Jamal, you also have to take some of the ball rights and share the pressure on Derek." The 15-minute halftime break ended quickly. At the beginning of the second half, Crawford began to control the ball for the Bulls. C6 first dodges Curry and then makes a pull-up jump shot. Then he breaks into the basket, tricks O'Neal into committing a foul, and puts the ball into the basket. After the free throw, Crawford scored 5 points in a row to help the team narrow the gap. Killian responded quickly, replacing Hughes with Holiday and double teaming when Crawford holds the ball, leaving Rose on the outside open. Compared with the super strong breakthrough threat, Rose's mid-range and long-range shooting is an obvious shortcoming. Last season, his outside shooting rate was only 22%, which is a level that dares to shoot, but basically depends on luck. Rose's off-ball running is not bad, but Crawford is not Ginobili, and the term passing vision is basically the opposite of him. The short change of tactics in the halftime was instantly cracked by Killian, and the Bulls' offensive routine returned to the old road dominated by Rose alone. Facing the weak inside defense of the Knicks, Rose can indeed guarantee a fairly good offensive efficiency, but this is ultimately just drinking poison to quench thirst. After all, Rose also has his own physical limit, and he can't support the team's offense for a whole game. On the other hand, on the defensive end, whether O'Neal is on the court or not, the Knicks' 2 offensive systems have hurt the Bulls quite a bit. Just looking at this game, Crawford is indeed fragrant, but Old Miller and the Knicks are also seamlessly connected. Rose's struggling support helped the Bulls not to be pulled away in the third quarter, but at the beginning of the fourth quarter, when Rose finally went off the court to rest, the Knicks' main players attacked and scored a small climax of 7-0 within 2 minutes, directly widening the score difference to 20 points. The game almost lost suspense. The remaining time was a happy time for the home fans and Killian. Madison Square Garden has not been so lively for too long. Rose's short return to help the team catch up was still a bit powerless. On the contrary, Holiday, who had previously made contributions on the defensive end, scored 7 points in a row in the fourth quarter, helping the team to firmly hold the 20+ lead. Entering the last 5 minutes, the score difference was still 22 points. Negro surrendered and replaced the main players. After 1 round, Killian also replaced the water dispensers on the court to make a scene, and Sun Yu also got the opportunity to make his debut. At the last moment of the game, Sun Yu blocked the shot of Nate Robinson and took advantage of his height and arm length to grab the basketball and launched a fast break, assisting Matthews to complete a dunk. In the end, the Knicks defeated the Bulls 122-105 and won their first victory of the season. In the whole game, O'Neal made 9 of 13 shots, 5 of 16 free throws, and scored 23 points and 6 rebounds. His efficiency was acceptable and his role was even greater. His destructive power of repeatedly eating the two young inside players of the Bulls was definitely the key to changing the trend of the game. Kevin Love scored a large double-double of 17 points and 14 rebounds. In the whole game, Love played 34 minutes, the player with the longest playing time in the team. From this point, it can be seen that Kellyan attaches great importance to him. Many fans also regard him as Kellyan's DO in the Knicks. On the contrary, Curry, who was highly expected by the fans, was slightly bleak in this game. In the whole game, he made 6 of 15 shots, 2 of 7 3-pointers, and scored 13 points, 8 assists, 3 rebounds and 2 steals. In fact, this data is not inferior to the NBA debut of Rose, who scored 11 points, 9 assists, 4 rebounds, 3 steals and 4 turnovers. But because Kellyan whetted the appetite of the fans were more or less regretful and wished that Curry could become McCaw. Another point that Curry was controversial about was that he made 2 fast break 3-pointers in the first half, but neither of them hit. This shooting choice puzzled many basketball people and inevitably brought some rhythm. In the face of these voices, Kellyan directly sprayed at the press conference after the game. "If you can't see Curry's contribution in this game, then I think your understanding of basketball is still very shallow. Maybe street basketball is more suitable for you." Among NBA coaches, Kellyan has always been more gentle and elegant. This time, he forced himself to stand up for Curry and fired a map cannon, which also surprised many people. Knicks fans also supported Curry online. What I want to say is that Curry's 7 3-point shots, including a 24-second countdown, put aside this passive shot, 6 shots and 2 of 3-point shooting, is acceptable for a debut. Do we have to care about his shooting method? Tell a joke. A rookie, as a starting point guard, contributed 13 plus 8 data and helped the team win. Then a group of experts questioned his shooting choice. Why don't you question Kobe? In the past 5 seasons, the only point guard who performed better than Curry in his debut is Paul. Even Messi has been dormant for almost half a season before entering the first team. The voices around Curry are gradually increasing, which is also what Kellyan hopes to see. The higher Curry's reputation value is, the more other players in the Knicks will accept Curry's leadership position, which will make Curry more courageous to take on some responsibilities. Chapter 347, The First Time. After a fantastic debut in Madison, the Knicks then began their journey on the road. In the second game of the season, the team traveled to Boston to face the Celtics. In the first game against the Bulls, the Knicks won easily. O'Neal's crushing of the two lightweight inside players, Noah and Thomas, was the key. In this game against the Celtics, the inside combination of Perkins and Brand is top-notch in the league in terms of both defensive awareness and confrontation ability, and the Big Shark can't do whatever he wants. Under the watchful eyes of the top meat shield Perkins, the Big Shark, who was still old man talking about youthful madness in the last game, was relatively quiet in this game, scoring only 4 points, and once again fell into the question of Shark is old, can he still make a living? At this time, the team's diverse inside reserves showed their advantages. O'Neal couldn't open this point, so Kellyan asked Brad Miller and Lovely to use their range to pull Perkins and Brand out to play. In this way, the Celtics became uncomfortable. When Brand was with the Clippers, he partnered with Cameron and was more afraid of Kellyan's team. When he switched to the Celtics, his partner was replaced by the slower Perkins, which made Brand even more uncomfortable. At the same time, Miller's appearance also solved the Knicks' problem of defending pick and roll. It's not that Miller's defense is really that good, the key is Rondo's shooting ability when the Celtics initiated the pick and roll is really average. Miller's mindless bottom protection, Rondo can only offer a hand of sometimes ineffective lobs, which can't hurt the Knicks at all. However, Rondo was renewed by the Celtics in advance and cultivated as a future core, not because of his scoring ability. In addition to his strong organizational talent, Rondo's defense is also fierce among point guards. Under his defense, Curry made 3 mistakes, 2 of which were passed by Rondo to seize the opportunity to achieve a fast break. It can be seen that Rondo has studied Curry's playing habits a lot. This guy really uses his brain when playing, and he really works hard before the game. Under Rondo's restriction, Curry's offense today was not smooth. He made 6 of 16 shots, 3 of 9 3-pointers, 4 of 4 free throws, and scored 19 points and 6 assists. His efficiency was indeed average. In the last minute, the two sides reached 94:94. At the critical moment, Kellyan boldly changed the formation to a 3-high formation and put Jeffries, Brad Miller, and Love on the court to support the team's restricted area defense. At the same time, Kevin Love was matched against Barnes on the offensive end. This adjustment had a miraculous effect. Love first played Barnes on the wing, easily broke into the restricted area against Barnes' defense, and scored 2 points with horseback archery. Then he relied on his tonnage to back up Barnes, attracted double teaming, and then passed the ball to Mike Miller, helping his teammates to stage a white version of the Miller moment. The Celtics failed to respond to the Knicks' attack in the final moments, and finally lost with a regretful score of 96:101. The Knicks achieved two godlike performances at the start of the game. After winning 2 consecutive games, Kellyan was not as proud as expected at the press conference. In this game, we won by handling the key ball. Throughout the game, we and the Celtics were in a state of mutual restraint, and the game was still quite difficult. After a pause, Kellyan continued to explain, on the other hand, this kind of intense game is also a kind of training for our young players. The mentality will be more stable next time we play this kind of key ball. It can be seen that Kellyan's subsequent supplement was making fun of suffering. In his subconscious, he did not regard the Celtics as a strong opponent. But in fact, including Brand, who was sent away by the Clippers with 2 first-round picks plus 2 first-round swap rights, he is still quite capable. Because of Kellyan plus Sun Yu, the Knicks game still occupied the headlines of Chinese sports news, and the attention has exceeded that of the Rockets. In the second game, Sun Yu did not play for a minute. Some fans unconsciously began to belittle Matthews, thinking that his basketball talent could not be compared with Sun Yu, and Kellyan should give Sun Yu more playing time. In this regard, Villanova, Beverly, Price, Van Vliet, Harton and others said that they felt the same way. In the third game of the season, the Knicks returned to Madison and faced the challenge of the Atlanta Hawks. Before the game, many disciples including Paul and Joe Johnson ran over to hug and greet Kellyan. The scene was very heartwarming. The DJ at the Madison scene even encouraged the fans to cheer for the hug. But after the game started, the former disciples did not give Kellyan any face. Under Kellyan's training, Paul and Joe Johnson became the league's first backcourt combination, and the two were also the best pick-and-roll guards in the league. Against O'Neal and Love, only a pick-and-roll is needed, and the basket in front of them is as wide as the sea. Although Garnett left the Hawks, they used a 3-year, $10 million contract to keep Anderson, who wanted to follow Kellyan. The latter, together with Dio, ensured the stability of the team's interior. At the same time, the rapidly improving Batum seemed to have the potential to surpass Battier. While the Hawks avoided taxes, their decline was not as big as expected. After 3 quarters, the Knicks were already 20 points behind. The Knicks fans at the scene could not hide their disappointment, but at the same time they knew in their hearts that Kellyan was not a god after all. It was impossible for him to make O'Neal return to the peak in an instant and let Curry grow rapidly. This was unrealistic. However, it was in this seemingly hopeless situation that Curry opened the day-to-day mode for the first time in his career. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, he singled out Shannon Brown outside the 3-point line, and after igniting his opponent, he created a time difference and shot a 3-pointer. In the subsequent defense, facing Brown's sudden attack, Curry leaned back and touched the opponent's basketball, forcing Brown's dribbling rhythm to be completely disordered, and Holiday snatched the basketball away. In the counter-attack, Curry scored a layup before the pursuit defense arrived, further narrowing the score difference. Not only Shannon Brown was completely defeated by Curry, but Paul, who came on the court later, also couldn't limit the bloodthirsty Curry. The fans who were originally ready to leave early were dragged back to their seats by Curry and cheered for the team again. The crazy Curry made 4 of 5 3-pointers in the fourth quarter and scored 17 points in a row, helping the team catch up to 107:110 in the last minute. However, Joe Johnson, who Kellyan once trusted the most, stood up and first used his height advantage to force Holiday to hit a mid-range reflex jump shot. Then he faced Mike Miller and made a quick stop jump shot. The final score was 111:116, and the Knicks lost at home. Curry's first 30 plus in his career ended in a loss. Stephen Curry has the potential to become a phenomenal shooter. I believe he will improve and grow the fastest under Kimmy. Maybe he will really be a miracle. At the press conference after the game, D'Antoni expressed his appreciation for Curry. Before the draft, D'Antoni was also optimistic about Curry's potential. If the team's starting point guard was not Paul, maybe D'Antoni would all in all chips to exchange for draft picks to choose Curry. But D'Antoni did not have Kenyan's God's perspective. He dared to directly trade the second pick to lock Curry, and then called Curry his Messi in front of the whole world. In this game, D'Antoni was also shocked by Curry's outstanding performance in the last quarter. When it was the home team's press conference, Kenyan reciprocated and praised D'Antoni's work in the Hawks. With kilograms, Scene and I all gone, it was not easy for the Hawks to win 3 games in a row. Mike did a great job, and I believe that in the future, he will be a head coach who can be written into the history of the Hawks. The reporter asked Kenyan to comment on Joe Johnson, and Kenyan himself laughed. The person I trained killed me with his own hands, and you still want me to comment? What can I say? After losing the game, Kenyan packed up the new star and went home, only to find that Wang Liffen had already fallen asleep. At first, Kenyan didn't care, but when he returned to the room after washing up, he found an envelope on the bedside table, which seemed to be a surprise from Wang Liffen. After opening it, Kenyan screamed "Ah," then covered his mouth, and then rushed out of the room with a happy mood. It was really a great surprise. The envelope contained Wang Liffen's pregnancy report, which clearly stated that Wang Liffen had been pregnant for 1 month. After reading the report over and over again, Kenyan's face was filled with excitement. The best coach, the championship trophy, and the YouTube equity were all not as joyful as this report. After returning to the bathroom, stimulating his skin with cold water to calm himself down, Kenyan walked to the balcony and called UNU. "Mom, you have to come to the United States." Kenyan pretended to be calm. "What's wrong? What's the matter with you?" UNU asked curiously. From childhood to adulthood, Kenyan has always been an independent child. "I'm fine, but never has a problem. She's pregnant." Kenyan's voice was still calm, so much so that UNU on the other end of the phone didn't even react at first, and just said, "Oh, well, then we have to go and see." After reacting, UNU said anxiously, "The news came so suddenly. Are you sure? Never has fallen asleep. I saw the report from the hospital. This can't be fake." Speaking of which, in melodramatic novels, there are indeed cases of wrong reports and medical errors, but this is a competitive novel, and there are no such melodramatic plots. You didn't accompany your wife to the hospital for a checkup. UNU immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. The next step is the couple's plan to visit the United States again. Due to the nature of their work, short-term travel visas are easy to get, but long-term residence visas are very troublesome. They need to retire for a period of time before they can live in the United States permanently. Afterwards, Kenyan made a few more calls. After sharing his joy, he turned around and saw Wang Liffen standing at the balcony door. "You are pregnant now, and your resistance is reduced. You can't catch a cold," Kenyan said, and pushed Wang Liffen into the house. "What's your mood now?" Wang Liffen clenched his fists and strung them together to act as a microphone, interviewing Kenyan. "I feel very complicated. I feel that my efforts day and night have not been in vain," Kenyan said, and was pinched by Wang Liffen. "Speak nicely," Wang Liffen said coquettishly. "A lovely wife and a loving daughter. Life is complete." Kenyan hugged Wang Liffen into his arms and said softly. Wang Liffen buried his head in Kenyan's arms. "How did you know it would be a daughter?" "I didn't even know. Generally speaking, it takes 3 months to see." "I want a daughter," Kenyan said very bluntly, "like a bee. So cute." Wang Liffen looked up at Kenyan, and seeing that there was nothing strange in his eyes, he didn't mind him using a bee as an example. On November 7th, the Knicks visited the Palace of Auburn Hills to challenge the Pistons, who also had a full in-oop in the summer. In the summer of season, the Pistons became the big winner in the free agent market. The team used the salary space saved by Iverson's departure to sign Ben Gordon of the Bulls with a 5-year, $60 million contract, and reached a 5-year, $38 million contract with the Bucks power forward Villanova. With Hamilton, Prince, Rasheed Wallace, and Stuckey in the original lineup, they formed a lineup that seemed to be competitive. But this lineup is full of attackers, and the organization work even depends on Hamilton. On the court, it is basically fighting on their own, and the Pistons management still insists on the idea of cultivating Stuckey, which makes the team veterans and newcomers have a clear gap. The Pistons can't work together, and the seemingly good lineup lasted for 3 quarters, and then was taken away by the Knicks. After making 5 of 10 3-pointers in the last game against the Hawks, Curry once again played well from beyond the 3-point line, making 7 shots, and hitting 3 of them. He even scored a double-double of 19 points and 10 assists in the game, fulfilling his potential step by step. Although the media will find fault with some of Curry's shooting choices, so far, Curry's performance is unique among this year's rookies, including Jennings, who later amazed everyone, and Tariq Evans, who played LeBron later in his rookie season, are still in the dormant period. In the end, the Knicks defeated the Pistons 114-99 and avoided a losing streak. Chapter 348, Lightning Earl cannot speed up. After defeating the Pistons, the Knicks returned to New York and took a day off before facing the challenge of the Clippers. This was originally a nationally televised game, and everyone was looking forward to the matchup between the number 1 and number 2 picks. In particular, both teams underwent dramatic changes in the summer. The Knicks were led by Kellyanne to optimize their lineups. The Clippers selected number 1 pick Lane Griffin and traded for Pierce to form the Big Three, and the improvement of both sides was obvious. However, after the broadcast plan was formulated, Griffin unexpectedly suffered a stress fracture in his left knee, which basically declared his season over. The Clippers' gamble basically failed. The combination of Baron Davis plus Paul Pierce did not work well in the early stage, and the record since the start of the season was only 1 win and 3 losses. Judging from the current situation, it is unknown whether the Clippers can make it to the playoffs. Not only that, after the Clippers traded for Pierce, the team's original potential small forward Gallinari's playing time was squeezed. After Griffin was injured, Dunleavy pushed Gallinari, who has both height and wingspan, to the power forward position, but completely ignored the fact that the player's own technical characteristics are not suitable for the inside line at all. The decline of the Italian cannon on the court is very obvious. In this game, Gallinari was also suppressed by Kevin Love in the matchup. Love was very confident in both singles facing the basket and secondary offense after grabbing rebounds. He was omnipotent in front of Gallinari and scored 26 points, 12 rebounds and 6 assists in the whole game, continuing his outstanding performance since the start of the game. This also shut up many Rockets fans who described him as system scholar. Curry, who has performed well in the past 2 games, had some ups and downs in this game. His efficiency of 3 of 8 shots from beyond the 3-point line is still considerable, but his 2-point shooting rate is only 1 of 6, which is really a bit lame. And because the ball rights were occupied more by Love and Hoos, Curry played more without the ball in this game, and only sent out 4 assists. The data of 13 points and 4 assists was therefore labeled as unstable by some XL fans with a magnifying glass. Of course, whether it is system scholar or unstable, the Knicks' record of 4 wins and 1 loss at the start of the season is here, which is the best start of the team in recent years. Boss Dolan can be said to be very proud, and he also raised the price of home tickets for the next few games. Compared with the money earned, the $24 million salary given to Kellyanne is really worth a penny. In contrast to the Knicks, the Clippers are now in a situation where they have sunk before they set sail. The team's performance at the start of the season was not good, and the draft picks in their hands were robbed by Ainge, which instantly became embarrassing. If Griffin really becomes Odin-like, the team will not be able to turn around in 3 to 5 years. But the Clippers' team history seems to not care about whether they can turn around or not. It was in this game against the Clippers that Kellyanne saw H.U.O. Kingshu, who had not seen him for a long time, on the sidelines. Having just completed her undergraduate studies, she decided not to continue spending money on a master's degree after repeated consideration, and instead clung to Kellyanne's thigh and entered the media circle. After returning to China during the summer vacation to complete industry training, she officially signed a contract with Xinglang and became a full-time NBA reporter. Although she is not a graduate of a related major, Huo Qingshu is ahead of many people because of her relationship with Kellyan. Although she lacks professional knowledge, she has Kellyan, a master in the industry, to guide her step by step, and her professionalism in her manuscripts is far more professional than her peers. At the same time, Kellyan's connections can also help her get close contact with the team, enjoy the treatment of a team reporter, and get information that even CCTV reporters can't get. From now on, I will be your loyal follower. Wherever you go, I will go. You jump, I jump. In the dessert shop, Huo Qingshu tasted chocolate mousse while relying on Kellyan. Will you follow me on away games in the future? Kellyan asked. At the time of the Hawks, Huo Qingshu did not go to away games because he was a part-time worker and had to balance his studies. Look at the company's broadcasting plan. We broadcast more than 60 games of the Knicks on our platform, so we must fly to away games. With the position of Kellyan's mouthpiece, Huo Qingshu will definitely be taken care of in Madison, but if he flies to away games, the treatment will definitely not be so good. Fortunately, Huo Qingshu himself has made preparations for difficulties. If you fly, let me know in advance, and I will let you take a special plane. Kellyan is not only the head coach of the team, but also the general manager of the Knicks. He still has this authority. Thank you. Huo Qingshu patted Kellyan's shoulder to express his gratitude. Then, the two exchanged a few words and prepared to leave. Where do you live now? I live in the Bronx University, Huo Qingshu said. New York is not like Atlanta. The rent in Manhattan is so expensive. Even though Huo Qingshu's family is relatively wealthy, he was a little surprised. Although the Bronx is a little far away from Madison, it is a gathering place for universities after all. In addition to the relatively low rent, safety can also be guaranteed. It's too far. What else? If I live in your house, I will really become your little wife, Huo Qingshu said sullenly. In the Huaxia forum, some netizens questioned the relationship between Kellyan and Huo Qingshu. Combinations between sports people and reporters such as Liu Ziyang, Dong Rina, Dudge Kovic, Liu Yu have been guessed by netizens before, not to mention that Kellyan and Huo Qingshu are also considered handsome men and beautiful women. Haha. Kellyan laughed awkwardly, never is pregnant, and the first 2 or 3 months are not very stable. In order to avoid risks, I really can't let you live there. But I rented an apartment for a long time, so that my parents can come to see Never. If you don't mind, you can live here. Anyway, they only come a few days a month. My god, in this way, why do I feel more like your little wife? Huo Qingshu shook his head and declined. People's words are scary. Kellyan didn't say much and drove Huo Qingshu back to the apartment. On November 12th, the Knicks began their westward expedition, and their first opponent was the Grizzlies, who had made multiple trades in the summer. The Grizzlies helped the Knicks get Curry and Miller, and the Grizzlies received rich rewards from the Knicks. It is still unknown what the result of the 10-year first-round pick and the 11-year first-round swap will eventually be, but Wilson Chandler and Zach Randolph have both played the best season of their careers after joining the Grizzlies. The former continued to improve, averaging 13 points and 6 rebounds per game, with a 37% outside shooting percentage, and a certain ability to switch and assist defense. He is an absolutely high quality small forward. The latter has settled in Memphis and averaged 21+11 with a 47% shooting percentage. In the Grizzlies' overall highly disciplined defensive system, Randolph's defensive disadvantages are well covered. It can be said that Randolph and this Grizzlies team are a perfect match. After warming up, both sides started. The Knicks 5 players, Curry, Larry Hughes, Mike Miller, Kevin Love, Brad Miller. The Grizzlies 5 players, Conley, Mayo, Chandler, Randolph, Mark Gasol. Brad Miller won the jump ball and the game began. Curry actively moved and got rid of Conley's defense with the help of Brad Miller. After receiving the pass from Love, he took 3 steps and jumped, avoiding Gasol's defense, and made a backhanded dunk from the left 0:2. The Grizzlies attacked and passed the ball to Mayo, who habitually put on a boss attitude and pulled away to single out Hughes. In high school, Mayo was known as the No. 1 guard in the United States. At that time, his popularity was even higher than Rose. In addition, he looked like a superstar, so many people were optimistic about him more than Rose. But no one could have imagined that after entering college, compared with Rose's continuous progress, Mayo exposed his mediocre physical fitness and failed to hone his passing awareness and defensive ability, becoming a relatively mediocre single player. He was able to enter the league as a third pick, which was more or less the benefit of his great reputation in high school. Continuous fake moves and shaking did not open up shooting space. Mayo forced a mid-range pull-up shot and bounced out of the frame. 3 Knicks blocked the restricted area. Mike Miller desperately blocked Randolph and helped Love get the rebound. In the positional battle, Love screened Curry again to help him get rid of Conley, but Conley succeeded in bypassing the screen this time, desperately following Curry. Curry received the ball, faced Conley's close defense, and broke through from the ribs. After attracting Gasol's defense, he stuffed it into the inside. Brad Miller received the ball and attacked the basket, but was fouled by Wilson Chandler. Although his shooting choices are criticized, Curry's shooting ability is still valued by the Grizzlies. In addition, Conley is relatively short and close to Curry, which also gives Curry a relatively large breakthrough space. Brad Miller made 2 free throws, and the Knicks opened the game with a 4-0 lead. The Grizzlies attacked. Mayo and Randolph broke through the pick and roll and were double teamed, and passed the ball to Randolph behind him. The latter turned on the bulldozer mode, staring at Love, who was in place to defend, and rushed to the inside, but failed to hit the slow 3-step layup. Randolph does have a long 2-point shot, and he really has the ability to take the ball in the high position and grind it in, but even so, it cannot cover up that Mayo's pick and roll initiation of this ball is simply a crime. After all, Randolph's biggest threat is still the rolling meat under the basket. Mayo pulled Randolph out of the desert position in the restricted area, which is equivalent to helping the Knicks solve the problem. This is the problem of the Grizzlies now. Mayo and Randolph, the 2 main attacking points, need more running in. The Knicks attacked. Curry held the ball and started a pick and roll with Love. Conley actively chased Curry. Gasol actively went to the line to delay and then retreated to protect the frame, leaving no loopholes for Curry. Curry turned around and moved to the outside line, but when Conley was pressing step by step, he suddenly turned his back along the baseline and passed Conley delicately, instantly tearing open the Grizzlies' defense. Brad Miller received the ball and passed it to Mike Miller in the weak side corner, who raised his hand and hit a 3-pointer. 0:7. Wow. Wonderful breakthrough. This ball will not add any points to Curry in statistics, but there is no doubt that his passing is the key to completing this offense. Mike Conley defended Curry too closely and was repeatedly broken through. Hollins needs to make some changes. The Knicks' opening offense was very smooth. The adjustments that Coach Kellyanne brought to this team on the offensive end are indeed visible to the naked eye. Zangheli and Yoga finished speaking, and the Grizzlies' counterattack began immediately. Conley controlled the ball, initiated a pick and roll, and passed it to Randolph through the gap between Curry and Love. The latter dribbled the ball away from Brad Miller and scored a dunk. 2:7. In college, the combination of Conley and Oden helped Ohio State University reach the NCAA finals. At that time, the public was more optimistic about Oden's potential. Now, Conley's comfortable feeding of the ball to Oden is also one of the reasons why he can continue to dominate. Looking back, the Grizzlies once again completed a successful defense. Love pulled to the corner, faked Randolph's defense, attracted Chandler to make up for the defense, and then passed the ball to Mike Miller, who was cutting in. The latter's layup was interfered by Gasol. Gasol's data is not outstanding, but on both offense and defense, he has always done the right thing and done what the team needs him to do. In the era of the decline of centers, players like him are what the team needs most. As the game continued, the two sides launched a rigid positional battle, offense and defense. The biggest weakness of this Knicks team began to be exposed. Kellyanne, who was called Lightning Earl by the fans, built a team by himself, but he couldn't speed up. He was dragged into the quagmire of positional warfare by the Grizzlies. The core of the problem lies in Love. Love is a standard power forward with almost no ductility. If you let him stand at the 5 position, His rim protection is useless if you let him play at the 3 position. His mobility is far worse. Even 3D like Battier can beat him with his footwork. At the same time, he is also the team's best rebounder and first passer, which is very contradictory. Many people compare him with Dio or Odom, who once played under Kellyan, but there is actually no comparison. Odom was just over 1.9 meters tall in high school. He practiced his skills completely according to the guard's ideas. As a result, he suddenly grew 15 centimeters taller and became a transformer with guard skills and center body. His control and coordination are the best in history among players of his height. He has strong impact when advancing. On the defensive end, he can defend when he swings to the 3rd position, and he can also head the hard center. The disadvantage is that his passing awareness is much worse. Many times he breaks into the penalty area and can't find his teammates, so he has to go back to adjust. Before being changed to organizing center by Kellyan, Dia was a small forward who was about to be scrapped. In the center position where Kellyan nailed him, his mobility disadvantage became an advantage. He is good at sending through passes to help teammates score during the advancement process. His advancement ability and passing imagination are beyond the reach of others. On the defensive end, he has Josh Smith and Garnett to help him clean up his mess. After he gained weight, he can also get stuck in the interior. The key is that he does not need to bear a heavier scoring task on the offensive end, so he is very suitable for Kellyan. Compared to them, Love has better scoring and rebounding abilities, but lacks some of the qualities that Kellyan needs. Chapter 349. First contact with Detonator. This matchup with the Grizzlies was the Knicks' 7th game of the season, and in these 7 games, the team reached a critical moment with the opponent for the 3rd time. With 1.5 minutes left in the game, the two sides were tied at 97, and the fans watching the live broadcast were all nervous. Especially in the university cafeteria in China, people were lined up in 3 layers around the TV, with nervous expressions on their faces. The Grizzlies had the ball. Conley passed the ball across half court, controlled the rhythm of the game, and then passed the ball to Welsh Chandler on the wing. The latter did not stop the ball and directly passed it to Randolph, who was in the low post, to ask for the ball. The big black bear received the ball, made a fake shot, and then directly lowered his body to connect the breakthrough action, and strongly attacked the inside line. Kevin Love still couldn't stop him, but Larry Hughes helped from the side, and Brad Miller's early interception finally stopped Randolph. Randolph's vision is not good, and he has just joined the team, and has not formed a good tacit understanding with his teammates. Therefore, he still chose to force a fadeaway jump shot under the double team, but the result was not surprising. But Gasol grabbed the front court rebound neatly, and sent the ball into the basket before Brad Miller returned to defense. In the round transition, Curry played a pick and roll with Brad Miller outside the 45-degree 3-point line on the left, and the other Knicks players performed cross screens on the weak side. Gasol rushed forward with his teeth and claws, blocking Curry's sight, and then quickly returned to Miller after Mike Conley squeezed through the screen. Curry's ball-holding pick and roll did not work, but Mike Miller on the weak side ran out of the opportunity. He first came out from the inside. Love made a cross screen, disrupted the Grizzlies' defense, and then ran back into the inside. Curry's passing awareness was excellent. When Mike Miller ran into the penalty area, he threw the ball hard. After receiving the ball, the latter took 3 steps and shot from close range, hitting the backboard. 99:99. Half a minute passed, and the situation did not change much. The atmosphere in the stadium and the cafeteria was still tense. Looking back, the Grizzlies still played against Randolph. At this time, a weakness of the Grizzlies was exposed. There were not many people who could play key balls. Historically, the Grizzlies' iron-blooded foursomes are very special. Conley is "I do everything I can, and leave the rest to you." Tony Allen is "I don't know much about offense, but you don't want to know either." Gasol, although his data and efficiency are average, he always does the right thing on the court. If you define them as role players, each of them is excellent, so they can perfectly match Randolph, a killer who has no outstanding abilities except for his top-notch inside attack. But a truly top-notch team needs not only perfect compatibility, but also overflow of strength. That is, no matter how reasonable you are, I have a way to kill you. Just like the Splash Brothers, the number 1 shooter in history is paired with the number 2 shooter in history, and they can even achieve each other. The Knicks heavily defended Randolph, and the big black bear passed the ball to Conley, who was open on the outside. The latter did not shoot, but passed the ball to Chandler in the bottom corner, and missed the 3-pointer. Frankly speaking, Conley had a taste of passing the buck in this shot. Love did not let history repeat itself. He firmly protected the rebound, then saw Curry's running position, and directly sent a quarterback pass. Conley took 2 steps back and slowed down. Curry, who made the first move forward, had already left the Grizzlies' nearest defender more than 3 body lengths behind. At this time, Curry did not have the idea of slowing down and dunking. He made a steady layup and scored 2 points, helping the team establish an advantage. With less than 40 seconds left in the attack and defense, Hollins decisively called a timeout to arrange tactics. The Grizzlies will definitely have Mark throw the sideline ball. His height ensures that he has enough vision to go to the basket. Brad, you have to protect the basket. Don't worry about any open positions elsewhere. ZHU, replace Larry. I want you to grow on Mayo. This guy dares to play the key ball. When Randolph has the ball, you still have to double team him. The action can be a little bigger. The referee's standards are relatively loose. Killian immediately made a strict arrangement for the next defense. Gasol couldn't pass the ball to a dangerous position. In the end, he could only pass the ball to Conley nearby and then stepped forward to do a pick and roll for Conley. The latter cut into the 3-point line 1 step and missed a long 2-pointer under Love's defense. Brad Miller protected the backcourt rebound and handed the ball to Curry. Killian waved his hand and stepped forward, indicating not to call a timeout. Calling a timeout at this time will certainly give the Grizzlies an opportunity to arrange offensive tactics, but at the same time, the Grizzlies can also rearrange their defense. Curry dribbled to the front court and directly called Love to come up to cover. But Conley's screen was very clever, and he kept up with Curry's running position as much as possible. Curry frowned and tried to play pick and roll with Love again, but was still caught up by Conley in time. There was little time left for the attack, and Curry could only wave his hand to signal his teammates to move away and single out Conley. Curry took small steps, constantly making cross steps and changes in front of his body, trying to induce Conley to change his center of gravity. But Conley's defense was very experienced. He slightly adjusted his position and changed with Curry's movements. His tense muscles showed that he was fully prepared. Curry suddenly made a large change in front of his body and passed the ball to his right hand. Conley had to take a big step to the left to block Curry's breakthrough route. Curry immediately leaned to the left, dribbled behind his back, and passed the ball to his left hand from behind. Conley barely kept up with his steps, but his short stature made him unable to interfere with Curry's next move. With a shake of his left shoulder, Curry pretended to break through from the left side, completely shaking off Conley's center of gravity, and then passed the ball to his right hand. At the same time, he took a big step to the right and back, creating a huge shooting space, and threw a 3-pointer. Conley could only watch the basketball spinning rapidly in the air, drawing a nearly perfect parabola, and falling straight into the net. 99:104. With a gap of 5 points and 7 seconds of offensive time, the game almost lost its suspense. Conley paused, and behind him was Curry turning around and celebrating with his hands pointing to the sky. Hollins did not call a timeout, and no one on the Grizzlies had a special need to score points. After calmly walking through the last few seconds, the two sides shook hands politely. After all, many players on both sides were playing against each other not long ago. In the post-match interview, Killian was asked about the team's thrilling victory at a critical moment again. For now, our offense can achieve effective performances against any opponent, but on the other hand, we don't do well on the defensive end, and we often lose points in a row. This requires our players to work harder on the defensive end. Fortunately, our players are still young and have room for continuous improvement. I believe that as the schedule progresses, the team can perform better. The Knicks have many young players, and their continued improvement may indeed bring greater surprises, but the possibility of hitting the rookie wall cannot be ruled out. However, with the team's perfect start of 5 wins and 1 loss and his own outstanding performance of averaging 20 points and 6.6 assists per game, the doubts surrounding Curry are slowly decreasing. There are 2 main arguments for the remaining resistance. One is Curry's bad shooting choices. Curry is keen on fast break 3-pointers and holding the ball to shoot, with a hit rate of less than 20%. The second is that his body is thin, which makes him disadvantaged in confrontation, leading some people to think that his ceiling is not enough. Look at Westbrook of the Thunder. He has full strength, confrontation, speed, explosiveness, and endurance. Even if he only has 15.3 points, 4.9 rebounds, and 5.3 assists in his rookie season, what's wrong? Even if he averages 3.3 turnovers per game, what's wrong? Even if his shooting percentage is only 39.8% plus 27.1%, what's wrong? He has good physical talent and a high ceiling. Coincidentally, the opponent of the Knicks' next game is the Oklahoma City Thunder. Compared with the excellent record of the Knicks since the start of the season, what is more surprising to the outside world is that the Thunder has only achieved 2 wins and 4 losses so far. You know, after getting Garnett, the Thunder is expected to make it to the top 4 in the West and even attack the Lakers. But in fact, the running in between Garnett and the Thunder is not going well. Outside the court, whether it is Durant or Westbrook, or even Ibaka who has some position conflicts, they all welcome Garnett's arrival and give the veteran enough respect on the training ground. But in the game, Westbrook and Durant are still used to treating the inside as tools. At the beginning, they passed 2 passes to Garnett to show respect, and then started the singles mode of Durant swings, Durant swings, Durant swings, Westbrook swings. In terms of position, the Thunder also let Garnett play center more and let Ibaka do more assisting defense, which also made Garnett very unhappy. You know, when he was in the Hawks, unless it was a critical moment or a specific opponent, Kellyan would rather let D.O. be beaten by the opponent than let Garnett play center for the whole game. And Jeff Green, who grew up with Durant and even gave up the small forward position to Durant and gained weight to play power forward, performed poorly after returning to the bench, which also affected the relationship between the two sides to a certain extent. From the perspective of the Thunder management, Garnett got a big contract and a starting position, but he was reluctant to change to center according to the team's plan, to protect the young people in the team. From the perspective of Durant, Westbrook, Jeff Green, and Ibaka, Garnett squeezed Jeff Green to the bench, but still wanted Ibaka to gain weight and play center. From Garnett's perspective, I took a pay cut to come to the Thunder to teach you how to win and lead the team to become a strong team. When Durant really takes over Kobe's class, Westbrook can also mature a little, and our big 3 will compete for the championship together. The start time is still short, and everyone is willing to accept a period of running in, but if the problem continues to be unresolved, especially if the team's record cannot be improved, the detonator is likely to do something. At the same time, the Knicks rushed to Oklahoma City overnight, just for 3 things: fairness, fairness, and damn fairness. That night, at the Chesapeake Energy Arena, the cheers of the Thunder fans were particularly loud. Kellyan looked at the score on the big screen in the air with a calm face on the sidelines. There were only 2 minutes left in the game, but the Knicks were trailing the Thunder 87-101, and the game was over. This was the team's first big loss this season, which was basically in line with the strength comparison between the two sides. The Knicks' loss itself was at an absolute disadvantage. The team's extremely poor interior defense was chased and beaten by Dewey and the 2 young players, and they had no power to fight back. Facing Westbrook, who was said by fans to have a higher ceiling, Curry performed quite well, making 9 of 20 shots, 4 of 10 3-pointers, and scoring 27 points and 8 assists. While the data was not inferior to that of the opponent, the efficiency was completely won. Moreover, if the fans watch the game instead of the Excel, it is not difficult to get a feeling of IQ hanging. But there is no way. Westbrook's breakthrough is more violent. He took 1 step from the free throw line and dunked love. The scene was very visually impactful, enough to offset the defense's helplessness when facing pick and roll. Compared with last season, Westbrook has developed a zombie jump shot. Although the hit rate is average, it at least proves that he can develop shooting ability. Can Curry develop Westbrook's muscles? The most critical point is that the Thunder won the game. The winning team has the confidence to say anything. After the game, Kellyanne and Garnett also talked a lot in the court. As proud as Garnett is, of course he would not tell Kellyanne that he was not smooth in Oklahoma City. He just recalled the past with Kellyanne. In Garnett's view, his knee injury really changed the fate of too many people. After the press conference, Kellyanne returned to his room to wash up and prepare to rest, but unexpectedly received a call from Sam Presti, general manager of the Thunder. "Hello, Sam." Kellyanne was a little surprised by the call from Detonator. After all, no one comes to visit for no reason. "Hi, Kimmy." After greeting Kellyanne, Presti quickly stated his purpose. He wanted to know the price the Knicks wanted for Mike Miller. Mike. Kellyanne's mind turned quickly, and he immediately understood the intention of the Thunder. After gathering 3 talented superstar embryos, Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, the Thunder signed Garnett, making it clear that they were no longer going to play badly for talent, but to rush to improve their performance, to stimulate the market in Oklahoma City. But Harden is still in the adaptation period, and it will take time for him to be able to support the team's number 2 position. If the Thunder wants to improve its performance, it is very important to find a number 2 position with starting strength to replace Adrian Griffin. And the more suitable chip that the Thunder can come up with is Jeff Green, whose position in the team is a bit awkward. Thinking of this, Kellyanne finally understood why Presti came to sound him out when the season just started and the trading market was not open yet. There is no doubt that Jeff Green's current strength is not inferior to Mike Miller, and his potential, ceiling and cost effectiveness of the contract are far higher than Mike Miller. Objectively speaking, if League One takes out Jeff Green, the Knicks will be the one who gets the advantage. To be honest, Mike was traded for us with a first-round pick, and he is in our long-term plan. Moreover, his performance has been very stable since the new season, and I have no intention of trading him. Kellyanne said clearly. When talking about trades with people you don't know well, everyone has this expression, and Kellyanne has also learned bad habits. Kellyanne's words have always emphasized the importance of Mike Miller, but he did not say a word of not for sale, and the meaning is very clear. It costs more. Mike can fill the vacancy of the Thunder's number 2 position, and the Thunder can provide the Knicks with a better number 3 candidate. I think Jeff Green's impact can help the Knicks to a great extent. Presti said, Jeff was the 5th pick in 2007. To be honest, I originally thought he would be Pippen next to KD, but I didn't expect KD couldn't adapt to the number 2 position, which led to the overlap of the two of them. Otherwise, I would not trade him no matter what. So, maybe you need to add some additional compensation in the transaction. Presti's ulterior motives were exposed, and he wanted more. If Mike is traded away, the Knicks' already formed system will be greatly affected, and I can't guarantee the team's record. Unless you can provide me with better talents and let the Knicks have a better future, I'm not willing to consider the trade. Kellyanne was not polite. If you dare to ask for too much, I will break a few of your teeth. Please, you are not going to ask me for KD, are you? Presti smiled. Even if Kellyanne put his Messi on the table, it was just a daydream. I know that KD in your eyes is just like Curry in my eyes, absolutely not for sale. I don't need a player like Westbrook. In comparison, I'm more optimistic about Harden. I think he and Curry can be a very complementary backcourt partner. Are you still kidding, Kimmy? Presti interrupted impatiently before Kellyanne could say anything. If you are willing to trade Harden, the Knicks can pick anyone except Curry, including future draft picks. Kellyanne said all in with a smile. You are really spending a lot of money, but I can only say that it is impossible. Presti said firmly. He is very clear about how complementary Harden's potential is to Durant and Westbrook. On the other hand, the Knicks are willing to trade Love, which is icing on the cake for the Thunder. What about Ibaka? Is it possible to include him in the deal? Kellyanne settled for the next best thing and tried. Presti was silent for a moment and said seriously, Kimmy, I really think you are amazing. He was really ruthless, cutting the Thunder's flesh with every move. Trading is not about pushing players to others if you don't want them and letting the other party give you the players you want. You want to get what you want without paying anything. How can such a beautiful thing happen? After a few more pleasantries, Kellyanne hung up the phone. After being educated by Kellyanne, Presti took a long time to recover after hanging up the phone. Wouldn't it be a good deal for the Knicks to exchange Jeff Green for Mike Miller plus Holiday? I considered the needs of the Knicks before proposing the trade plan. Chapter 350, The Counterattack of the Undrafted. After hanging up the phone, Kellyanne was also deduce what might happen after the transaction. Don't look at him yelling on the phone that he wants Harden and Ibaka. In fact, he knows it's almost impossible. For most teams in the league, Jeff Green is a more valuable player than Mike Miller, whether it is immediate combat effectiveness, development potential, or trading value. Jeff Green is higher. Kellyanne's exorbitant prices, on the one hand, a gesture. Jeff Green alone can be negotiated for Mike Miller, and there is no need to ask for any compensation. On the other hand, if he really wants to expand the scale of the transaction, he must also strive for more resources, such as draft picks, even a second round pick. Just comparing Mike Miller and Jeff Green, the latter has a better and even larger body shape in the same position. His height of 206 and weight of 100 kilograms make him capable of dealing with most small forwards in confrontation. He can play both the third and fourth positions. His athletic ability is also excellent among players of this body type, taller than the third position and faster than the fourth position. Jeff Green is also quite comprehensive. He can shoot from the outside and can also attack after pick and roll. When he plays against a smaller player, he can also hold the ball and play hard. His shortcoming is that he is comprehensive but not all round. He has a shooting range, but is not stable enough. He can attack the basket, but becomes inefficient when encountering tough defense. These are all manifestations of a mature technology. On the defensive end, Jeff Green plays well as a small forward to defend the ball holder, but his ability to defend against pick and roll is relatively poor. He can defend as a power forward, but his rebounding ability is not up to standard. Considering the heart problem that has not yet been exposed, it is better to say that it is not a rough diamond, but a bit chicken ribs. For the Knicks, Jeff Green's significance lies in 2 points. First, his running and jumping talent may help the team speed up slightly. Second, he can rotate to the inside to help defend appropriately, but compared with Miller's slightly dragging space, both the outside player's ball holding offense and O'Neal's singles in the inside will be affected to a certain extent. It depends on whether Kellyanne can make good tactical adjustments and the running in between the players. Since the mutual probing has begun, the next step is the process of psychological game. Kellyanne has a longer term vision and is not in a hurry to change anything, and the Thunder will also depend on the development of the team. In the last game of the 3-game road trip in the West, the Knicks visited the Rose Garden Arena and once again played until the last minute to decide the outcome. The difference is that the winner of this game is the Portland Trail Blazers. Aldridge made a long two-pointer with 19 seconds left in the game, helping the team beat the Knicks 114-109. 5-3. In the 8 games played this season, the Knicks have played to the decisive moment 4 times, with half of them being narrow wins and half being narrow losses, which is also called 50-50 by fans. Regardless of the record, the games are really exciting. Some fans also said that Kellyanne's tactics in the Knicks are mutual stabbing, which is basically to stab you 3 times, and you stab me 3 times, to see who falls first. It may be the last game of the 3-game road trip in the West, and Curry was a little exhausted. He played the worst game so far. Facing Blake, who has a very mediocre defensive ability, he shot 1 out of 7 from the outside. His performance of 14 points and 7 assists seemed to be just enough, but it was accompanied by 4 turnovers, which was really disappointing. After the game, Yang Lee also questioned Curry in the commentary booth. It is undeniable that Curry has excellent shooting talent. In the future, he may reach the level of legends such as Ray Allen and Miller. But the Knicks spent so much money to invite Kellyanne. In addition to targeting the 10-year free agent market, they also hope that the team can at least achieve some results this season. But if Curry continues to be thrown down like this, the situation is hard to say. Maybe Curry can be trained like Durant, but it is also possible that he is just a Kevin Martin who can score, but has no ability to lead the team. In other words, Yang Yi's words could not reach Kellyan's ears. Otherwise, with Kellyan's preference for curry, he would probably be angry again. After 3 consecutive away games, the Knicks returned to New York. Kellyan directly announced a day off in several games, and was immediately cheered by the players. From the perspective of fans, it is not easy to understand the difference between home and away games. The pressure and burden that consecutive away games put on the team is actually difficult to understand. But the reality is that even a team as strong as the Spurs in their peak period, who are used to 7 or 8 consecutive away games at the beginning of each year, will also be extremely troubled and often find themselves unable to adjust to the situation. In the 3 consecutive away games, they defeated the Grizzlies and lost to the Trail Blazers and Thunder, which also met Kellyan's expectations of the Knicks' strength. The current Knicks team would be a team on the edge of the playoffs in the West. In the East, look up to yourself, sit in the 5th place, fight for the 4th place, and look forward to the 3rd place. That is, on the day of the holiday, Kellyan did not go to the training hall as usual, but took Wang Lifan to the airport to pick him up. Keguawi and UNU arrived in New York on this day, after completing the procedures for going abroad. However, what surprised Kellyan was that there were 2 strangers who came with Keguawi and UNU. After Keguawi introduced them, he learned that they were the management of the Sudan Steel team. Yao Ming's acquisition of the Shanghai Sharks has caused a sensation. He hired Deng Hued as the head coach. Lucas and Abbas are both great foreign players. The Sharks not only have a steady performance, but also a different market. Seeing that Shanghai is doing well under the leadership of professionals, the Sports Bureau of Sudan Province also thought of Kellyan, who is also a member of the team's management team. They want to hire Kellyan as the team's management to bring more professional advice to the team. It would be even better if he could help introduce some good foreign players. When Keguawi applied to visit his daughter-in-law in the United States, he simply asked him to help. If this matter is settled, the old couple will be allowed to go to the United States through the Green Channel in the future. Dad, you are a section-level cadre in a prefecture-level city, but you can be morally kidnapped by the province. It's quite impressive, isn't it? Kellyan used the excuse of thinking about it and sent away the 2 managers. On the way to the apartment, he joked with Keguawi, I mainly saw that Yao Ming was doing well in Shanghai, and I wanted to see if you had any ideas in this regard. Keguawi explained. Yao Ming is basically retired, so he is planning his domestic industries in advance. Kellyan said, my mind is all on the United States, so I can't help much. Then I will help you reject it. It's fine if this matter doesn't come to me, but I'm afraid I can't avoid it, now that it comes to me. Kellyan shook his head and added, it's not a big deal. At most, they will ask me to be a consultant. As long as they don't ask me to pay for the team, I can be their consultant for free. After sending Keguawi and UNU to the apartment, the little wife had been waiting in the apartment for a long time. Dad, Mom, this is King Shu, a special reporter for Xinglang, and also the translator I found for you 2 elders. If you need to go out when I'm not here, you can use her. Kellyan pretended to be joking and introduced Huo Qingshu to Keguawi and UNU. Last time, Kellyan mentioned to Huo Qingshu that he invited her to live in his apartment, but Huo Qingshu refused sternly. But after a few days, the little wife really fell in love with him. In Atlanta, in addition to his part-time job, Huo Qingshu had his own studies and his own social circle. His life was colorful, and he could stay away from Kellyan as far as possible. But in New York, where interpersonal relationships were weak, there was really no life except for work. Huo Qingshu considered it again and again, and honestly moved here. It was much more convenient to punch in at the filming location of Gossip Girl nearby. Hello, uncle and aunt. Huo Qingshu greeted the 2 elders politely, then raised his chin and made a fist towards Kellyan. Hello. Keguawi's face changed slightly. In addition to official news, he would occasionally search for Kellyan and see some strange posts. He had also seen the relationship between Kellyan and Huo Qingshu. Although he knew it was pure nonsense, he saw Huo Qingshu in Kellyan's circle of life, and he was a little suspicious. Fortunately, Wang Lifan's next move justified the relationship between Kellyan and Huo Qingshu. She had a good chat with Huo Qingshu and soon brought UNU into the conversation. On November 17th, the Knicks, who had rested for 3 days, faced the challenge of the Cavaliers, the first team in the Eastern Conference, at home. Team owner Darlin brought his female companion to watch the game, and the home fans even put up a banner on the sideline saying we need LeBron to fawn on James. This scene in front of Kellyanne really made him feel uncomfortable. So much so that when James took the initiative to come over to hug and greet before the game, Kellyanne just held James' hand and patted him before turning away, without any extra communication. Last season, after the Hawks were eliminated early due to injuries, James and his Cavaliers had the best chance to enter the finals. However, in the Eastern Conference Finals, when the referee wore the Cavaliers jersey and James hit the buzzer beater, the Cavaliers were eliminated by the Magic with a score of 2-4 and missed the finals. Failure to seize the best opportunity also made James completely disappointed with the Cavaliers. James, who used to be very active in the off-season every season, was a little low-key this summer. In addition to participating in some business activities, he spent most of the rest of the time in the training hall practicing. This allowed him to show an excellent competitive state at the beginning of the season and firmly occupy the first place in the MVP list. But at the same time, perhaps it was because the topic of 23 vs 24 was hyped too much last season, and the result was a big failure. This season, neither James himself nor the Cavaliers mentioned the championship again, and even the question of whether James would stay or go has now become a taboo. Back to the game itself. The Cavaliers were the runner-up team in the Eastern Conference last season, and they also have James, the first regular season player in the league today. Their strength is far above the Knicks. More importantly, Mike Brown was upset and launched a crazy double team against Curry after the opening. This caught Kellyanne and Curry off guard. Curry is not Kobe, he is just a rookie with an excellent shooting touch, but an extreme shooting tendency. But James just kept pulling out and cooperated with Emmabu to double team Curry. The Cavaliers dared to double team so unscrupulously, firstly because the Cavaliers' excellent switching defense system and James's BT-like personal ability could block the space for Curry to pass the ball. Secondly, because Hughes and Holiday, the number 2 position of the Knicks, did not have stable shooting ability. Even if the Cavaliers' defense was unable to do their best, they could appropriately leave one person empty. Thirdly, because the inside combination of Big Z and O'Neal was not afraid of O'Neal and Love singles. On the other hand, on the defensive end, the Knicks' poor inside defense was useless against the breakthrough players of James, Wade, and Rose. At the end of the half, the Cavaliers easily established a 16-point lead. 3 consecutive losses were imminent, and they still lost to the Cavaliers. This also made Kellyanne very unhappy. During the halftime break, Kellyanne made adjustments to the team's lineup. Matthews, who had excellent shooting ability, replaced Larry Hughes and started in the second half of the game. At the same time, Kellyanne also refined and adjusted the area where Curry initiated the pick and roll on the offensive end, the positions of other players, and the next move, after receiving Curry's pass, to target the Cavaliers double teaming. Kellyanne's adjustment was very timely. As soon as he came on the court, Matthews, who was entrusted with an important task, opened up Anthony Parker's defense after receiving Curry's pass and shot a long 2-pointer. Then he seized the opportunity and hit an open 3-pointer, giving the Cavaliers' defensive strategy a huge blow. Matthews brought changes not only on the offensive end, but also on the defensive end. He can also use his strong body to resist James when he is in a mismatched defense. To put it bluntly, his foul force is heavier than Larry Hughes. The Knicks' offensive space on the court is wider, which also reduces the Cavaliers' double teaming of Curry. Mo Butchon adopted the method of defending shots but not breakthroughs, pinching Curry's 3-pointers, allowing Curry to shoot from mid-range or go to the basket to complete the offense. This defensive strategy is somewhat risky, but it is a correct idea when the team has a double-digit lead and the team is quite confident that it can fight back on the offensive end. The Knicks' offense is slowly getting better, but their defense is full of loopholes when facing James. The final score was fixed at 103-114. The Knicks lost at home and suffered a 3-game losing streak. 5-4. For the fans, the loss of this game was a bit unwilling, but it was also expected. After all, the Cavaliers are the top team in the East. After this game, Killian had plans to adjust the starting lineup. Since he decided to coach the Knicks, Killian's plan for the number 2 position is to use Larry Hughes for a while, and then slowly transition to Holiday after Holiday adapts. The styles of the two are somewhat similar. They both have good breakthrough ability, first-class defensive ability, weak mid-range and long-range shooting, and poor organizational ability. In terms of attributes, they are quite compatible with Curry, who has super shooting and can play without the ball. In Killian's positioning, Matthews is closer to a substitute player at the second or third position. Perhaps it is because of Matthews' status as an undrafted player. Even with a god's perspective and knowing the opponent's ability, Killian still has doubts. Maybe there is a little bit. But in the game against the Cavaliers, Matthews made 3 of 6 shots, 2 of 5 3-pointers, scored 8 points and 3 rebounds, and provided quite good defense, which made Killian start to face his combat effectiveness. He is also considering adjusting him directly to the starting lineup. As for Holiday, he still plays the role of the 6th man for the time being, and Larry Hughes, who has actually performed well since the start of the season, may become a victim of the team's development. After a day of rest, the Knicks, who suffered 3 consecutive losses, finally ushered in a soft persimmon. Yao Ming was reimbursed for the season and McGrady was under the 7-minute restriction order. The Houston Rockets were called the worst team in the NBA this season by Barkley. Their core team building is Ariza, who was poached from the Lakers. For him, the Rockets specially stripped McGrady of his number 1 jersey. He is similar in stature to McGrady and has similar jumping ability, so maybe he can be compared in defense. But in other aspects, Ariza is completely incomparable to McGrady at his peak. After the start of the season, he played a few good games with Brooks and Scala, and then he started to become a slag, constantly missing shots on the court. Brooks can score high points with his flexibility and unexpected shots, and Scholar is quite good at mid-range shots at the free throw line and spinning tops. After falling into the low post, the Rockets' shrimp soldiers and crab generals tried hard to slap Barkley's evaluation of the worst team in the NBA, but it must be said that this team lacks talent and has no defense except Hayes. The two sides played against each other, and the Knicks' firepower was obviously better. They easily won with 116-97 and ended their losing streak. 6-4. Curry continued to score high points, although he was given a high position because of the title of Messi and had some bad performances in some games. Curry's average contribution of 21 points and 7 assists in the first 10 games of his rookie season is absolutely worthy of any praise. In Madison Square Garden, more and more young fans bought Curry's jerseys. Matthews, who was also a rookie and made great contributions against the Cavaliers, did not start directly, but he also got 23 minutes of playing time in this game and contributed 7 points and 4 rebounds again. He was both offensive and defensive, and he was not afraid of the stage at all. After the game, Killian's family and Huo Kingshu entertained Yao Ming, who came to New York with the team, and also talked about his taking shares of the Nangang team and serving as a consultant. You should have said it earlier. If you had said you wanted shares earlier, I would have given you shares. Yao Ming's words were half true and half false. He really wanted to do business with Killian. After all, this guy's investment vision was really good. It's called a consultant, but in fact it's just a figurehead, just a gimmick. At most, I can help introduce a few foreign players back. Killian said, the CBA clubs are still owned by state-owned enterprises. What else do I need to say? How can I speak? If the CBA doesn't reform and all the teams continue to lose money, there is really no hope. Yao Ming said regretfully. Even though he didn't spend any money to buy the Sharks and arranged for Yao's team to carry out various reforms within the team, the current operation of the team is definitely losing money, unless it is a state-owned enterprise or a local enterprise, to obtain policies and land from the relevant departments, who can do it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.